absolutely dispatched. Paul Pollard with the arms in the air. James Hildreth, right-handed, over mid-wicket, 6.
Catch that!
Over the head of the man on the point boundary. Switch hit for 6. Looking for that leg side boundary. He's got him. The ball was full. He couldn't get underneath it. It caused the miscue. And that is the end of Hildreth. Wickets, please. And Worcestershire have got one.
That's very clever indeed. Late movement from Tom Abel. Bowler couldn't adjust. He's done it again, and just as successful. Oh, well done. Very nicely done. Adam Finch it is on the boundary. High in the air, fielder underneath it. Safely pouched, the end of Davis. How Worcestershire needed that breakthrough. Ross Whiteley it is on the boundary edge. And a very classy looking knock comes to an end.
Catch that!
Shouts of catch. I don't think he's going to get the chance, he isn't.
Yes,
Yeah,
Mitchell.
it got him in the end though. One too many times. Wily customer is Daryl Mitchell.
Catch!
Oh, 2 and 2. In and out for Lewis Gregory. Mitchell reeling back the years with a bit of athleticism off his own bowling. Pat Brown. A key at the death for Worcestershire, but that is a pretty ordinary start. Shouts a catch and taken. Just trying to guide it away, Green. Dylan Pennington it was, with the safe hands. That's looking over waist height, perhaps. It doesn't matter for Somerset. Well, there's another one, surely. It's 6 this time. Van der Merwe swatting it away. Over backward point for a maximum. Another no ball. He's already been called for over waist height, now has to be removed from the attack. Anything else you want to pile on top of Worcestershire? Oh, 6 more. Can we have it back, please? Now, shouts of catch. And he's done well. The captain has managed to clutch on. So a small ray of sunshine in which has been a very cloudy Worcestershire day. Slashed away. Oh, no, no. It's all going wrong for the Rapids. That has been smoked a long way by Van der Merwe. Longest boundary of the ground. Going to push the second if they can. Sacrificing themselves in the process. Josh Davey it was, coming back for the second, but overall it matters not. He won't care one jot when he has the ball in hand and he's got 229 runs to defend. Brilliant from Somerset.
Up and over the and it's square leg. Babar Azam chasing another boundary. What a start. This is the start that Worcester would have wanted. That's gone up. Should be the end of Ricky Vessels. Is the end of Ricky Vessels. And an important wicket for Somerset. Lewis Gregory gets the first. Look at that pace as well. Unfortunately, he's going to get dealt with there. That's going to fly all the way for 6, backward point, but it's what you get. He's bowling up in the high 80s. Pulled, tugged, should be out, is out. Good catch. Good catch by Babar Azam. Judged it really well. Nick out. Little bit of a juggle from Stephen Davies, but another wicket for Ollie Sale. And it's the end of Jack Haynes. Chipped. What a catch. What a catch. Josh Davey. Change of direction. And what a start this has been by Somerset.
That is brutal. Murderous stroke over extra cover from Ross Whiteley.
Sliced away, beautiful. That's really clever. Really, really clever. Third man in the ring, stays leg side, slices for four. Oh, big appeal gone, yeah. Fairly straightforward decision.
Beautifully connected. Gone a long way back as well over mid-wicket. Again, it's that area, and again, it's 6 more. Daryl Mitchell just enjoying what Ben Green's offering him at the moment. A full toss and a third 6. Again, the short boundary proves fruitful for Mitchell. Yeah, he can. There's one of them. That's been well stroked, but it's gone very, very high in the air. The judgment is good from Roelof van der Merwe. Daryl Mitchell trying to make use of that short boundary, and he perishes. Full toss, he's not connected correctly. It's still 6. They might get a boundary as well, just to boost the average of Dylan Pennington. But overall, it was relatively one-sided in the end. Even though the margin of victory for Somerset was 16 runs, they were comfortable. They take the points back down to Taunton.
Yeah, Baba. Yeah, that's kind of rotten. I think I've heard so many different ways of saying it. Yeah.
Yeah, not too good in a bit.
That's 7:30.
Cool, no worries.
Okay.
Thanks, Polly. Cheers.
All right.
Nice one. Polly, on the match sheet it says 21:45 as the close of play. What's the cut time? Yeah.
The cut-off time today, I will work it out and come back because I've got the kids coming. Yes, because we've got half an hour.
Still got half an hour. So
One here, yeah, one there. Yeah, no, it's alright. Yeah, do the thing. Yeah, no worries. Yeah, no, it's alright.
such a virgin broadcast.
Thank you, Polly. Yeah, it doesn't fit. It's not comfortable, no, you won't be comfortable.
I'm here with Somerset fast bowler Ollie Sale. Ollie, before we get the nitty-gritty of talking a little bit about your journey, has there been any chat amongst the boys about their Trade Nation signs? And there's been a lot of money that's been donated to charity already. What have the boys been saying?
Yeah, obviously it's a great initiative. Boys obviously will get around anything that's for charity. I think we've got air ambulance tonight, is it?
Yes, it's Southwest Air Ambulance tonight.
There we go. Yeah, so the boys will be targeting those big ends in the crowd and even the boundaries. That's a little bit of money that hopefully can help some people out, just hopefully not off my bowling.
Yeah, absolutely. At least there's a positive result if there are only sixes hit off you. But it's £250 if those are hit to the Southwest Air Ambulance, so certainly a great initiative. Looking more broadly to yourself, obviously this is the first season really we've been in the side, the T20 side at the outset of the competition. How exciting is that for you?
Yeah, I'm loving it. Obviously it's been sort of, as you mentioned, quite a long journey for me. I've had a few sort of ups and downs, and absolutely loving just being able to play some cricket for Somerset. It's really exciting, obviously on TV yesterday, sort of seeing what first team cricket's really like, the intensity of it, and hopefully we'll get some crowds not before long. So yeah, really enjoying it.
You mentioned the game yesterday, obviously a great win for the boys, but before we get on to that and looking ahead to today's game, I think you were clocked 89 miles an hour yesterday.
I'm not sure.
Is there a bit more in the tank than that?
Yeah, well, just trying to run in and bowl quick and create some chances, and whatever the gun says, it's happy days. So I don't think it was 89, was it?
That was around that.
We'll say that. Round it up to 90 though.
Well, in terms of the competition, it was a difficult start for Somerset, having an abandoned game and then losing the first match that actually were able to compete on the field. 2 wins since then. What's the mood in the camp at the moment?
Yeah, really good. As Lou mentioned last night in his interview, momentum's massive in this tournament, so hopefully we just keep the ball rolling and yeah, get another win tonight.
Yeah. Do you want to do it now? Yeah. Check 1, 2. Check 1, 2. Yeah, you might need to have a look at exchange rate. Checking, is that all good?
It's about 32,500 Pakistan rupees.
Strong economy then in Pakistan, what is that?
Or to the pound, it's 219 to the pound.
Wow.
So, yeah, I mean, 32,500. So, let's say around 32,000 rupees.
Yeah. Wow. Okay, yeah, I'll mention 32,000. Fine. Yeah, no problem.
But it's £100 equivalent at today's rate. So yeah.
Cool. That's good.
Yeah, good.
Yeah, we'll do. Cheers, mate.
Welcome to the Cooper Associates County Ground. I'm Steve Snell. It's Somerset v Birmingham here tonight, brought to you in conjunction with our live streaming partners, Trade Nation. Somerset lay third in the group and Birmingham are fourth. Just after recent games, Somerset have won 2 in a row, and definitely everything is up for grabs tonight. As you saw the other night, we've got the targets up again. £250 is up for grabs for a local charity, and tonight it's South West Air Ambulance. £25 will be donated for every boundary, £50 for every 6, and we saw £1,000 was donated in the last game to Somerset Disability. Our streaming hashtag is also up and running. Streaming style, there's plenty of cash prizes up to be won. £150 in total for the best live streaming situation. Plus also we've got £50 up for grabs and a Somerset shirt. Warwickshire boasts the internationals Ian Bell and Tim Breslin, plus some more familiar faces locally, former player Adam Hose and former academy graduate Jacob Lintott return. Tom Abel, Josh Davey, Ben Green and Bubba Azam, they've been in mountain form, plus the runs from Steve Davies too, and Somerset will be hoping for 3 in a row tonight. Also, with our streaming style competition, we've got pizzas, TVs and a crate of Thatchers up for grabs. It's going to be an absolute cracker here. Hopefully the weather stays away. We're awaiting the news from the toss. Lewis Gregory will be hopeful probably to win the toss and look to chase in a rain-affected game. But in the meantime, here's something to whet your appetite from T20 seasons gone past.
Well, it's that time again. Time for a bit of rock and roll. Got him. Huge wicket. Oh, have a look at that. Yeah, that's brilliant. What a catch. And boy, did they need that.
Well, this is punishing stuff from David Malan. He keeps going and going.
Oh, excellent catch. Gone, what a delivery. That is an absolute beauty. That is magnificent.
Got to be quick here. Yeah. Oh, brilliant, world-class David Willey.
Oh, he's gone again. He's gone again, this time straight. Running round. Oh, that's incredible. What a catch. Huge wicket. That could be the game right there. He's got him. It's 7. Unbelievable. Oh, no. Would you believe it? It's the Eagles! Vitality blast! What a cracking summer we've had!
#20 cricket here. You're watching the Somerset County Cricket Club live stream of Somerset against Birmingham Bears here in the 2020 Vitality Blast. My name's Charlie Taylor. Lovely to have you with us. We saw Steve Snell a little bit earlier on introducing things for us. He'll join me in the commentary box before the start of play here. Loads on the way for you, including live every ball of this match. At the moment, Somerset going nicely. As Steve mentioned, 2 wins in a row. We were here on Tuesday night for you, watching them beat Glamorgan in a low-scoring game. Fantastic innings from Tom Abel, the pick of the batting, and Ben Green, the pick of the bowlers, taking 4 wickets. And Tom Abel scoring 74 runs. Yesterday, it was a televised game. They were on Sky. Somerset against Worcestershire at a neutral venue. They were at Edgbaston. Somerset coming away winners, having scored 229 for 8. Worcestershire coming close, but not close enough, winning by 16 runs yesterday. But these games come thick and fast for you in the T20 Blast once they get going. We're back again tonight here at Taunton. Now, as Steve was mentioning, there is the risk of a bit of weather around. At the moment, the cloud is high. Players are warming up on the pitch in front of me here, and there's a lot of catching and fielding going on. Somerset's bowlers having a bit of a warm-up. We've been watching some batting too, some huge shots being hit in the nets. Will we see that from the live game? We will find out as things go on. 6:30 is the start here at Taunton. It's lovely to have you with us. Thank you for joining us. We'll have a look at some of the bowlers as they're warming up here at Somerset. I can see them already having a good go. Max Waller just bowling briefly out on the pitch in front of me. You can see a few of those players there looking around. The covers haven't been taken all the way off yet. You can see the red covers there on your screens. It's there, I guess, just in case. The groundsman not wanting to take them all the way off yet. As I said, the weather isn't looking too bad. The floodlights are already on here, so not as bright, not as nice a day as we had on Tuesday. We'll keep you up to date with the weather as things change. But all being well, we'll see 20 overs each way tonight, so all of that coming up for you. You've got to play football before cricket. It seems to be what they all do. It's great to have you with us. Thank you very much. Somerset County Cricket Club bringing you these live games here from Taunton. It's set behind closed doors. We know we'd love to have you here. It's not quite the same without the atmosphere that a live crowd brings you, but we're going to bring you everything we can here. The exciting news is for home fans here that Babar Azam will play, or is expected to play. Certainly, he's in the squad. He played against Worcestershire yesterday, scoring 42 from 35 balls. For the end of the night, we shall have to see. That's the other news for you. Lewis Gregory returns from the England squad. He played for the club yesterday. This is his first home T20 appearance this season. So we'll see Lewis Gregory tonight. We'll catch up with him after the toss as well has taken place, and we're expecting that in the next few minutes. It's being brought to you by the Trade Nation. You can go online, tradenation.com, find out a bit more about that. We'll talk about a couple of competitions we've got running tonight. Really exciting stuff. We want to see your setup. However you're watching the live stream, the more exotic, the more creative, let us know. You can send us pictures. Just make sure you're following at It's Trade Nation on Twitter and at Somerset CCC. If you follow them on social media, on Twitter or on Facebook, you'll find them there. Just make sure you're doing that. And then use the hashtag StreamInStyle. And you could be winning some brilliant prizes tonight. 150 quid could be yours if you get the best setup. We'll reveal that in the second innings tonight. And we'll also have a look at the other competition we're running. Your chance to win a TV, to win some pizza and cider as well. Great competition. We'll do that at the halftime break. You just need to head online to the Somerset website and you'll find that. All the details you need to enter in there. Stream in style with Trade Nation. It's really exciting. Got a lot to give away tonight, so do make sure you get in touch with us this evening. You can find us on Twitter at Somerset CCC. We're on Facebook there as well. It'll be Steve Snell at Snelly83 on Twitter. Or you can find me at Charlie Taylor 4. Would love to hear from you this evening and get your thoughts on how Somerset and Birmingham are shaping up. Just keeping an eye out on the middle there. You can see we've caught a glimpse of the umpires heading out. Looks like Ian Blackwell and Jeremy Lloyds will be taking control of this game as the captains make their way out to the cut strip for today's game, getting ready for the toss. I wonder whether the captains will be thinking about the potential weather around. The forecast is for a little bit of rain, potentially not game threatening. We're expecting to see a result tonight. I don't want to speak too soon, but that is what we're hoping for. Lewis Gregory, as you can see out there, number 24 on his back, waiting for the toss to take place. We'll bring you news of that as soon as we can. We'll get a chat with Lewis as well here on the live stream. It'd be great to see what he's got to say, returning to the Somerset squad after a bit of time with England. Hashtag stream in style, that's what you need to know. to get involved with us this evening. Show us your setup. We'd love to see how you're watching, how you're getting involved, and if you want to tweet us as well, that'd be great to hear from you this evening. Just a quick look at the table that's going on at the moment. We'll update you. There's been some games that, like I say, these games really do come quickly. The Northamptonshire Steelbacks, top of the league, the Central one. So that's what's happening at the moment. They're top of the Central Division. They're on 9 points, having won last night. We'll then see Gloucestershire, who are in second position here. So that's a bit frustrating, I guess. The local rivals currently higher up than Somerset, but a chance to overtake them this evening if the run rate is good enough. Somerset in third position, having played 4 and won 2 of their matches so far. This will be their 5th game in the competition. So that's how the table is shaping up at the moment. Just keeping an eye on what's going on in the middle. The toss happening imminently as we await for that to take place. So here we go. We can see the umpires and the captains just waiting, getting their toss ready, having a bit of a chat out there, perhaps having a look at the pitch as well. Bring you our own pitch report that's coming up here very shortly. Steve Snell has been taking a look at that one for us. It's the same pitch they used in the Glamorgan game a few nights ago. So we'll bring you more news of how that's looking, how it's shaping up as soon as we can. We've just seen Ollie Sale there. You might have seen him running through that shot, practicing his bowling. Bowled well, I thought. Possibly the pick of the bowlers at Edgbaston yesterday. It was a tricky pitch to bowl on. Worcestershire certainly had a lot of problems. Somerset weren't without theirs as well, but to spend most time focusing on what's going on in the T20s. So he gets those variations working very well for him. He's bowled well in the last couple of games. And we'll see how he does here. Josh Davey picking up 4 wickets in the match yesterday at Edgbaston. So certainly doing the damage. But overall, Ollie Sale, who's a young bowler, young prospect for Somerset, looking really good in Edgbaston in front of the TV cameras there. We're bringing you live coverage here tonight. It's Taunton for Somerset against the Birmingham Bears, and Somerset here hoping for a 3rd win on the trot. The next game, Somerset in action, will be in red ball cricket. It will be the Sunday. They start their game against Worcestershire, the last group game of the Bob Willis Trophy, which we'll of course keep you updated with as well through the Somerset website. Keep an eye on that one. Somerset hoping to top the group, head to Lord's final. Are in a good position at the moment in that group. They're doing well here in the T20 as well. We'll keep you up to date with things as we find out what's going on. Looks like the toss is just happening. Jeremy Lloyd's taking a close look at it, trying to read from the body language what's going on and who's won it. They've agreed on something there. We'll catch up with Lewis Gregory as soon as he heads back towards the pavilions here. Steve Snell, our reporter and commentator, is waiting for that one. Ian Blackwell just radioing back to his colleagues the result of the toss. So the toss has happened. We're kicking off here in about 25 minutes. We'll bring you all sorts of live coverage. We'll tell you about our competitions we've got going as well. We'll run you through the teams too, so that's all coming up. And we'll also hear from Jason Kerr. Jason is the head coach of Somerset. We'll find out his thoughts heading into what is an important game here. Every game is important. There's only 10 group games, and Somerset really hoping to get on to a good start. We'll catch up with Lewis Gregory very shortly. He's going to be chatting to Steve Snell, who is our co-commentator. Meanwhile, do get in touch with us at Somerset CCC on Twitter. You can find us on Facebook as well, and at It's Trade Nation. You can get involved with us there. We're going to head down pitch side very shortly as we catch up with the Somerset captain. He is there and ready to have a chat with us in just a moment. So Lewis Gregory returning to Taunton for his first T20 game with Somerset this season. He can have a chat now with our...
I've got Lewis Gregory, the Somerset captain, with us here. Lewis, first of all, great to see you, but can you give us the results of the toss?
Yeah, so we won the toss. We're going to have a bowl. So obviously the lads chased down a nice target here, and very disciplined with the ball, I believe, on Tuesday. So we're hopefully going to follow the same formula.
Yeah, same wicket that Somerset beat Glamorgan on Tuesday night. What was the kind of thinking behind chasing? Anything to do with the conditions? A bit of rain around later?
Yeah, I mean, you never know in England. There's always rain around, isn't there? So obviously the Duckworth-Lewis might come into it. We obviously play on some pretty decent wickets here. So with a short side on one side, I think it's going to be quite hard to defend. So it's just look to do that. Try to restrict them first up, and then go chase them down.
Always lots to think about around the toss for captain. But any changes in the team from yesterday?
Yeah, so Greener misses out. He's got a slight niggle. So Tom Lammonby, sort of like-for-like replacement, comes in.
Oh, that's a shame. We've been having lots of fun on commentary chatting about Green's moustache. He's got his own Twitter account as well. I mean, it's been an interesting couple of weeks for yourself because you've been away within the England bubble and back now playing for Somerset. How are you feeling about your own game and the experience you've had over the last couple of weeks? Yeah,
it's nice to be back first and foremost. Nice to be around the boys. Yeah, it's one of them. I feel like I've not played a huge amount of cricket really, so there are a bit of rustiness around, but. Hopefully we can get these games come thick and fast, so hopefully we can get out there, get a bit of rhythm and go post some runs and take some wickets.
In terms of Somerset's position, lying third in the group, 2 wins in the last couple of games after a slightly shaky start to the tournament. How are you feeling about the prospects and how's confidence in the camp moving ahead to the next few games?
Yeah, guys are in really good spirits, to be fair. Obviously it's early stages, with the first game washed out, so it's the first one before another 4-day game starting on Sunday, so hopefully we can get a win tonight and put ourselves in a really good position with 5 games to go.
Just a word on Ollie Sale. There's been a little bit of talk around the pace he's bowling at, just wazzed him down around sort of late 80s on the television the other night. How's he? Is it introduction to the squad and how's he going?
Yeah, Sailor's obviously he's a very exuberant lad, so it's brilliant to have him around, and he spent a lot of time working on his white ball skills over the last 18 months, so it's brilliant for him to be able to have an opportunity and showcase that on the big stage. So yeah, he's been brilliant around the lads, and for him to come in and show what hard work he's been putting in and then put that into game situations has been really exciting to see.
Well, I'm sure Somerset fans will be absolutely delighted to have you back. There's some short boundaries floating around tonight. We've got our Trade Nation targets. I know there's been a little bit of chat in the group about that, but you must be looking forward to having a bat out there tonight.
Absolutely, yeah. I'm not too worried about the Trade Nation boundaries at the moment. I'm just trying to hit the middle of the bat once or twice would be quite nice. But yeah, it's obviously it's nice to be back at the home of cricket for us, and hopefully we can have a nice win tonight.
Cool. Well, thanks for joining us, Lewis. All the best to Somerset in tonight's game, and yeah, back up to you.
Cheers.
Takes another. It's a huge wicket for Somerset. Have to run direct hit. Cream foot again. I think it's gone all the way. Yes, another 6 for Tom Bell.
All out for 152.
A great win.
Oh, and that has been swept away.
We're going to keep an eye for you on what's going on across the pitch here. Somerset winning the toss, choosing to bowl. So that's what's happening here at Taunton. It's a T20 Blast game. Somerset in action against the Birmingham Bears. So we'll let you know more as that happens. Quick word to say, we mentioned there some of the Trade Nation signs. Is these 8 boards which we can see out here. If they get hit, 250 quid to the chosen charity tonight. That is the Dorset and Somerset, as well as the Devon Air Ambulances. So really great cause. Looking forward to seeing those hopefully hit tonight, and that goes with every 4 and 6 as well. A 4 worth £25 and a 6 worth £50. We've got the team news coming up for you very shortly, so we'll take a look through who's made the squads in these games. Birmingham Bears still doing a little bit of warming up. I can see Josh Davey out there as well, taking a look and at some of the wickets that they've got out there. Lewis Gregory having a bowl. We heard him there talking about coming back from England, looking to hit the middle of the bat, so he's coming in with big prospects. And Ollie Sale, who we mentioned as well, just having a bit of a bowl here on the pitch looking really good. Some fast bowling happening from Somerset. So all that and much more to come here as we bring you every ball live of Somerset against the Birmingham Bears. Right now, I'm going to take a look around the pitch for you. There is a bit of high cloud. The floodlights already on. Let's head downstairs now as we head on to the pitch here. The big tees are just quite impressive to look around to here. They're 12 foot tall. These things, absolutely massive. There's 8 of them. For loads of opportunities for hitting. We didn't see any in the first game. It's quite a low-scoring game. There weren't all that many sixes hit. Hoping for a bigger scoring game tonight where we'll see some of those be smashed. We'll see how that goes. Each one worth £250. We can we'll find out a little bit more about those in a second. So we'll talk more and hear about what Trade Nation does as well. And we're working with Trade Nation. They're the ones bringing you this commentary alongside Somerset County Cricket Club. So let's find out a bit more now as we head down pitch side with Somerset County Cricket Club's Spencer Bishop.
Here I am again in front of the Trade Nation board. Just a reminder from the other night, Trade Nation donated £850, which actually bumped up to £1,000 to Somerset Disability Cricket. I know that it's a fantastic organisation and everyone at the club delighted they received such a strong donation. So now we've got a different charity. It's a South West Air Ambulance, and if one of these things is hit, that's 250 quid straight to the South West Air Ambulance. Also, any boundary, 4 is 25 quid, 6 is £50. They'll be going straight to the South West Air Ambulance as well. So great partnership with Trade Nation. Brilliant that so many local charities are benefiting from this, and hopefully the players play ball tonight and a few of these big sixes are whacked into these boards. Here's hoping.
Well, I'm delighted to be joined at pitchside by James White, who knows everything there is to know about Trade Nation. We've been talking a little bit about competitions over the course of the week. Tell us about the stream-in style competition. What can people win? What have we got up for grabs tonight?
Yeah, great. So, yeah, the whole thing about Trade Nation, they know the fans can't be at the game. So what we want to try and do is bring the entertainment back to the fans. So we've got a couple of competitions running tonight. The first one is a streaming style competition where, as we presented the other day, there's a 50-inch TV, some takeaway vouchers, some cider, some great things to win. So you can enter that. I think it's just available to enter now. If not, you can enter it for the next 3 games, and we're presenting that the day after. So that's one thing. But we've also launched a new competition tonight for anyone in the world. Basically, streaming style. Show us your photo, how you're watching the game, how you're doing it, and we're going to offer £150 in local currency. We'll get it sent to you wherever you are in the world. Pakistan. If you're watching Pakistan, watch your Baba. Enter the chance of getting it in your local currency. Just send your picture, and all you got to do is tag it, Trade Nation at Somerset CC and Streaming Style, and the money could be yours.
And to win the streaming style package with the Mahusive telly and the Mahusive pizza and the Thatchers and everything else, essentially there is a special secret phrase that you have to say when you answer the phone. Like the good old radio phone-ins of the 80s. If we phone you from a withheld number, what is the phrase that you have to shout?
You do, it's a really good point. So what we want to do is get everyone watching the stream. Somerset have done a fantastic job in bringing the stream on, and Trade Nation are proud to be partners of that. You just got to answer it with "How's that, Trade Nation?" and the telly and the goodies could be yours. So that's all you got to say. How's that, Trade Nation? And the money, if you're based in the UK, the goodies could be yours.
Fantastic. Well, obviously we saw last week the winner was a gentleman named Jordan who took receipt of his prizes recently, and you can see all the evidence of that. We're not making it up. You can see the evidence of that on our website, somersetcountycc.co.uk. Now, you know everything there is to know about Trade Nation. Tell us a little bit about what Trade Nation is. What do Trade Nation do? What are they all about? We see people on social media and things like that talking about trading and, this time next year we'll be millionaires and things like that. It's not that easy, is it? It's not just a case of tapping in some numbers and your bank account goes up.
No, I mean, look, trading is a fast-paced environment. All Trade Nation is they give people a platform to trade the financial markets. So if you want to trade about the price of oil, the price of silver, gold, whatever it is, you can go on there and trade. And Trade Nation will give you the platform to do that. A lot of people make it out as easy. It's not. And what Trade Nation are trying to do is make sure that people are really aware that, like anything, you can become good at something, build a plan, build a strategy, and you can get good at something, but you've got to be able to do the work initially for that. So what we encourage people to do is just have a look at tradenation.com, go online, have a look at there's a great set of resources around how to, trading for beginners. Just have a little look around and see what's there. It's an exciting industry, it's growing very quickly. but it's important, and Trade Nation are really committed to that in making sure it's done in the right way. And in terms of its partnership with Somerset, they've absolutely loved working with you guys, and they're really excited about what that can offer. They want to help fans understand more about trading, but also do more for the community. And I know Stuart Lane, the CEO, and the business, they're really keen to make sure that they really get to know the Somerset family and community. I've introduced them to it. I'm a Somerset boy myself, and they're loving it.
We'll talk about some of the community work and the charity work, which is an important element of what they do and what we do here. But I guess it is important that whilst there is reward available in trading, there is also a little bit of risk as well, isn't there?
Yeah, there's a massive amount of risk. And like what we always say to people is, look, you have to do everything with your eyes wide open. And what trading is about being able to make the plans, do the work, do the research, take your time, talk to the independent people that will do this. All Trade Nation want to do is give people the best platform to be able to make the decisions they want to make. We certainly don't say it's easy, it's not. And anyone that says it is, and you see these guys with Lamborghinis and flash cars, it's not that way. So, but it's one of these things that's grown fast. It's something that people are interested in. And have a look. Just go to tradenation.com. Have a little look. Have a look at some of the research there and the articles. And if you've got any questions, just get in touch with the guys. They're really open to having a conversation with anyone about what it is, what they can do, whether it's for them. I think the big thing I say is go onto the website and get in contact, and one of the team will be happy to speak to them and chat to them about what it is and what and how they can get involved if it's right for them.
What is apparent from working with Trade Nation is that it's very much like the Somerset family in that community and charity is incredibly important. We do a lot of work in the community where we can. We feel we've got a duty to be putting something back into the community where we're based. And of course, we saw with Trade Nation last week, the last match rather, £1,000 going to disability VI cricket and Super Ones in the region. Why is community and charity so important to Trade Nation?
I think when you're a company and people think potentially around the elements of this stuff, people think that it's all about them. It's not. They know that the community is everything, and for them, Trade Nation believe in working with the Somerset community. We've done some great stuff with Somerset Disability Cricket. Let's hope tonight some of the big teas are hit, so we can raise some great money for the charity tonight, which I believe is the Dorset, Somerset and Devon Air Ambulance. So let's hope we can raise some great money for them tonight.
Perfect. You mentioned the charity there. What we'll do now is we'll take a little bit of a look at the charity in question and see where this money is going to help.
Back in the studio.
Here with Somerset head coach Jason Kerr. Jason, before we get into tonight's game, 150 quid streaming style. That's in this COVID times, that'd be big money for anyone, isn't it?
I'll be putting myself forward. I'm not sure what's exactly involved, but I'll be suggesting some of the lads take the phones out to the middle with them.
Yeah, absolutely. Streaming style from the middle, 150 quid. I'll have a piece of that. But let's talk about the team news. So, no Ben Green tonight. Tom Lammonby's in. Ben's been taking a bit of a stick for his tash. Has got anything to do with that?
Unfortunately, it's nothing to do with his tash. I think we'll leave that alone for now. But unfortunately, he picked up a niggle last night in the game at Edgbaston, and for me, it's too much of a risk tonight. So, like for like swap, Tom Lammonby gets an opportunity. So it'll be exciting to see. He's in great nick. So it'll be interesting to see him in this format.
Yeah, absolutely. Recently scored his first class 100. Very exciting young player. Does that alter the balance of the side? You mentioned like for like, but Ben's bowling's been really effective, taking 4 wickets on the same wicket. We're actually playing again tonight against Glamorgan. So obviously, will his bowling be missed?
Well, I think we saw last year what Lam has brought. He had some opportunities last year, but it demonstrated that he can bowl at the death. So, and also with being left-handed, it gives us another option. The short boundary one side. So, obviously this is a change that's due to an injury, but tactically it's something that we looked at as well. So it is like for like. So we'll see how he goes tonight.
Yeah, one of the things that I find really exciting in my usual job is watching great players train and play here. Babar Azam in the Somerset side. He's back, obviously played yesterday, scoring 40 odd. It must be brilliant to have him back amongst the ranks.
Yeah, it's brilliant. To have the #1 player in the world, it's brilliant. The way he goes about it, again, he's a great example to our lads. His work ethic's phenomenal. And when you see the best in the world working that hard and playing the game the way he does, it's only, it's inspirational. So he's a great lad and a great player.
Yeah, in terms of the conditions tonight, there's potentially a little bit of rain around a bit later. I was chatting to Lewis about wanting to do the same as Tuesday night against Glamorgan and bowl first and then chase. How much does the weather a factor in those decisions at the toss?
It plays a part, but I think the reality is it's who plays the best cricket. We found a formula that's working for us, but again, it's about who bats and bowls best. So if we execute our skills like we did here in the last home game, I'm sure we'll get the right result.
Yeah, as the tournament progresses and you start looking at the table and looking at the different permutations and net run rate, points, etc., and how things are going in the other game, how difficult is it just to keep focused on what's ahead of you immediately as opposed to what you think you might need to do in terms of points to progress?
Yeah, for me, and you know me well, Snell, it's all about the process. So, I make sure the lads are grounded, we stay in the moment, we concentrate on this game. There's a lot of things outside of that we can't control, and if we spend too much energy on that, it takes away from what we're trying to do tonight. So it's a cliche, but we take it a game at a time and try and do the best we can on those games.
Yeah, absolutely. Brilliant to have the internationals back in terms of Babar and Lewis Gregory. Quick word on Lewis before we head upstairs.
Yeah, he had, for me, a really good campaign. To get that 3 games on the bounce with England. He'd obviously wanted it to have gone better with bat and ball, but it was limited opportunities with the weather and the way England played. But it's valuable experience that he can bring back here, and we saw that last night. Some of his leadership and the way he goes about it and the calmness and confidence he brings to the team is excellent.
Jason, thanks for joining us. I know you're a busy man. I know you've got a cup of coffee with your name on it to go and drink, but thanks for joining us. We're going to head to a pitch report. Here's something I did earlier. Here's something I made earlier, as they used to say on Blue Peter. We'll have a look at what the conditions are in front of us. Here we are, pitch side, a couple of hours before the start of Somerset v Birmingham. Weather conditions are slightly more unsettled tonight. There is a chance of a shower later. Hopefully the game isn't interrupted at all. We're going to use the same wicket that we used against Glamorgan, where Somerset triumphed with an 8-wicket victory. Tom Abel and James Hildreth leading Somerset home. And let's just take a look at what conditions we've got in store tonight. As I mentioned, it's the same wicket. It's going to get a cut and a roll before we start, but it's pretty hard, pretty firm. The feedback was it was a little bit slow, but there still should be decent pace and bounce. And the boundaries, 60 yards one side, 57 yards the other, plus 59 straight, 57 the other direction. Yeah, fairly short, so the batters will be looking to play their shots as much as they can. Yeah, join us in a bit, looking forward to the action.
Yeah, looking forward to it. You can see there the Somerset players getting ready. They've won the toss, elected to bowl again. They seem to like chasing Somerset team in 2020, which is interesting. They're hoping to keep Birmingham to a pretty low score here. Let's just run through the teams for you. We've got these confirmed now. The Somerset side openers will be, as it was in the last game, Babar Azam and Steve Davies, who's the wicket-keeper, top scorer for Somerset from yesterday's game. James Hildreth and Tom Abel at 3 and 4. Eddie Byram and Lewis Gregory expected at 5 and 6. Lewis Gregory captaining again today. Tom Lammonby comes in for Ben Green, who we heard from Jason Kerr. There's picked up a bit of an injury. And we'll have Roloff van der Merwe, Josh Davey, Ollie Sale and Max Waller making up the rest of the Somerset side. A quick look at Birmingham for you as well. Ed Pollock and Ian Bell in that side. Adam Hose, the former Somerset player, also included in the Birmingham Bears team tonight. Will Rhodes captains the side with Michael Burgess as their wicket-keeper. Tim Bresnan, new signing from Yorkshire. He'll be appearing for the Birmingham Bears this evening. Henry Brooks, Ollie Stone, who is a very highly regarded fast bowler. He's been in the England squads before. He's playing. Jake Lintott, who is from the Somerset Academy. We'll talk more about him a little bit later on throughout the innings, I'm sure. And Jeetan Patel, their spinner, making up the Birmingham Bears squad. So that is how things are shaping up here at Taunton. The floodlights are on. The pitch has been cleared. We can see there the Somerset players in their makeshift pavilion, which is the Colin Atkinson pavilion. No longer do the teams come out of the Andy Caddick pavilion. This is going back to the old days, the glory days of Somerset back in the late 70s, early 80s, where they used to come out, Viv Richards and Ian Botham and that lot coming out of the that area, that pavilion down there. But that's where they will be this very evening for you on the T20. It's Charlie Taylor here, Steve Snell alongside me. We'll get talking to him as well, find out how things are looking. You've had a look at the pitch we saw there. You reckon it's about similar? It's the same pitch? Is it looking the same way as it did a few nights ago?
Yeah, it's looking very similar. Hopefully you can get me loud and clear there, Charlie. But it's looking very similar. I don't think there's going to be an awful lot of variance in the conditions from what we saw the other night. I think the only thing to mention is just that the weather forecast, there is a potential for some showers later on. So hopefully that doesn't intervene too much. But, Somerset, they're seeming very confident about how things are going. And also, they've got a very talented squad. It's been, enhanced by Baba Azam joining the squad, and also from Lewis Gregory's perspective, the skipper's back, and I think Somerset will be pretty confident. I think the one thing in T20 cricket, if you get on a roll, you gain some momentum. You go out there, you're batting with confidence, you're playing with confidence, and I think it becomes easier to take those calculated risks when you're feeling good about your cricket. Equally, from a fielding perspective, you're underneath that high ball, you've got that catch on the boundary. If you're looking to do something brilliant when you're feeling good about yourself, it's like being at a local bar, isn't it? With your friends, and you're telling a story. If your friends are into it and they're enjoying it, then you're more likely to embellish a little bit more and get everybody playing along. But I'm absolutely delighted to be here, and I think Somerset are in good shape tonight.
Yeah, I couldn't disagree with anything that you said there. Absolutely great. The only thing I'm worried about here, Steve, is that we had Chino watch going on commentary cam on Tuesday night. You've let us down on the Chino front today. You're back in your jeans.
Well, I have to. I need to have a bit of a chat with Gordon Holland, so that the chief executive, as I'm doing this as a labour of love. But one of the things, as Polly, our scorer, just brings us some team sheets, I need to have a bit of chat with him about a wardrobe budget. Went and bought another nice pair of jeans, and I'm still getting slaughtered for that from everybody else. But I think we'll bring some extravagant flowery shirts out. I think next time we need to have a word with Trade Nation. Maybe they can expand on something with a little bit more colour for us.
I'd love to see that. The Hawaiian shirts, even in the cold September nights, as
I think you can pull it off, Charlie. That's probably more your style than me,
I tell you, I'd love a flowery shirt. That'd be great. So that we'll keep an eye on Gene's watch. No Chinos tonight. Maybe he can surprise us. We're back here next week, aren't we, for the next home game?
We've got some of these bobble hats here, Charlie. If I just put one of them on, just looking a bit silly, but I think they are available in the Somerset shop.
Give us a spin. Look at that Somerset CCC as well around the outside. Very nice stuff. You can pick those up.
Early plug for the Somerset shop, which I think these are available online. But it's a little bit too warm for those.
Oh, great stuff. Anyway, the players are taken to the field. We've got to move off your modelling career there, Steve. It was going well. But cricket is far more interesting, I think we'll all agree. So the players taking to the field, Somerset winning the toss, choosing to have a bowl. It is live commentary being brought to you here on Somerset's website alongside Trade Nation. Find out more, tradenation.com. We've got the Birmingham Bears batsmen coming to the crease. Ian Bell and Ed Pollock will start us off this evening. Great to see a name like Ian Bell still playing county cricket. He's a bit like Birmingham's or Warwickshire's Trescothick, isn't he, Ian Bell?
Yeah, he's even great to watch in the nets. I was watching him warming up, and he's absolutely sumptuous cover drives. He absolutely belts the ball without hitting. Almost a kind of, you see where Tom Abel against Glamorgan the other night, his 74 runs which he stroked. Ian Bell is almost the epitome of perfection as a batsman. You'd aspire to be like him as a batter. But it's been strange, maybe a few injuries floating around, but Birmingham have chopped and changed their batting order over the course of the competition, which may be indicative of where they are with 2 losses already. So I think we can't understate what an important match it is for Birmingham tonight. They need to win this game to get back in the competition. Somerset will be looking upwards at Gloucestershire and Northants and looking how they can topple them, but Birmingham will be looking at how can they get into this competition. Still plenty of cricket left in the Vitality Blast, but if you get on that losing roll, we're saying with that confidence momentum, it becomes very difficult to shift.
Well, it will be Max Waller to get us going like it was on Tuesday night. He's bowling to Pollock, and it's an LBW shout. Never really that convincing. He got a wicket on his second ball, nearly got one on his first there, improving Max Waller, but it's given not out. And the game starting here, it's no runs for no loss. You're joining us on the Somerset County Cricket Club feed of their live stream with Trade Nation. Waller in again. This one just pushed forwards. There'll be no run there either. Good tight start so far from Max Waller.
Yeah, Max Waller's made something happen, hasn't he, in terms of the last couple of last couple of games, he's creating wicket-taking chances early on in the innings, and yeah, hopefully this will be no different. Ed Pollock, who's on strike, he's a dangerous customer, and you know, I've seen him play some absolute ferocious innings in the past, and I think he's somebody that Somerset is definitely looking to remove as soon as they can. And Max Waller's making a change to the field already. Had a slip in to start with, which was James Hildreth, and he's just been moved to short fine leg, and Baba Azam is just being moved around to short mid wicket. Great to see him back out there for Somerset tonight as Waller is in again, and Pollock loops one up. It goes to short third man with Davy Fields, and there's no run. The longer, as we saw the other day in the game against Glamorgan here, the longer you can quell the flow of boundaries, the more pressure it creates on the batters, the more risk they take, the more errors are likely to happen, and the more wickets Somerset are likely to get.
Well, this is fantastic stuff from Waller already. It's 1 over of a power play. That first over, it's so important. With 4 balls in, Pollock yet to get off the mark. Birmingham Bears yet to score a run. Steve Davies right up close to the stumps here. As Waller comes in again over the wicket. This one just started in a bit quicker. Again, a dot ball. It'll be Baba Azam doing the fielding there. And there's no run. Somerset really quick on their fielding. Just keeping that pressure on. So, can we get a maiden to start? This would be fantastic. Max Waller in. Pollock knows he has to score runs, and he is going to scramble one through here. There's a chance for a run out, but not quite cleanly fielded from Lewis Gregory. And it's just a single from the first over. Steve, what a start.
Yeah, great over from Max Waller. It's one of those things in T20 cricket. It's become a fairly popular fad to have a spinner bowl in the first over, and at times it's almost something that happens just as a matter of course these days, rather than some real thought behind it. But Max Waller's making himself somewhat an expert in that over, almost as a specialist power play spin bowler, and he's showing that not only can he take wickets the other night, today he's been really effective. Almost becomes a 19 over innings this for Birmingham, and Somerset will be really happy with that start.
Yeah, fantastic work. Do keep your setups coming in. We'd love to see how you're watching tonight. Thank you to Stephen, who's been in touch. Make sure you tag at It's Trade Nation if you're doing it on Twitter, at Somerset CCC, and put hashtag streaming style in your tweet. We'll keep an eye on those. And the best setup, this is amazing. The best, all you've got to do is send a picture. Best setup, 150 quid in any currency, not just in the UK. Wherever you're watching, you can get 150 quid's worth of money. Cash in your currency. Gregory will start a new over. This one is edged. It'll go through to the third man. There'll be a single here. Ollie Stone in a good position there. Wide third man. And there's just a single from it. 2 for no loss.
Yeah, 150 quid, quite extraordinary. I was mentioning to Jason Kerr there at the coach interview before the game, and he was saying a couple of lads might be just sneaking a camera out there just to take a couple of pictures from the middle. 150 quid. That's absolutely superb from Trade Nation, and some may say that a Somerset shirt, which is also up for grabs, may be worth more than £150. Not everything in life has a monetary value to it, Charlie, does it? But yeah, absolutely. People are absolutely all over that. Hoping to see some creative streaming. I know the England game is on tonight as well, but yeah, I'm sure people will be all over their cricket on a Friday night. There'll be some partners who aren't keen on cricket who may be widowed to the cricket tonight.
Well, I've got a tweet here from Robert who says, my wife's insisting we watch England on the telly, but Somerset are well and truly going on the iPad with It's Trade Nation. As in comes Lewis Gregory over the wicket. This one just hit straight down by Ian Bell. That's a pretty ugly shot for someone we know can hit beautiful cricket shots. That one not scoring a run there. So yes, Robert says, my wife's insisting we watch England on the telly. We've got Somerset on the iPad. Please let JJ Fingertoes, I guess that's Robert's wife, know that Charlie and Steve need to be on the big screen. Quite right.
Yeah, getting enough stick just being on the small screen, Charlie. I'm not sure about the big screen. It's Lewis Gregory again, approaching from the Marcus Trescothick stand end, or pavilion end, I beg your pardon. And it's well fielded by Tom Lammerby at backward point. It was interesting. I was in a conversation earlier just about how T20 cricket is going, and actually whether or not it's the bashers v the blockers, and actually we're talking about the smartness of cricketer. Is the cricketer that's most successful? Ian Bell, you'd suggest, is one of the smartest cricketers around, and he's batting with almost somebody with the opposite intention, someone like Ed Pollock at the other end. A lot of violence on show from him and his stroke players, as Gregory is again. He's back of a length. There's a catch back. Ian Bell's taken a leading edge. He was looking to work that to the onside for no more than a couple. Maybe the slowness of the pitch was highlighted there. He went straight back to Lewis Gregory. We're going to see a replay of that now. He took a simple return catch, nowhere near as athletic as Josh Davies' return catch yesterday. Just see the ball just seam away slightly with Bell looking to turn it to the onside. Somerset captain Gregory flicks the ball aloft socially distant celebration, the foot fives, the knee taps, air fives, whatever you want to call it. Somerset are doing really well here. Bears 2 for 1. Ian Bell goes for 0.
What a start. And it was that pressure from that first over. I'm sure that Bell is now thinking only 2 runs on the board. We're already 10 balls in, or 9 balls before that one was bowled. And that's pressure, that's T20 pressure. You have to score runs, you can't let, especially in a power play, you can't let that build up, and it's forced the error there. Lewis Gregory taking what is really quite a simple catch. Like you say, that one from Josh Davey yesterday was pretty special. The camera's enjoying that one, and I'm sure Josh will enjoy watching it back. But great start. Ian Bell has gone, and it brings former Somerset man Adam Hose to the crease.
Yeah, Adam Hose, somebody who I know an awful lot about. He's a fellow Isle of Wighter, as I grew up there myself, and came through the ranks at Hampshire before joining the MCC Young Cricketers, and then joining Somerset and took the move to the Birmingham Bears a couple of years ago now, fully established with the Birmingham Bears as Gregory is in, beats the outside edge of Hose. And Adam Hose is fairly good friends with a huge number of the Somerset staff. He's a very affable young man, top bloke, also a good player. But yeah, there'll be some bragging rights out there on show for sure, and Adam will be looking to get one over Lewis. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, look at that, just bringing the bat inside. I think we'll give him a bit of a benefit there. Adam Hose deciding to play inside the line, something we used to see a lot from Trescothick when he was playing here. Gregory over the wicket, and there's a chance there for a catch. He's got another one in the over. It's down the leg side, taking an edge. Davies does the rest of the work, and Somerset are all over Birmingham here. It's 2 for 2. Hose has gone. Let's take another look at that one as Gregory came in. He's already had one in the over, down the leg side. Yeah, it sort of brings, it's almost on his body there, Adam Hose, and he's managed to tap it and get it through to Steve Davies behind him. He'll be disappointed. Of course, we're not even 2 overs in. Somerset got Birmingham Bears 2 for 2.
Yeah, two wickets in the over for Gregory. We talked about T20 cricket, how important it is to play with confidence. And when you're a side that have been losing, lost the last couple of games, Birmingham, it's not easy then in the dressing room when you're 2 for 2. It's tricky just going out to bat knowing that the onus is now on you. So wickets in the power play tend to hurt most teams, and I don't think that'll be any different from what we're seeing. But Gregory, 2 wickets in the over. What a return to the county ground from him. He was saying when I spoke to him earlier, he was looking forward to getting back out there, and certainly it's been a happy return so far. Not so happy for Adam Hose, who departs without score, and I'm sure he'll be hugely disappointed. But that's mother cricket, unfortunately. Some days it's your day, other days, as every other cricketer in the world knows about, and then unfortunately you're on your way to the pavilion. But Somerset in great shape here. Warwickshire, or Birmingham I should say, Birmingham Bears 2 for 2.
What an over from Lewis Gregory, who after that his figures are 2 wickets for 1 run from his over. I mean, you can't ask for much better than that from an over, can you? 2 wickets and just the 1 run leaked. Birmingham 2 for 2. I tell you what I'm loving on these setups that you're showing us how you're watching, whether you've got it on your TV or your computer, is all the pets involved as well. It'll be Ollie Sale from the river end, this one down the leg side as well, but it does hit the pad on the way through, so it won't be given as a wide. It did look, the bat followed the ball a bit there. I wondered whether we might see a finger raised from Ian Blackwell. But no such luck for Somerset. Ollie Sale will return to his mark. But we've got a pet here from Lord Lupin. I'm not good at dog breeds. It looks like some kind of spaniel, but don't quote me on that. So dogs, cats, what else have you got watching the cricket at home? Make sure you hashtag Streaming Style and tag in Trade Nation and Somerset. This is a big shot here from Ed Pollock. There's a call of catch it. I think there's no chance of that. It's gone well over the boundary. Babar Azam was watching it over the boundary edge there. So the first boundary, it's a 6, and that means £50 will be donated to Somerset, Dorset and Devon Air Ambulances. Let's take another look at that one. Ollie Sale coming in and just nicely played onto the leg side by Ed Pollock there, timing it really sweetly. And he moves up to 8, and it's Hayne at the other end yet to score, the new batsman coming in the last over. Birmingham Bears 8 for 2. Ollie Sale coming back in from the river end. This one is clipped again nicely. This one into the offside now by Pollock. A dangerous player. And that's consecutive boundaries. He scores 4 there. And that one, just to recap, 6s are worth 50 quid. 4s are worth 25 quid for the chosen charity, the Somerset and Dorset, as well as the Devon Air Ambulances. Pollock looking in good shape now.
Yeah, he's a very talented young player indeed. And not only that, but actually, without knowingly, or maybe he does know, he's just donated £75 to charity with the last 2 shots. So yeah, he's getting runs for himself and donating to a worthy cause as well. As Ollie Sale again. We're going to try and get a bit of a poll going on Ollie Sale tonight as he beats the outside edge of Pollock. If Ben, our social media manager, is listening, want to get a bit of a poll going with Ollie Sale, whether he looks most like Bjorn Borg, Legolas from Lord of the Rings, Wagner from X Factor. I don't know if you remember Wagner from a while ago, and yeah, there's somebody I'm missing. I think Thor as well from Chris Hemsworth. So
Kylie, is that
Kylie? Maybe Ben, if you can mock something up on a Twitter poll, we can have a bit of a Twitter poll about Ollie Sale as he's in again. Good pace this time. The ball's up in the air. Tom Abel's after it at mid wicket. He's not going to get it. He pulls the ball in. Pollock slips at the non-striker's end. He's now flat on his face as Tom Abel returns the ball. Luckily, it didn't land on Pollock's back. But yeah, if we can get something going, a bit of a Twitter poll. We haven't got Ben Green's moustache to rib tonight, but let's have a bit of a Twitter poll on Ollie Sale's lookalike. I know he's been getting a bit of stick off the last couple of days, and also he's become very visible because he's bowling particularly quickly. He was wanging them down last night, so 87, 88 miles an hour, and there's certainly not too many young English bowlers bowling with that pace, so it must be hugely exciting for the Somerset coaches and indeed the wider cricketing fraternity to watch somebody like that. He has had an interesting journey, Ollie. He's had lots of injuries over the course of the last 3 or 4 years, but within that time he's also had some scope to work on his white ball only skills. So he's been practicing his Yorkers, slower balls, as that ball's just inside edge from Sam Hain, who got his own international aspirations of his own, particularly successful in 50 over cricket. As we're going to have a bit of a video on Ollie Sale, like what we're seeing there.
He-Man on there.
Legolas from Lord of the Rings. Chris Hemsworth on the left of the screen. And Gareth Bale as well, resembling his hedgehog hair as well.
Love
so
that.
Maybe if Ben could get a Twitter poll going. And if you've got long hair yourself, feel free to send a pic of it doing the kind of Vidal Sassoon shake it off. But more importantly, as I was saying there, Ollie's had time over the last couple of years to really work on his death bowling skills, slower balls and bouncers. So yeah, he's what's almost could be known as a T20 specialist already, which is the onset of his career. But Lewis Gregory is in again. It's 13 for 2 here. The Bears, we're into the 4th over.
This one just attempted drive, but mistiming it there. Pollock stays on 13. What I love about that video is it's given us a no ball there, an overstep by the look of it. Lewis Gregory is just remarking his foot position on the crease, giving us a free hit now, so we will see a free hit. I don't think we saw a single free hit on Tuesday night while we were here. Can't remember one.
Seems like a lifetime ago, Charlie.
Yeah,
doesn't
it does.
Tuesday night. There's been at least 17 games of T20 cricket since then.
I must admit, I've been watching and listening to loads. I just lap it all up when the T20's on. This is a free hit then, Lewis Gregory in, and great big slog drive from the batsman Pollock, who will take 6 for that one on a free hit. The score moves to 21 for 2. Let's take another look at that one. He's timed that pretty nicely.
The slog drive. I've never heard the terminology, a slog drive. That should definitely be in the MCC coaching manual, that replay there. Let's bring that to cricket terminology around the world.
It's like a golf swing, that one. In comes Gregory again. Trying a similar thing, cutting it backwards of square on the offside here. And it's just a single. Gregory replying nicely after that 6.
It's good to see Pollock still going so hard in the power play. I think one of the my kind of observations of Glamorgan the other day, I didn't think they really came at Somerset during the power play, and certainly when there's a short boundary and some weather around later, I think it's vitally important that you keep the game moving forward, and Pollock is going to do that. He's the type of player, he's got 20 already, he's moving at a rate of knots, faced just 15 balls. He's somebody, he's not afraid to take a risk and knows he's going to perish at some point. Gregory in again, this time to Hain, who's still on naught, and he works that away classically. Good timing off his hips. Ball's going to race away past the outstretched Babar Azam for 4, just in front of the scoreboard to the right of the Colin Atkinson pavilion, as we look from the Marcus Trescothick pavilion ourselves, and takes the Bears on to 26 for 2. Hain is off the mark, just showing some evidence there of why he's revered as a potential international of the future.
Yeah, he's got great skills, not just in white ball cricket, in red ball as well. Thank you. One of the outcomes of Tuesday night's match was that Ben Green's moustache got his own Twitter account. He's tweeted a fantastic start for Somerset so far. Ben Green isn't even playing in this match, picked up a niggle in the last 24 hours as Gregory's in over the wicket. And this one, it's come off a pad. There's a sort of half appeal. I think Gregory realised that wasn't going to get given, but you heard the screams from the Somerset players. It's 26 for 2. Thank you to Abby, who's sent us a picture of Ziva and Inky, her 2 dogs, watching the stream. I love this. The pets you're with on your Friday night watching the cricket with.
I was going to mention, I see your dogs and cats, and I'm going to raise you, obviously bearing in mind with the world wildlife restrictions, but if anybody's got any kind of slightly more exotic pets, any crocodiles in your garden or any kind of exotic animals, then feel free to tag them in as well.
Oh, it looks like it's beaten the bat on the inside, possibly. Let's
well, we're on that note, Charlie, sorry to interrupt. It would be just good to chat about some of the initiatives we've got going tonight. So we've mentioned that the streaming style hashtag, there's a chance to win £150. First prize, a Somerset shirt, and £50. So 3 prizes on offer by showing us your setup in terms of where you are. So use the hashtag streaming style. Send us a picture on Twitter, especially. I think we're using that medium most, as Lewis Gregory is in this time again to Sam Hain. Hain's down the wicket and he whacks it over the top of extra cover for a boundary. Super shot there from Hain, using his feet and being aggressive in the power play. It's the end of the over. It's 30 for 2. Hain on 8. Let's just have another look here as Gregory doesn't do an awful lot wrong with this ball. Hain advances down the wicket late. Gregory's got no time to adjust and blitzes the ball over cover. But just coming back to the competition, so use the hashtag streaming style. Show us where you are, what you're up to, and equally, as well as the monetary cash prize, £150 in any currency. We've also got a competition where you can win a 50-inch flat screen TV, some Thatchers, and a load of pizza.
I mean, what could be better than that? The ways that then you could stream everything you're hearing now and watching now. You can stream it on the 50-inch TV. That does sound good.
Happy days. So go to the Somerset website to enter that competition, and then also we'll be announcing the winner of the pizza, the TV, and the Thatchers at halfway, and then later on in the show we'll be announcing who's won the cold hard cash.
And we'll ring someone up. We will ring someone up at the interval. You've got to make sure that you use the right phrase when you pick up the phone. As Josh Davey comes on for his first over. This one, it's edged. It's a big attempt at it, and it will be taken. It's Hildreth underneath it. It's another wicket. It's Josh Davies' first ball, and it brings a wicket. It was a huge slog from Pollock, trying to really up the rate here. They know that they're slightly behind with those 2 wickets down. We've got a replay for you. Let's take a look. Josh Davey in. Yeah, it's just come off a thick edge there. Goes behind him, not where he was looking to play it. And Hildreth down on one knee, takes the catch. Safe hands there. And Birmingham Bears are 30 for 3.
Yeah, nice safe catch that from Hildreth. Pollock, huge wicket for Somerset. He's somebody who can dismantle attacks within the space of 3 or 4 overs. Removing him for 20 is massive for Somerset. James Hildreth, an experienced hand, went reverse cup down at third man with that. The ball was up into the lights. It's not too dark here yet, so actually the contrast between light to dark, between the light and the black deep sky wasn't there, so he still had a few clouds you could line the ball up from, which sounds ridiculous, but actually when there's a big dark sky it's really hard to see the depth of the ball, same as when there's a big deep blue sky with no clouds. And James Hildreth made that look very simple indeed. They did an awful lot of practice, the Somerset boys, with the assistant coach Paul Tweddle. He's a big strong lad, he's in the gym all the time, that's why, but he's hitting massive catches high up into the night, and the guys certainly been practicing those really hard. But another new face, Will Rhodes is in now, so that right-hand, left-hand combination remains for the Bears, but they're in big trouble here, Charlie, in the 5th over. 30 for 3. Somerset, every game so far, they've taken early wickets.
Yeah, and that's been fantastic way for Somerset to start off these games. They just brought a slip in now. James Hildreth being moved into a slip position with Sam Hain on strike. This one just pushed forwards. They think about a single. It's turned down. There's some great fielding. Max Waller on the end of that one. So Somerset, really strong start. Again, just like what we saw against Glamorgan. Similarly, when they were bowling against Worcestershire, consistently taking those wickets, not letting any big partnerships really get going, although there was a little bit against Worcestershire towards the end. But consistently taking wickets, dangerous bowling, good fielding. Birmingham Bears really under pressure here as Josh Davey turns and runs in again from the river end. And this one just flicks off the leg side. It'll be Ollie Sale who does the fielding nicely there. Just a single added.
Yeah, just going to go through a few tweets, Charlie. So Carl Bishop is streaming his style, watching it together while cooking. Lovely picture there from Carl. Thanks for that. The Somerset Red stands looking out for his favourite player, Ruloff, in the summer house. Absolutely brilliant. There's almost one from Anchorman, wrong burgundy, that's not him. Sophie's watching Somerset CC while in the hot tub, streaming style. That looks particularly plush, Sophie. Don't know where you are in the world. Robert Rugman, watching from Greece. Come on, you Ciderman. Yamas, he says. Absolutely fantastic. Some superb pictures coming in. Josh Newman, Saturday night sorted, watching Somerset cricket and its Trade Nation, producing great coverage. Plus Tom Banton doing it for England cricket, as well as Josh Davey bowls a dot ball to Will Rhodes. Brian the Cat's liking every tweet that moves, which is good to see as well. I know he was particularly engaged after my big news the other night.
You said he was pregnant?
Yeah, he's not pregnant.
He's not pregnant.
Faisal, loving watching the match. Big thanks to Somerset CC and Trade Nation. Alan's on his bike while delivering food to the residents of Taunton. Well done, Alan. It's great to see you watching the cricket and doing some public service as well. Feel free to bring Charlie and myself some food as well. It's Davey in again to Rhodes, who defends on the offside again. Not much intent here from Rhodes, and it's another dot ball. We'll just do a couple more tweets, Charlie. We've got Dan Hilda, his boys' first cricket watching experience with Trade Nation and Somerset CC. Great to watch. Hopefully we do it justice for you, Dan. We're trying not to have too much banter about Legolas Ollie Sale, but we might just scope a little bit in. Josh Newman, we mentioned him already, and Hamza Shahid, when you've got exams coming up but cricket is your first love. That's a whistle-stop tour of Twitter so far.
In comes Davey, and this one is fired back down the ground. That's going to be 4 through long on. Nice shot from Will Rhodes there, and that takes him up to 4. The score 35 for 3. End of a good over from Josh Davey. A wicket in there. 35 for 3. Quick update on what's going on elsewhere. England taking on Australia in the first T20 at Southampton. The score 88 for 3 after 11 overs and 1 ball. Banton out for just 8 runs, so not working for him. He did score a 4 in that. Josh Butler was out for 44. We'll keep you up to date with it. But here at Taunton, the Birmingham Bears 35 for 3 after 5 overs. This is the last over of the power play. It's going to be bowled by Ollie Sale, Legolas himself.
Yeah, just a reminder, we've got the Trade Nation targets up tonight, so £250. I'm going to say the South West Air Ambulance, because the regions are a bit of a mouthful for me. Charlie Taylor, award-winning broadcaster, far sharper a vocalist than myself, but if they get hit, the £250 immediately donated. We saw that Trade Nation donated £1,000 to Somerset Disability Cricket on Tuesday night, which I know was greatly and warmly appreciated by not only Somerset Disability Cricket, by the players who are very passionate about that cause. As Ollie Sale hits him on the pad, it's a shy at the stumps by Josh Davey. That's a leg by there to Sam Hain. Also, worth mentioning, it's £25 for a boundary to the South West Air Ambulance, £50 for a 6. So we're hoping for an action-packed, boundary-laden evening tonight, Charlie, aren't we?
Well, the way it started, again, it's worrying me here, Steve, at the moment, but still plenty of time for that to change. The problem is, on a low, if you're only chasing a low total, then you tend not to take quite so many risks with the 6s, although there were a few hit. Fingers crossed we can see some of those Trade Nation boards hit. 250 quid straight off for the Dorset and Somerset Air Ambulance, as well as the Devon Air Ambulance, as Ollie Sale is back in from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion, and they'll sneak through for a single to third man here, and the score moves up to 37 for 3. We've got 4 balls left in the power play.
Yeah, so not only that are we raising money for charity tonight, we've also got a competition we mentioned as well with Streaming Star, with It's Trade Nation. You may be getting a phone call from Charlie Taylor if you have entered our competition on the website, and there is a key word, isn't there, Charlie? When Charlie calls, it will be from a private number. It won't be somebody trying to sell you PPI or whatever, income protection, or somebody you don't want to hear from. It'll be Charlie Taylor, who's trying to offer you a flat screen TV, some pizza and some Thatchers. That one, ball is hit away from Ollie Sale by Sam Hain for 6. We're going to see a replay of that in a minute. Slightly offline short ball by Ollie that time, and Hain was into position quickly. Wasn't too hurried by the pace of Sale and flicked the ball away for 6. But yeah, Charlie Taylor's going to tell you. So you go onto the Somerset website, you enter the competition, you may get a call from Charlie, and what do they need to say to win the prize, Charlie?
It needs to be the first thing you say when you pick up. So we can't have any small talk. The thing you've got to say is, how's that Trade Nation? How's that Trade Nation? Pick up the phone, even if it turns out to be your mum or any, it doesn't matter if you may as well say it. Pick up the phone. If you hear your phone ringing during the interval and you've entered this competition, pick it up. Make sure the first thing you say when you pick up is, how's that Trade Nation? Ollie Sale coming in after that 4. What can he reply with? It's a better ball this time. Just the single as it's hit towards backwards square leg for just the 1 run. 44 for 3.
Yes, we certainly try not to labour the point too much, but we go, how's that, Trade Nation? As just look on the screen is Josh Davies' wicket of Pollock. Ball just gripping away from the left-handed Pollock. Just a little bit of grip on the surface. Davey potentially running his fingers over the ball, and Pollock can see they're looking anxiously as the ball goes up and spirals towards James Hildreth, who took an easy catch in the end. As Sale is in again, this ball is crunched by Rhodes, who chastises himself at the crease. There's no run, fielded not cleanly by Eddie Barham in the ring, but just going to come back to this. So you answer the phone from Charlie Taylor. How's that, Trade Nation, after you've applied via the website? Also send in your hashtag streaming style for a chance to win £150 in cash in any currency, a Somerset shirt, or £50. So plenty to be won tonight, but it's a T20. Points are up for grabs for Somerset as Ollie Sale digs one in to Will Rhodes. It looks a sharp rising delivery that, and Rhodes gets a single. We're mentioning all these initiatives, but of course, out on the field tonight, both teams have got all to play for. Somerset's a vital match tonight, Charlie, isn't it? Need to keep up the pressure on Gloucestershire. Northampton, who seemingly running away with the group at the top.
Yeah, it's tough already in this group. Northamptonshire getting off to a really great start in the table, and it's Gloucestershire as well, also doing pretty well. So just to recap, Somerset currently third in the group. They've played one less game than Northamptonshire and Gloucestershire. Somerset are on 5 points, Gloucestershire on 7, Northamptonshire Steelbacks on 9. So can't afford to let that gap stay like that. They'll want to move up, join Gloucestershire on 7 points tonight. We'll see how that all turns out. But the way things have started after the power play, 45 for 3, and as a bowling side, especially after winning the toss, putting them in, be pretty happy with that. 3 wickets in the power plays was always a good thing to look for.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom Lammerby into the attack now. Young Tom Lammerby, actually quite bizarrely ended up just having an informal coffee with Tom earlier, chatting about the game, and he's in a really good place with his cricket at the moment. He's in this time, and he's pulled away by Rhodes in front of square to Babar Azam. Hopefully we've got loads of people from Pakistan joining us tonight watching Babar Azam. That would be awesome. Great to see you. Assalamu alaikum to everybody who is watching around the world as well. Brilliant to have you with us, myself and Charlie Taylor. Mentioning regarding the £150 on offer, if you're feeling generous as well, don't keep that to yourself. Tell your friends and family, retweet your mates, tag them in it. There could be somebody who really needs that £150 that, as a consequence of your retweet and your involvement, actually may make the difference to them.
Been told it's 32,000 rupees in Pakistan, so it's definitely worth winning.
Lammerby in again this time, pulled away by Hayne, didn't quite time it. Goes to Roelof van der Merwe on the boundary. Quite a short leg side boundary. It wasn't really affected the other day in the game, but I'm told by the grounds it's 57 yards to that side and 59 yards to the other, and straight the dimensions of the ground around sort of 58, 59 yards straight. So not huge boundaries at all, but apart from one massive strike from Ed Pollock, we haven't really seen anybody utilise them yet.
It's interesting, yesterday at Edgbaston we saw an even shorter boundary than the 57 yards as Lammerby's in again. This one is pulled round into the leg side by Will Rhodes, just the single from it, and it had quite a big impact on the game. I think that short boundary, bowlers trying to maybe affect themselves too much to try and take the batsman, or take that option away from them. We saw some pretty wayward bowling, not Worcestershire in particular. One bowler taking out the attack, Ed Barnard, but also Pat Brown, who's international quality, bowling pretty badly in one over. As Lamby's in again, this one hits Hayne on the head. He takes his helmet off straight away, and on comes the physio pretty quickly. He's on his feet, walking down the wicket.
Let's take another look again. Now, it looked like a cutter from Lammerby, left arm over the wicket, ball digging into the surface, and yeah, just all the pace taken out of the ball. And as per the concussion protocols these days, the physios are out there. They'll be asking a few inane questions like how they got to the ground today, what they've had for breakfast, what their wife's name is, what colour socks they're wearing, which most people actually is quite a tough question to ask, because people tend to remember that too easily. And then, but you know, I jest, but that's actually, I think, a really important adjustment to the game these days, that it's just not taken for granted that people say that they're okay. So these concussion protocols are taken really seriously.
I was speaking to George Bartlett, who had to be substituted in the first Bob Willis Trophy game after being hit on the head, and he was saying one of the questions he was asked was, can you list the months in backwards order, starting in December, working your way back to January, which actually is quite a tough thing to do. You've got to think before you say every single one, which I guess is the point. But those sorts of questions give a good indication, I guess. And it looks like Sam Hain here fit to continue, which is good news. 48 for 3 in the 7th over.
I do remember Peter Trigo getting hit at training a couple of years ago, and before the physio, he'd even had a chance to get out there. He was just shouting at A, B, C, D, E, F, G, H, I, J, K, L, M, N, O, P, just to try and prevent the physio from coming onto the ground, which was quite humorous. One of the more effervescent characters in county cricket, Peter Trigo. Definitely his humour and skill is missed down here as Lammerby bowls a solid back of a length ball, which Hain still kind of potentially just adjusting his helmet. Kept the same helmet, it looked like, but can't have been too big a blow. Tom Lammerby not quite as sharp as somebody like Ollie Sell, so maybe not too much damage has been done there. But nonetheless, this is tidy stuff from him. 48 for 3, last ball of the over. As Hain this time was on the pull shot, the ball hits him hard on the thigh, and he looks suspiciously at the pitch as the ball's not quite coming on as he would like it, but it's a dot ball for Lammerby, and dot balls are absolutely gold in T20 cricket.
So in all T20 matches here in Taunton, the overall scoring rate is nearly 9 and over. So looking at that, no other grounds from the 80 venues that have hosted at least 40 matches have got a higher scoring rate. Now, there's a couple of things down to that. I think that there's the groundsman deserves a bit of praise for creating great batting wickets, which is sort of what you want to see. I know bowlers will disagree with that, but you really want to see some runs. That's what crowds come here to see, is massive sixes being hit. But also, I guess the smaller boundaries help with that. Also, there have been some huge attacking players, the likes of Babar Azam, who's helpful in that, Chris Gale, even people like Marcus Trescothick, who used to crash some fantastic cover drives for 4 in his T20 career. As Max Waller will start his second over. This one is clipped into the leg side, just gently, and the single added to Rhodes' total. It takes them to 49 for 3, the Birmingham Bears. But that's quite an amazing stat. The Taunton ground is the highest scoring rate of any venue to host 40 matches or more in T20s.
Well, I know that Chris Gale is the fastest person ever to get to 5,000 T20 runs, and he played here for a while. He got some of his runs in, not all of them. And Babar Azam, I'm led to believe, is 20 runs away from that landmark, and he could supersede Chris Gale as the fastest man ever to do that. So I think that's a really interesting parallel, that actually both of them have played T20 cricket at Somerset. It must be quite an attractive proposition for those players.
Yeah, well, someone like Chris Gale, this ground is quite small. The sixes he was hitting, and I saw quite a few of those games he played here, as Waller's over the wicket again. That one does look like it gripped a bit. Actually, it bounced, just coming off an edge, inside edge of the bat there. And there's just the single added.
We'll go through a few more tweets. Charlie, streaming star, Mustafa Nivolis, watching Somerset CC with my daughter on our phones. Great picture, Mustafa. Thanks for that. What else we got? Tom watching live while watching the stream, the cricket, watching 2 games of cricket there. Gemma Harrington's out for a birthday treat. She's out for dinner, but still watching Somerset on her phone on the live stream. That's commitment. Tom Russell, he's got the marigolds on, doing the washing up with the computer next to it. That's brilliant to see as well. Got all kinds of people sending pictures on. Abby Slade, Dad is practicing. He's got the streaming style. He's practicing actually his answer, how's that Trade Nation, on the video. So he's certainly someone that you could be giving a call to, Charlie, at the break, as Max Waller is in again. Slow looping leg spinner. A chance of a run out as Lewis Gregory just slides around the ball at short cover. They take a single. Steve Steer is cooking tea for the kids while streaming the game.
What's he cooking?
Blackbird, hashtag streaming style.
What is that in there? Looks like chicken, is it?
What's Hassan got? We look like Steve. We look like we need some of that up here. Yeah. Hassan is watching the stream with a broken laptop and some broken headphones. It doesn't matter when cricket is love from Pakistan for Somerset. We appreciate that, Hassan, as this time Rhodes tries to get all of it down the ground from Waller. It is a short corner down there just in front of the church, or the churchyard, and Roelof van der Merwe does the fielding. There's so many tweets to get through. Mohammed watching the match on an amazing game, waiting for Babar's batting. Hopefully he has a few runs to chase Mohammed. The tweets go on and on, but we'll give a little break for that as Max Waller's just adjusting his field. He's got a fairly orthodox T20 field. 2 men behind square on the offside, 2 men out on the deep square boundary at mid-wicket and deep square, and long on and long off, both out as well, as Waller is in this time back of a length to Hain, who works it out on the onside. They push hard for 2, but Tom Abel is so quick, so athletic. We mentioned lots of positive things about Tom Abel the other night. I know that he had quite a few young ladies, or some not so young actually, sliding into his direct messages. So he
that was your fault.
He was inadvertently thanking me. I know that he loves it really.
You were trying to set him up last time we were here a few nights ago. Thank you to Elaine, who says, I'm sat only 10 minutes away from the ground, missing the live games this year, but keeping an eye on today's action with Boise the cat. Good picture of Boise the cat, enjoying the cricket whilst working. Keep going, Somerset. Great play so far. She says, yeah, it's been a good start for Somerset. 8 overs in. The score is 54 for 3. Birmingham Bears just struggling to connect the boundaries here. We're almost it goes so quickly, doesn't it? A T20 game just flies by. You sort of forget it when you're watching a lot of red ball cricket, but we're almost halfway through this innings. Just the 2 overs to go to the 10 over mark. Roelof van der Merwe being brought on for his first over this evening. Batted well yesterday. A little cameo at the end as he's around the wicket, the left armour. This one hit straight back towards him. It's going to go for 4. It's a nice shot from Sam Hain through long on, and he moves to 24. The score is 58 for 3. It's a nice looking shot.
It nearly took Will Rhodes' face off there at the non-strikers. Then we just watched the replay. We're just waiting for that one there, but he hit that unbelievably hard there, Sam Hain. Mid-on was very wide as well, just probably trying to cut off that short corner.
See how van der Merwe replies. Good, a dot ball, quickly fielded by Tom Abel, who always fires the ball back into Steve Davies so quickly.
Stumpy the Dragons on the Twitter. All very well asking for exotic pet pictures, Snelly83 and Charlie Taylor 4. Release the Dragon. Hashtag where is Stumpy? That's a great question. We were debating whether Stumpy had been furloughed. It'd be great to see him back at some point in this neck of the woods soon. But he would be an exotic pet, Stumpy. He's naughty pet, Stumpy. Seen him in that mascot race. Been very disappointed year on year at the T20 finals day, being absolutely flogged by Lanky the giraffe. As van der Merwe again. Ball's worked away on the offside, slightly outside edge. Tom Abel slides after it, doesn't quite get it. Azam does the fielding, has returned. Decent throw over the top of the stumps, van der Merwe, but it's 2 runs. The Bears go on to 60 for 3. We're in the 9th over. I think Somerset would be fairly happy with the start so far, but one of the encouraging things from the game's perspective of Warwickshire have continued to attack. They haven't looked to sit in against the Somerset bowlers. They recognise that they need to take the game forward as an inside edge this time from Hain, who's worked away on the onside. This time Tom Lammonby does the fielding, and there's just a single. Takes Hain onto 27, Rhodes onto 11.
One thing with Roelof van der Merwe is he comes so quickly through his overs, doesn't he? It just happens before you know it, you're into the next over, which is very dangerous in T20 for some of the players. For the batsmen, because before you know it, you're 2 or 3 overs gone if you've got a couple of spinners working in tandem, which Somerset have at the moment. Waller followed by van der Merwe. Keep your tweets coming, hashtag streaming style. Show us your setup there, please, as van der Merwe is in again, and this one just turned onto the leg side. They'll take an easy single, although Hain was thinking about the second there, but there is no extra run. The 62 for 3 with 9 overs in.
Yeah, just a reminder, there's £150 on offer for the most creative, the most fun, the most interesting streaming style picture. So please add that hashtag streaming style at It's Trade Nation. It'd be brilliant to see where you're watching the game from. Charlie and myself are loving the interaction with your tweets. But £150 just for watching a game of cricket. Also, we've got our Pizza, Thatchers and Flat Screen TV. If you can enter the competition via our website, and if Charlie Taylor calls you at half time, you answer with "How's that, Trade Nation?" That's "How's that, Trade Nation?" Chance to win all those goodies, which is absolutely fantastic, as this time the ball's driven hard down the ground by Will Rhodes. Tom Abel fumbles it in front of us, which is indeed a collector's item, normally so dependable and so safe. The ball just ricocheted off his thigh. There are some wicket ends down here which sometimes can make it difficult for the fielders, and Rhodes gets back for a second run, I think, which is helpful as he's hitting towards the short boundary. And this time he takes it on. It's a smart play from Rhodes, looking for that short boundary. The left-handed Rhodes swinging towards it, and he's beaten outside the off stump by Max Waller, which looked like a gripping googly. Not much pace on the ball from Waller. You'd like to think he's going to vary something here. He is. He throws that down slightly quicker. Ball's out to Lammonby at deep mid-wicket, but that seems definitely trying to target that short side, Charlie.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking at the Tom Abel misfield there, as you say, for such a rare thing, bit of a collector's item. That was hit hard down the ground, so you'd expect still Tom to take it cleanly, but would have come in very quickly to him as he was making his ground. Just below us here at the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion, the floodlights just taking effect now. It is a much darker evening than a few nights ago. We've got thick cloud as Waller is in. That one's flighted. It was a full toss, and that is going to go the full distance there. Another £25 for the Dorset and Somerset Air Ambulance and for the Devon Air Ambulance as well. Another 4 added to the total. Hayne moves to 31. Rhodes is on 15. The score is 69 for 3. This is now a 39-run partnership from these two. So rebuilding an innings as Waller's over the wicket again, and this one onto the leg side it goes. They'll possibly think about 2, but the good fielding there stops that from happening. So just 1 takes them into the 70. 70 for 3 at the end of the... Oh, we've still got 1 to go on the 10th over.
Yeah, excellent shot that from Hayne. I think whatever level of the game that you play at, that space down the ground behind the bowler, or actually indeed behind the wicket-keeper, maybe unless you're Axbridge and Charlie Taylor is bowling, maybe you might need a long stop for that. I don't know, Charlie, I've never seen you bowl, but it's always the safest place to target. There's very rarely any fielders that are down behind the bowler's arm. As this time Rhodes does take advantage of that short boundary, sweeps Max Waller away for 4. He didn't have to hit that too hard, the ball just in the gap between Tom Lammonby and Ollie Sale out there. That's another 4 to Rhodes, takes him on to 19. Sam Hayne on 32. Somerset were one of the most attacking sides in the middle overs in the 2019 blast, picking up a wicket once in every 18 deliveries. Only Nottinghamshire had a better strike rate last season. Charlie Taylor and myself have been working hard behind the scenes to produce these stats for you, in conjunction with CricViz, of course. My jesters, we can't take any credit whatsoever, but it does show that, you know, for Somerset, with the bat and ball, have got numerous attacking options.
Yeah, and Nottinghamshire, always a strong white ball outfit. They're second in the group, in the northern group, so likelihood is we'll see them in the quarterfinals at least. Of course, we'll keep you up to date with any other games in the table as it moves on. It'll be Lammonby continuing this time. Oh, it's going to be a big shot over into the flats just below it, not too far away from one of the Trade Nation boards there. It's a 6 added to the total. Great shot from Hayne. So far, we've raised £375 with the 6s and 4s that have been hit. Just add up quickly, don't they? 375 quid already. We're only a quarter of the way through this game. Lammonby getting taking the distance there on his first ball in this over. We'll see how he replies to that. The score is 80 for 3 now.
Just 3 runs off Tom Lammonby's last over, 6 off the first ball of this over. Haynes obviously decided, after getting just hitting the Swede by Tom Lammonby last over, that actually he's not going to stand for any more of that nonsense, and he needs to get a bit of a lick on. As Lammonby again, this time Hayne works the ball off the back foot. That's a good shot there from Hayne, who's disappointed that actually he didn't get more from that, particularly how sweetly he'd struck the last ball. There's a little bit of drizzle in the air, it seems, which is not the fact that there wasn't anything forecast, but it seems to have come a little bit earlier. Maybe that could have been influencing Sam's Haynes thinking about how he approached that first delivery. But yeah, it does look rather filled in the back, and they'd say when you can't see the hills no more, Charlie, you're in trouble.
Yeah, they're just fading away. The Quantocks there as the left-handed Lammonby is in. This one up. There's shouts of catch it. It's not going to be a catch. Waller is after it and will stop it. Great fielding as usual from Max Waller. The ball thrown in. The rain looks like it's getting heavier from where I am. You can certainly see the droplets falling on the stand in front of us. You can see there the Quantock Hills. It's still visible. That's the good news, but they are fading. Bit of rain between here and there. So at the moment, play goes onwards. Fingers crossed this is just a very light drizzle shower and will fade away and bowled him! Lammonby's got his man. Rhodes goes for 21. The score 83 for 4. And Rhodes, who was looking to take the game to Lammonby in this over, has paid the price. Middle stump out of the ground. Let's take another look at that. That was a beautiful moment for Somerset cricket. He made space for himself there, Rhodes. Sort of caught in two minds, I think, trying to angle the bat right in front of middle stump. And in the end, missed it. And that is what looks like the end of Will Rhodes. I wondered whether the players are going off, but they're staying out there, which is the good news in the rain. 83 for 4.
What a delivery that from Tom Lammonby. His middle stump just cartwheeling out, just landing like a javelin in the grass. Good pace from Tom Lammonby as well. Will Rhodes looking to open up the offside, give himself a bit of room and hit towards that short boundary. But Tom Lammonby proven more than able replacement from Ben Green, who earlier found out was just left out tonight with a little bit of a niggle. And Tom Lammonby's doing a really good job in replacing him. 1 for 12. We're just nearly at the end of his second over. The Bears are 83 for 4. It's all about getting new faces in T20 cricket, particularly if you're the bowling side, and stopping those partnerships. And Somerset, we're just probably starting to get a little bit concerned there with the partnership of Hayne and Rhodes was seemingly flourishing, but Lemmonby has put pay to that. I think Somerset will be keen to get as many balls in as they can quickly, just in case they do go off for rain here. It's always the threat of a shortened game, and Duckworth Lewis come into the mix, which just makes things particularly complicated for everyone. As Lemmonby in again, slip in. This time Burgess is up on his toes and knocks us away on the onside for a single, gets himself off the mark.
I'm just looking at the radar for the rain here, Steve. Looks like there is a band of it moving across. It's not a great big thick band of it. I'm hoping it blows through. Might be in for a bit of a delay. At the moment they're still playing. Fingers crossed. The umpires here keen to get a match completed by the looks of things. Hayne and Burgess in as Lammonby's over the wicket. And this one just outside the full delivery, outside the off stump, just push forwards into the offside. Score is 85 now.
Just the monkeys, isn't it? Just a little band just over the side. As somebody once said, all the cricket analogies, you always have a few kind of things just asifed in as well for filled in. There's always a few cricket jargons that are floating around. Dennis Wise for the golfers, horrible little 5-footer. There's always a nice one as well. But the players are going off as we jest, and the covers are coming on. It doesn't seem too bad out there, but cricket is a summer sport. After all, as the Scott Hawkins, the groundsman, just brings the covers on, and that's pretty disappointing for everyone concerned, really. But hopefully we won't be off for too long here.
No, and it's a good start for Somerset. I think they'll be pleased with that. 11 overs in. They've restricted the Birmingham Bears to 85 for 4. Covers coming on now. The ground staff covering that up, as you can see on your screens there, as quickly as possible. They must get quite itchy when they see the rain coming down, but play continuing, watching the rain falling on their pitch there. They managed to cover it up quite quickly.
I always think it's the best worst job in the world, Charlie, groundsman, because if the weather's great, you're sat there basically doing nothing, watching the cricket. If the weather's terrible, then you're cleaning water off a sheet or a covers, which must seem like an endless task as the rain continues to fall. So it's almost like the best worst job in the world at times. But I think hopefully we won't have too much time in terms of chatting about the weather, but got a couple more tweets to talk about. Got one from Axbridge Cricket Club, which I know that Charlie's going to enjoy. Evening Snelly 83. Normally we're reinforcing several boundaries when Charlie Taylor is bowling. Plus several of the cars have some value to them. Even the pavilion roof has been peppered a bit. One of the best things about this, Charlie, you haven't got too much opportunity to defend yourself. But Paul has mentioned Tom Lammonby making a fantastic mess of Rose's stumps to break the partnership. Fine bowling. Samantha Nash, cracking shot. We are Somerset. Hashtag It's Trade Nation. Just a reminder, we're streaming in style tonight. Samantha Silk has mentioned no work tonight, which means I can watch stream in style and Somerset from the comfort of my bed with a cider, of course. Great work, It's Trade Nation, Snelly83 and Charlie. Hashtag prefer the chinos. Thanks very much for that, Samantha. Somebody else has given me absolute pelters about my jeans. Vivia, so Prosecco, Apple TV to the big screen. Seriously considering installing a balcony in the living room so we can pretend we live in the flats. I love that. There are a few people up there tonight as well. Phil Bolter, you keep talking about high scorers in T20. Don't forget that Marcus Trescothick got what was the fastest 50 runs in only 13 balls, which stood for a long period of time. You're absolutely right there, Phil. Just keep sending your tweets. Hashtag stream in style. Show us where you're watching. We've got £150 in cash for the best picture of where you're streaming from. Plus, there's an opportunity to enter the competition via the Somerset website. If Charlie Taylor rings you, say, how's that, Trade Nation? You can win a flat screen TV, some pizza and some Thatchers. But here we're off for rain. The Bears are 85 for 4. Burgess is 1 not out. Hayne is 40. Somerset, I'll be reasonably happy with how things have gone.
Yeah, I think so. I think it's worth just remembering that phrase. You'll need to say it first thing. I've asked the people in charge. They say, no, first thing you've got to say when you pick up, how's that, Trade Nation?
Let's do a little bit of a practice here, okay, Charlie, while we've got time.
Are you going to do ringing sound effects? Are we doing role play?
You can be Charlie Taylor.
Okay, I'll be me, yeah.
I'll go, brung, brung. How's that, Trade Nation?
That is exactly right. Well, you've won the TV, the Thatchers, everything else. Brilliant. That's how you do it. All you've got to do is pick up the phone as soon as instead of saying hello, don't say hello. That's the natural thing you're going to do. Don't say that. Say, how's that, Trade Nation? That's what you need. And you get yourself 50-inch TV.
And that's available UK-wide, isn't it? We've kind of increased that.
Yeah, so the first one on Tuesday night, we were talking about the Somerset area. We're going even wider than that. So wherever you are in the UK, we can get the TV, the Thatchers, pizza as well, all of that. You can stream in style alongside all the other people we've been mentioning tonight. Jordan was our winner on Tuesday night. There was a picture of him on the Somerset website. If you don't, if you think, oh, it's not really true, they're not really giving away TVs. We are, you can see that. Have a look at that. In fact, we can probably have a look at a video of Jordan in a moment as he's taking his winnings. Let's take a look at what happened when we delivered Jordan's prize to him.
So here we are, the day after the Glamorgan games to Somerset. We're on our way to take to Jordan, who's won the first streaming style competition. The Somerset van is there, you can see it is, ready with a 60-inch TV. To send to Jordan. So we're going to go over to Jordan's now in a safe environment to make sure we can provide him with his TV and his rest of goodies so that he can absolutely start to enjoy streaming in style. Van being delivered, TV's on its way. With Jordan, the winner, streaming style, 2 Trade Nation deck chairs. Everyone's saying he's a bit jammy. Are you jammy, Jordan?
Yeah, I'm very lucky.
So Trade Nation sponsored streaming style, 60-inch TV. Jordan, they've been given, there was a 50, but they've got a 60 instead. So Trade Nation. And what's the most important stuff you've been given? The Thatchers, apparently, isn't it?
Yeah, the Thatchers is up there, I think.
The Thatchers gold, there you go. So and a Somerset shirt. So next time you enter, you can be like Jordan and win a good prize like this.
Well, there you go. That's Jordan, who won on Tuesday night. We gave him a ring at the interval, and a 50-inch TV went his way, as well as the Thatchers and the pizza as well. I mean, that's what a prize. Jordan there, all he's done is he's signed up in a form online. That's all you've got to do is sign up on there, follow all the instructions, and you could be winning that as well.
Yeah, it sounded like Jordan was a teacher there. He didn't even have to be remotely educated, did he, to win that prize, which is absolutely fantastic. All you've got to do is answer your phone, say, how's that, Trade Nation? But I think it's worth noting, obviously, it's great to have competitions and give away, but Trade Nation are not only just giving away kind of junk food and beer and a TV, they're also donating an awful lot of money to charity, which is, we've got the targets up. We donated, Trade Nation donated £1,000 to Somerset Disability Cricket. I'll get my words out the other day, and I think tonight we've already got up to £375 for South West Air Ambulance, which I've never needed in my lifetime to date. I hope I never do, but there's lots of people around the counties who certainly do, and I think it's absolutely fantastic that those causes are being involved as well.
Yeah, and it's just so nice to know that they're there. If you did ever need it, then they are there, and that's all run by donation. It's a really important charity working across Devon, as well as Somerset and Dorset as well. So absolutely brilliant to see that they're going to be benefiting already. £375. We're only just over a quarter of the way through. Plenty more time for that to change.
Yeah, and hopefully we're not off the ground for too long. More of the covers are going on here. We're going to have a look at the video actually in a second about the South West Air Ambulance and the causes that are being donated to via Trade Nation, as the covers are being put on by Scott and his team. And it is looking fairly bleak for a short period of time. But let's find out a little bit more about where this money's going. Well, there you go. Somerset, Dorset Air Ambulance, as well as Devon Air Ambulance, benefiting
from tonight's game. 375 quid already going there. Tuesday night was the first home game here. Somerset beating Glamorgan very convincingly. A masterclass of batting from Tom Abel. £1,000 was raised in that match. The chosen charity there was the Somerset Disability Cricket Club, as well as the visually impaired and the Super Ones as well. Earlier today, really pleased to say the money was handed over, and you can see Andy Fairburn from the Somerset Cricket Board accepting the cheque a little bit earlier on today.
Is for each charity of every game to receive a cheque. So in the Glamorgan game, it was a privilege for Trade Nation to award it to the Somerset Disability Cricket Association, and I've got Andy from the association to give the cheque to. So Andy, here you go. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Be a part of this, and there's £1,000 from Trade Nation to hopefully go and do some good work with you guys.
Thank you very much. Absolutely brilliant. So
Great stuff, seeing that £1,000 for really, really good causes, helping out cricketers here in Somerset and in the southwest. Fantastic, especially those who are perhaps less advantaged, some of them who have difficulty getting into cricket. Fantastic opportunities for them, and that money will make a real difference to them. So it's Trade Nation donating that throughout the game. Let's talk a bit about what's been going on tonight. You can see there the covers. A pretty extensive cover's been brought on there. The groundsman covering up not just the bowlers' run-ups, but the entire square as we look at it. Let's talk about the game so far. Started really well. Somerset not only taking early wickets, but keeping the runs to a minimum in the first few overs as well.
Yeah, Lewis Gregory, 2 wickets in his first over, really dismantling the top order for the Bears. When you get wickets like Ian Bell and for naught, Adam Hose for naught, who we all know from his Somerset days and from what he's done so far from the Birmingham Bears, can be a particularly destructive player. So we know that both of those guys are great wickets to have. I think since then, I think the wicket of Pollock was particularly important. A spiralling catch out to James Hildreth at third man, which pretty regulation catch for James, but nonetheless important that he took it. And Sam Hain, who has been talked about, he's been represented England Day, he's been talked about as somebody who could step into the England one-day squad at some point. He is actually looks very efficient for his runs, 40 of 27 deliveries, striking the ball at 148, and he's shown actually really just through good stroke play, you can bring that short boundary into the game. Used his feet a couple of times, one shot in particular to Lewis Gregory over extra cover, which went thumping in to the boundary balls just wide of the last Trade Nation board as we look from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion to our left. But he's shown that the wicket, you can score runs on it. It is possible if you just play some authentic shots and allow the ball to come to you. But yeah, his innings was almost cut off in its prime as the rain came down. It's 85 for 4. There's 9 overs remaining of the Birmingham innings. We'll just talk you through some of the bowling figures so far for Somerset. Lewis Gregory 2 for 18 off 2. Ollie Sale 0 for 20 off 2. We had a bit of a fun with Ollie Sale actually. Maybe we can get that video up again. I'm sure some of the players will actually be watching on the live stream. Just a bit of an Ollie Sale montage about what his hair looks like. If you can just get that going for us, Dan, that'd be really appreciated. Josh Davey 1 for 5 off 1. Tom Lambie 1 for 14 off 2. And Roelof van der Merwe typically reliable with 0 for 8 off 1. So Somerset like to think they're in pretty good shape here, but the weather brings so much uncertainty to cricket, and it's always very disappointing when that curtails what is a particularly engaging and enthralling game of cricket. I was speaking to Polly Rhodes, who's our scorer earlier, and I think 21:45 GMT is the cut-off time here, so there's still plenty of time. We're only at 7:30, but and I think 5 overs is the shortest length of game time that we can have. Hopefully we get out much sooner rather than that, but there is still time.
Just for those not in the UK, GMT +1 for 21:45 is still on the
Sorry,
time.
Charlie, here we go. Here's Ollie
let's have a look. Here we go. There is that Legolas or is that Ollie? There's Legolas. No, hang on.
Chris Hemsworth, Thor, that's my favourite one. Gareth Bale with the porcupine hair going on. Poor old Ollie Sale. I did speak to him earlier about it, and he said he was more than happy for us to have a bit of banter on his hair during the game.
What I love about that is that someone between yesterday and today has made that video. Someone spent probably half an hour, 45 minutes actually making that video for us. So whoever that was, fantastic. Thank you. Well worth it. I've had a look at the radar, Steve. Now, I'm not a weatherman, so I don't take my word for it, but I'm looking at some of the rain radars here, and there are loads of different websites you can use. I reckon we've got maximum 30, 45 minutes of rain. That doesn't mean you'd start straight away, obviously, but just looking at the speed that the cloud's moving through and the rain we've got, it's a narrow band of rain. The speed it's going, I reckon maybe maximum 45 minutes of rain. Obviously, then the umpires would then need to give a bit of a break, then come on and inspect it. It could be less than that. It could be less. Depends how quickly the wind blows it through. But I mean, the rain is out there. It is fairly heavy at the moment. But we know this ground has had drainage work done on it. We've got that cut-off time. The floodlights work extremely well. So fingers crossed that they can get a game back on. Let's take a look at something which is going on now, all to do with T20 cricket. It's a fairly new phenomenon, really, only been around for 15 or so years. Let's have a look at the rise of T20 cricket and why we love it so much.
Your age group, Biggin.
Steady, steady. Are these bubbles anything to do with the machine, or is it you?
The screamer is back, you know, the thing that goes up and down.
Is she really?
No.
I put petrol in instead of diesel. Not now. Got an email from Rebecca. My dad did exactly the same. He's 53 and he's having senior moments. I'm not as old as your dad, Rebecca. I'm probably about 46.
Just making a cup of tea, ready for bed, and a ball comes through your window.
The box has just turned up here. All right, I'm here. Yeah, I'm fine, thanks. I haven't said a word.
Don't get him upset there, please.
Quicker delivery again. Sarsowers. Hey!
Oh, yes, direct hit. Oh, that's big. That is huge. That's gone out of here. Oh, no, it hasn't. It's bounced just in front.
Yeah, some of the lighter moments from 2020. You got the right petrol in your car?
Yeah, everything's sorted this year. It was down at Taunton as well. It's great fun, isn't it? The cricket is absolutely magnificent. It's amazing what happens outside of the game. It's great fun.
It is great fun, and it is absolutely amazing how much the players love it as well. Now, Matt Floyd has been looking at the rise of the phenomenon, which is 2020.
It all started on the 13th of June 2003 when the Sussex Sharks took on the Hampshire Hawks at the Rose Bowl. No one could have predicted the excitement that was to follow after a slightly inauspicious start.
2020 has liftoff. And it has liftoff with a wide. That's absolutely ginormous.
Great ball. Meeting Britney Spears later.
The game has now been signed up at international level. England have played 2 matches against Australia and Sri Lanka to packed houses.
I think it's very, very exciting. Pro 2020, I think it's good for cricket. We needed that game. It's exciting as far as the spectators are concerned, which is very important. I find that the players really enjoy it.
At the end of the day, it's entertainment for the crowd, and if we can entertain the crowd, that's the way we go.
The crowd certainly weren't disappointed. Last summer, England's demolition of Australia set the tone for one of the most tense and exciting Ashes series in living memory. And it's not just over here where the game has taken off. With the first 2020 World Championship to be staged next September in South Africa, 2020 fever has gripped most, but not yet all, of the cricketing world.
I think people are accepting it more and more, especially because of how successful it has been in the UK. And if England can embrace it, then I'm pretty sure the rest of the world will want to, because England is always known to be very conservative, and the fact that they have done it well, and it's been very successful. The rest of the world realize that it's a good way to go.
For test matches, the stands are full. For the one-day games, it's more than full. So India hasn't had that problem of people turning up and watching cricket matches, so probably they don't realise the importance of 2020.
Didn't know how really it was going to work in Australia, but we played our first round of domestic games last year, and we got great crowds. And even the season before that, we played a couple of associations, had a couple of trial games, and we got sell-out crowds as well. So it's really taken off.
Back in England, the profile of the 2020 competition as a marketable brand has been rising each year, allowing most counties, both large and small, to cash in heavily. None have taken to the new format more wholeheartedly than Leicestershire, who have made finals day on all 3 years so far and won the competition in 2004. For them, 2020 is more than just a bit of fun.
It's become the climax of the season where we fill the ground. You know, we get anywhere between 4,000 and 6,000, depending on the opposition. I guess for a normal C&G type game, we'd probably get 1,500, and for a county championship game, 700 or 800. So it's a big money spinner.
We're seeing the hospitality numbers grow, sufficiently so that we've had to bring in an additional marquee this year to cope with the numbers, and then next year, obviously, we're looking at increasing the number of boxes that we have.
Women particularly, I think, if you said which sport would turn them off most, I think cricket used to turn them off more than football, actually. And I think the 2020, it's shorter, it's faster, it's more dynamic. I think introduces a different dimension to the game. I think they want to see that.
We're entertainers. We love doing well in front of big crowds, and it's, those finals are what it's all about. It's, in a way, it's our test matches. If you're never going to play for England or not going to play for England, then these are your Lord's finals, and it's fantastic, and long may it continue.
But it's not only the commercial side of things that have changed. During its short history, 2020 has evolved on the field, with players improvising and developing new techniques.
I think the first couple of years, people just went out there and expressed themselves, whether they won or whether they didn't win. I think nowadays people are really making sure that there's a plan and they're sticking to their plans. And I think that's what we did very well in the last couple of years. We had our plans, we stuck to our plans, we took our egos out of the game. Game plan was everything. And 120 balls is a lot of balls.
Every year, batsmen are becoming more innovative, and new shots are being displayed, and I think it's fantastic for the game. And a lot of that type of cricket can be transformed into normal one-day cricket and even four-day cricket.
Batters have worked out areas to score, to go for fours and sixes, for hitting their boundaries, and bowlers have had to get a little bit cannier.
So the new format is undoubtedly still growing. The game is getting more popular by the day and has managed to bring cricket to a wider audience while adding to both the commercial and technical sides of the game. But what next for 2020?
We're trying to globalise the game of cricket, and especially in America, where they find cricket very boring and confusing. If we play the shorter version of the game, I'm pretty sure that they will catch on.
It's just important that maybe we play less tests or less one-days, and they bring in the 2020. How they do it is a very difficult job, but it'd be nice to see a few more 2020s at international level.
area, and I'm saying it's clearing up nicely there. So that's good, positive news. The rain's much lighter than it was the worst that we've had. And actually, we've got a beautiful sunset there. Just see the sun over the flat. So I think it is clearing up before too long, which is fantastic news to hear. At the moment, you can see the edge of the covers there. The ground is totally covered. The groundsmen have also vacated. So they've put all the covers on that they're going to. My guess would be that this would clear up maybe in the next 20 minutes. We'll wait then to see the umpires and what they think of the state of the outfield and the pitch as well. But let's take a quick look back at what was a real highlight just before the end of play there. We saw Will Rhodes hit Lammonby for some big hits, 6 and an attempted 4 as well, which didn't quite get there. And Lammonby having the last laugh, as we've got a replay for you of Tom Lammonby knocking out Will Rhodes' middle stump from this side view. Yeah, look at that, spiralling away. That middle stump as Will Rhodes walks off. Really great moment for Somerset just before the rain came.
I always think as a cricketer, that's a great way to... my microphone's just fallen off actually, Charlie. This happened the other day. I don't know whether I'm kind of talking too loudly into it. We're just going to have to try and find it. This doesn't happen on Sky Sports, does it? There we go. Just pop that back in. I always think, as I was saying, as a cricketer, if you're dismissed with your stumps disappearing halfway towards the wicket keeper or to the boundary, actually you can walk off and think, well, do you know what, I'm pretty much out there. When you spoon up a catch to short cover, or you nick off to a defensive prod, or you run yourself out, there's always that element of self-frustration when your furniture is halfway across the garden, so to speak, as Tom Lammonby did to Will Rhodes there. Actually you think, well, do you know what, that's my lot. Well, I don't think Rhodes would be too happy with it, but Tom Lammonby will tell the grandkids about that one. Yeah,
it's a great feeling for the bowler. I think, as you say, Will Rhodes will look back at that and realise that, he's played the wrong shot. As simple as that, really. He's tried to do something. And as I said on commentary, he got a bit caught in two minds. And in the end, just missed the ball on middle stump, ripping it out. We have got a beautiful sunset, despite the rain here in Taunton. It is still drizzling. But despite that, as you can see, there's some beautiful orange colours. We've got purples as well, just out of sight of the camera there, but sort of purples and oranges, these light clouds. Oh, there we go. Look at that. Absolutely stunning sunset. It does look promising, Charlie, doesn't it? It does look as though we are in for some slightly better weather, which, of course, means we might get some cricket, which I'm sure you're all thrilled to hear. We've got a bit to go through still in terms of, we talked a little bit tonight about the competition, but let's just go through a couple of tweets. Watching from New Jersey on my new 77-inch telly. All right. 77 inches? Billy Big Dinner over there with his 77-inch telly. We're just giving away a 50-inch one tonight. That's absolutely... Azim, loving the live stream. Great to see you. Geraint Jones, wow, what a skyline. Somerset CC, what a beautiful place the West Country is to live in. Also worth mentioning, Craig Overton said that his stint in the England Biosecure Bubble, he's not tweeting, by the way, this is something the PCA have tagged us in, saying that the Player of the Month, Craig Overton, that was the key to his form. We can talk a little bit about Craig Overton in a minute, actually, being rested tonight. I'm not sure whether it's got anything to do with his exertions within the England bubble. Obviously his season probably slightly elongated compared to others, so maybe he's just having a little bit of a breather. I do know that there is some jurisdiction that the ECB does have over Craig in terms of what games, etc., he does play in, which was announced a few months ago, and he's certainly one of England's most promising young bowlers. But anyway, I digress, but we've got our streaming style hashtag tonight, Charlie. So what you can do is you can send us a picture of where you're streaming a game from, who you're with. We've had talks of exotic pets, people streaming from bathtubs, from canals, all sorts, canoes, making stuff up as well. But add the hashtag It's Trade Nation, and you can win £150 in cash for what is designated as potentially the best setup. So put the hashtag streaming style, show us where you're watching from. Second prize, a Somerset T20 t-shirt. Also, we've got a competition taking place, which you can enter via the Somerset website. So you put your details in there, and then you may get a call from Charlie Taylor, supposedly during the interval, but we'll keep playing that by ear, so make sure you keep listening. And if you answer the phone to Charlie Taylor with "How's that, Trade Nation?", that's "How's that, Trade Nation?", you can win a 50-inch TV. It's not quite a 77-inch, as somebody is watching from. 50-inch TV, some pizza, and some Thatchers. But that's all to come, all to play for, so make sure you get your entry in. You've got to be in it to win it. Yeah, I'll just run through some of these tweets using the hashtag StreamInStyle. Thank you to John, who's spotted the sunset, just the sun glinting over the flats there, saying the sun is out. Yeah, the sun might be out, But it is still raining at the moment, John, but fingers crossed that we'll get the end of that. Hashtag Stream in Style. Make sure you tag in there, Somerset CCC and It's Trade Nation. Thank you to Emma, who says, what a beautiful view. Again, this sunset, just catching it. Well done to we should say our cameraman, Jeff. Happy birthday, Jeff. It's a big one as well. He's catching some beautiful sunset views for us. You can also see in there, that's the Ondaatje Pavilion, which is where Warwickshire are based. Some of their players just waiting for this rain to pass. Thank you, Emma, getting in touch. Watching from New Jersey, is the 77 inch? How many feet is 77 inches? It's 6'4", isn't it? Something like that. 6'3", 6'4". Outrageous.
Yeah, it's bigger than most my walls in my house.
Yeah, absolutely massive. It's like a cinema screen, an actual real cinema screen at home. It is still drizzling, but the sunset is very lovely indeed. The colours around. Just looking at the radar, there's sort of a yellow. The colours are different here. The yellow is lighter rain, the orange is darker rain, the heavier rain. And from about 7:15, Taunton, which is where we are at the moment, was in the worst of it. So that was 7:15. The rest of it moving through. It's still patchy yellow, so lighter rain, but through the worst of it. Just got to wait for the rest of it to clear up. So fingers crossed that gets going. As we've said, about half an hour, 35 minutes before we start losing overs, and we start bringing DLS into account here. So it'll all come down to what the umpires deem is reasonable for that cut-off time around 9:45 this evening, UK time. So we'll keep an eye out for that as soon as we get more word on it. But still the rain coming down here.
So DLS, Charlie, is Duckworth Lewis Stern, is that right? In terms of, and I'm not going to, hopefully you're not going to ask me to have a blow-by-blow account of how that works. I think it's almost like a computer says no, isn't it? You get given a piece of paper and you have to trust it, unfortunately. But it looks like we could be going down that route. And I think, it is generally a good thing because it enables cricket matches to finish. But yeah, it certainly is looking brighter away to our left. But let's have a quick recap of what's happened so far. The Bears 85-4-4, Burgess 1 not out, and Sam Hain 40 not out. He's played very nicely indeed, Sam Hain. The wickets for Somerset, 2 wickets for Lewis Gregory in his first over. The massive wickets of Ian Bell, former England international and potentially the classiest player ever to play the game. Also, wickets for Tom Lammerby. We saw that replay a moment ago, cartwheeling that off stump out the ground. Yeah, it was a wicket indeed. And Ed Pollock as well, we saw him removed by Josh Davey. It was caught nicely by James Hildreth at third man. So yeah, the game very much in the balance here. How much of the Warwickshire innings they'll be able to resume remains to be seen. But I think there is an advantage unless the opening team, in terms of the team that bats first, absolutely dismantle the opposition and actually generally find yourself in a stronger position chasing, because the game's shortened, you can go harder, you've still got 10 wickets and you know exactly how many you've got to get. And so I think that certainly plays into Somerset hands.
Definitely, and I think Lewis Gregory will have been aware of that at the toss. This, as we said at the start, we were expecting a bit of rain. It did come in a little bit earlier. Hopefully means it will come through and finish us with us a little bit earlier as well. But certainly, as you say, once you're chasing, so you know you're already playing a DLS affected game, whereas the Warwickshire openers didn't know that. Okay, they probably expected it, but didn't know what the situation would be. So absolutely, to know exactly what the target is, and it gets updated every over so it gives you a really good indication of where you should be as you chase that target. Is a position of power for the chasing team. Something which Somerset will find themselves in, we think, unless this rain clears up very quickly. We will have a DLS affected game this evening. So Somerset, you'd say, in a good position because of that. Warwickshire, Birmingham Bears, I beg your pardon, 85-4. That's not a fantastic score from the 11th over. Really, not a huge score. It's not a terrible score, but it's not going to be an unachievable target for Somerset from the DLS. You'd think, based on that.
Well, hopefully we get some cricket here. But let's just change tack a little bit, and we'll read out some more of your tweets. Keep sending them in. Hashtag streaming style at It's Trade Nation, at Somerset CCC, at Charlie Taylor. 4, that's right, just waiting for you. So please send those in. And Snelly 83. But it's been a strange old time, hasn't it? What with COVID and lockdown and the rest of it. And obviously, it's an absolute pleasure for Charlie and I to be at the ground bringing you this stream tonight. Well, it was before it rained anyway. But with cricket taking place recreationally, there's been quite a lot of cricket. I guess the back end of the summer, which people have put so many steps in for it to take place, which at so many different levels, which has been fantastic to see. And also in the first class arena with the invention of the Bob Willis Trophy, and I guess the scheduling, the scrambling really of fixture lists and the bio bubbles being created in international cricket. It's been a weird old time. It just shows really the scope of what has to be put in place for cricket to take place, whether that be at recreational school level, as all the schools going back this or next week, and at a professional level. But what's your kind of experience been so far, Charlie, in this kind of bizarre kind of lockdown environment? What's happened? What's it been like for you?
It's been unusual, hasn't it? It's been hard to know what difference taking all those precautions, in particular the sanitising of the ball every few overs, the players having to go through all of those. It's interesting to try and work out what impact that is. The other thing, of course, in red ball cricket is not using saliva on the ball. It's just such a common thing that bowlers would do without really even thinking about it to try and get a bit more movement out of it. So that's been interesting to watch. It's also been very interesting to see how a club like Somerset, all the other county clubs as well, cope with it, with looking after their players, making sure that their staff are safe as well. And actually everyone has had to probably change a bit of what they do to adapt to these situations. So it's been very tricky for them. The cricket itself has been fantastic. You know, watching Somerset play at such a high level in the Bob Willis Trophy, actually, you think maybe other teams have not adapted as well as Somerset. So it's been a really interesting period to watch in the Bob Willis Trophy. The T20 is totally different. Players coming in, spending 3.5 hours at a ground, going home, something which is probably a little bit easier to accommodate rather than a 4-day match where players have got to stay in hotels. You've got to be careful going in and out of those, making sure that you're testing players as regularly as possible. It's been an interesting difference to see those. And also a lot of players now driving themselves to and from games, not going with the team bus just because of the protocols because of COVID. So a lot of changes behind the scenes, actually, although the cricket on the pitch has been pretty similar. You'd say actually behind the scenes those changes coming into effect and probably affecting players mentally as well as physically.
Yeah, the sheer scale of the organisation needed to get things in place has been massive. I know internally, Andy Hurry, the director of cricket, has been phenomenal in ensuring everybody's safety and well-being as a priority before even the operationally cricket was talked about being on, and I guess spare a thought for Chief Executive Gordon Hollands. Within 7 days of him arriving at the club, obviously everything was in lockdown, and a huge amount of all the cricket had been wiped out of the summer. There's been some extraordinary challenges professionally. I think recreationally as well, like people's livelihoods are obviously affected from a cricket perspective, and then more broadly for economically, but actually from recreational cricket, people's social interaction, their reason almost for what they get out of bed for on a Saturday and in the week has been dramatically affected. So I know that Somerset as a club have been very conscious in terms of the wider community, in terms of how particularly cricket, but also more broader from the health sector. I know that the ground has been used as a COVID test centre as well. So I think it has been encouraging to see how people have come together to help each other and support each other in the region. I know it's been a huge undertaking to try and get cricket on so many levels. I think even if you look at the practical undertaking of club cricket in terms of one-way systems in clubhouses and people bringing their own lunches and the sanitising breaks.
Arriving in kit's been one which has been, that's quite tricky actually to arrive in a game. Some people come straight from work, or they have to squeeze in these cricket games. You're arriving in your kit ready to go, and it's just these little changes that do make a big difference.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm saying is quite well done to everybody involved, not only in Somerset, around the world as well. There's been an awful lot of people and cricket that have been affected, and we've mentioned some of the good causes tonight that have been supported by Trade Nation. As I mentioned, Somerset Disability Cricket and Southwest Air Ambulance tonight, but also there's lots of other good people, good causes, kind of food banks, etc., that have been replenished by very conscientious people, which has been great to see from a wider community piece. But as ever, when it rains, we digress. We have got some action to show you. We've got some action from last night's game, actually from Worcestershire, in which Somerset, it was a ridiculously high-scoring game actually, Charlie, in terms of, and I have to say, the Worcestershire bowling was fairly indebted to actually Somerset winning in the end. It was a closer game than I thought it might be, but we're going to take a look at some of the highlights from that game.
Ready to go in Birmingham. Off the mark immediately.
Good luck, Brownie.
Flashed away. Lovely shot. Lovely wrists as well from Babar Azam.
This is perfect technique, absolutely perfect.
Oh, he's connected well. It's gone all the way, searing into the stands, short boundary. Now this is high and safe and 6. Didn't quite connect, but it doesn't really matter when the boundary is short to the leg side for Stephen Davis. Now it's been hit hard all the way as well. No need to move, no need to run.
Got him! Would you believe it? Babar Azam has probably not seen a great deal of this type of bowling in his international career. Career that has taken him to the top of the charts in terms of T20 international batting. And he's been undone by Darrell of Worcester. Oh dear. Length again, and it's absolutely dispatched. Paul Pollard with the arms in the air. James Hildreth, right-handed, over mid-wicket, 6.
Catch that!
Over the head of the man on the point boundary. Switch hit for 6. Looking for that leg side boundary. He's got him. The ball was full. He couldn't get underneath it. It caused the miscue. And that is the end of Hildreth. Wickets, please. And Worcestershire have got one.
That's very clever indeed. Late movement from Tom Abel. Bowler couldn't adjust. He's done it again, and just as successful. Oh, well done. Very nicely done. Adam Finch it is on the boundary. High in the air, fielder underneath it. Safely pouched, the end of Davis. How Worcestershire needed that breakthrough. Ross Whiteley it is on the boundary edge. And a very classy looking knock comes to an end.
Catch that!
Shouts of catch. I don't think he's going to get the chance, he isn't.
Yes,
Yeah, I got him in the end though. One too many times. Wily customer is Darrell Mitchell.
Catch!
Oh, 2 and 2. In and out for Lewis Gregory. Mitchell reeling back the years. A bit of athleticism off his own bowling. Pat Brown. A key at the death for Worcestershire, but that is a pretty ordinary start. Shouts a catch and taken. Just trying to guide it away, Green. Dylan Pennington it was, with the safe hands. That's looking over waist height, perhaps. It doesn't matter for Somerset. Well, there's another one, surely. It's 6 this time. Van der Merwe swatting it away. Over backward point for a maximum. Another no ball. He's already been called for over waist height and now has to be removed from the attack. Anything else you want to pile on top of Worcestershire? Oh, 6 more. Can we have it back, please? Now, shouts of catch. And he's done well. The captain has managed to clutch on. So a small ray of sunshine in which has been a very cloudy Worcestershire day. Slashed away. Oh, no, no. It's all going wrong for the Rapids. That has been smoked a long way by Van der Merwe. Longest boundary of the ground. Going to push the second if they can. Sacrificing themselves in the process. Josh Davey it was. coming back for the second, but overall it matters not. He won't care one jot when he has the ball in hand, and he's got 229 runs to defend. Brilliant from Somerset.
Up and over the and it's square leg. Babar Azam chasing another boundary. What a start. This is the start that Worcester would have wanted. That's gone up. Should be the end of Ricky Vessels. Is the end of Ricky Vessels. And an important wicket for Somerset. Lewis Gregory gets the first. Look at that pace as well. Unfortunately, he's going to get dealt with there. That's going to fly all the way for 6, backward point, but it's what you get. He's bowling up in the high 80s. Pulled, tugged, should be out, is out. Good catch. Good catch by Babar Azam. Judged it really well. Nick out. Little bit of a juggle from Stephen Davies, but another wicket for Ollie Sale, and it's the end of Jack Haynes. Chipped. What a catch! What a catch! Josh Davey. Change of direction. And what a start this has been by Somerset.
That is brutal. Murderous stroke over extra cover from Ross Whiteley.
Sliced away, beautiful. That's really clever. Really, really clever. Third man in the ring, stays leg side, slices for 4. Oh, big appeal gone, yeah. Fairly straightforward decision.
Beautifully connected. Gone a long way back as well over mid-wicket. Again, it's that area, and again, it's 6 more. Daryl Mitchell just enjoying what Ben Green's offering him at the moment. A full toss and a third 6. Again, the short boundary proves fruitful for Mitchell. Yeah, he can. There's one of them. That's been well stroked, but it's gone very, very high in the air. The judgment is good from Roelof van der Merwe. Daryl Mitchell trying to make use of that short boundary, and he perishes. Full toss, he's not connected correctly. And it's still 6. They might get a boundary as well, just to boost the average of Dylan Pennington. But overall, it was relatively one-sided in the end. Even though the margin of victory for Somerset was 16 runs, they were comfortable. They take the points back down to Taunton.
It's not good news. It's still raining. Though it is looking slightly brighter and slightly more promising, so hopefully we'll have some play to bring to you. I think we can start 9:25 as the latest, which will be a 5-over game. That's the worst case scenario, but hopefully we have a decent clean-up. Just a little bit of an overview of what's happened so far. So the Bears currently 85 for 4, Sam Hain 40 not out, Burgess 1 not out. Early we saw Lewis Gregory inflict some damage on the Birmingham Bears with 2 wickets in 1 over, the wickets of Hose and Ian Bell. But yeah, obviously it's been disappointing. But Charlie, we're going to talk a little bit about the competition we've got in place now. We've got streaming style competition. Just can you tell everyone at home what can they win and how do they do it?
Well, this is really exciting stuff. So there's a couple of competitions going on. Let's talk about the one where you can win a 50-inch TV, pizza and Thatcher's as well. All you've got to do is go onto the Somerset website. You can find all the details on there, and there's the form you need to fill in, and that could be yours. I'm going to ring someone up. We're going to randomly select someone. We'll ring them up. All they have to do is answer the phone with "How's that, Trade Nation?" As long as you say that first words on your when we answer the phone, then that will be yours. The 50-inch TV, the Thatchers, and the pizza as well. So that's really exciting. The other one we're running tonight is one where you just got to send a photo. That's all you've got to do on Twitter at Somerset CCC. Make sure you tag them at It's Trade Nation and use the hashtag StreamInStyle. And we're going to take a look at it. And someone will be selected as a winner. 150 quid cash prize. That's what you'll win if you're chosen as number one. And that goes in any currency. So even if you're not watching in the UK, you can still win that one. You'll get the equivalent of 150 quid. I think it's about 32,000 rupees in Pakistan. So worth winning. Really good amount of money. Second prize, there'll be 50 quid. Same again, cash prize. And a Somerset shirt for the third place as well. So some great prizes on offer, and all you've got to do for that one is send us a photo.
Yeah, easy. Send us a photo. And as obviously we're out for rain, and obviously we've got a little bit of time to fill, no cricket on, you've actually got time to get a little bit creative at home. So I want to see some fairly wacky pictures. We've obviously got to include the stream plus the hashtag StreamInStyle. So if anyone's got a little bit creative, we were talking earlier, people were sending pictures of their pets watching the cricket, which is, a little bit niche, but a bit of a challenge. If include your members of your family. If your dad's trying to watch EastEnders or something like that, just get him in front of the cricket. We also mentioned as well getting your friends and family involved in the StreamInStyle competition. Why not give your mates a chance to win as well? But hopefully we'll have some better news. As I mentioned, it is still raining. The lights are on here. It is looking a little bit brighter away to our left as Charlie and myself look, but there are some dark clouds as well. So unfortunately, we're not mystical kind of soothsayers who can predict the future, but we're hoping for some sort of cricket before too long.
Yeah, and just having watched probably too much cricket here, certainly a lot of cricket, I've spent my time here watching it. It's brighter. It's definitely brighter. The clouds are higher. There's gaps in the clouds as well. We can see just looking out here, there's clear sky beyond the ground, sort of where the Quantock Hills are here, maybe about 10 miles away. So it's around us. We've just got to wait for that to come through. I'm keeping an eye on the forecast here on the rain radar. The worst of it's more than past Taunton. We're just waiting for this light drizzle to finish. So I'm very hopeful we'll get a result in this match.
Yeah, we've got a bit of time. We're going to have a look back at Marcus Trescothick's career in a moment. But before we do that, there has been some encouraging signs for Somerset's T20 cricket in the last couple of matches in particular. Since that first defeat in the second game, Somerset are coming into this match having won 2 in a row. Obviously, Steve Davis's and Babar Azam's form in the previous game, and Josh Davey with the ball. And the game we saw here on Tuesday night, Ben Green with 4 wickets, and Tom Abel's magnificent 74 not out in partnership with James Hildreth, just showed that there are some different components to Somerset's T20 side, even with the likes of Tom Banton missing and Lewis Gregory in and out due to his international commitments. What do you see as the key to Somerset's chances of progression in this tournament?
I think their bowling unit, when it works together as a unit, when you see, for instance, the start of this game, 2 runs from the first 2 overs, that is so key, isn't it, in T20, in any form of cricket. If you've got a strong bowling unit, if you keep taking wickets, even though it's a limited overs competition, wickets make such a big difference. When you start building partnerships as a batting side, those runs can really rack up quickly. So for Somerset, having a good working unit, they've got rotation coming in. Craig Overton not playing in this game. He's missed out tonight. You've got players like Josh Davey who can come in, who are just consistent, reliable bowlers playing well. Look at the spinners, Max Waller and Roloff van der Merwe, who are usually extremely tight with their bowling, and they take wickets as well because of that pressure that we've talked about putting on. So bowling is great. They're playing high-risk batting cricket as well. Not necessarily the last game here where they were chasing a low total, but look at that game yesterday against Worcestershire. No player, apart from Lewis Gregory, who was out first ball, no player was batting at less than 100 strike rate. Most of them up way towards 200 as their strike rate. Tom Abel came in, hit 21 from 8 balls. That makes such a big difference. You can afford to lose a few wickets if your batsmen are coming out and not hanging around and just getting going as soon as possible. If they're playing high-risk cricket, yes, obviously, it comes with a risk. But if they can string 4 or 5 batsmen hitting at 200 run strike rate, that's a good form in T20 cricket to be backed up then by a strong bowling unit. It's a very strong side wherever you look at it here in Somerset.
Yeah, I really agree with that sentiment. There was a couple of really good cameos the other night, 16 off 7 balls, etc. The Tom Abel's innings, which you mentioned, that should become really good innings of substance in T20 cricket because you're scoring and not wasting any balls. Actually, see some teams, you see a batter give themselves a couple of balls to get in, and actually it just really hurts the momentum of the side batting. Actually, it's quite interesting speaking to Captain Lewis Gregory at the start of the game. I mentioned the Trade Nation targets and the money on offer for charity, and he very candidly admitted he was just concerned about trying to hit the middle of the bat at the moment. I know that Lewis is being extremely facetious because he's a confident cricketer, and I think that's the nature of T20 cricket. At times you're going to come off the type of cricketer that Lewis is, and you'll get those 20-run innings off 8 balls, and other times you're not wasting any balls, but you're dying actually not wondering and giving someone else a go. But good to hear your thoughts, Charlie, on that. We're going to go to a video of Marcus Trescothick in a second, but before we do, just a reminder to get your competition entries in on the Somerset website. Get your photos in of you somewhere, hopefully with better weather, stream-in style, of you watching the live stream, or me and Charlie gassing away at the moment. As I said, there's £150 on offer for basically doing almost nout, as the Yorkies would say. So get that in, and a Somerset shirt for the runner-up. So yeah, please send in your entries.
I've just got to apologise on behalf of all Yorkshire people watching there. That was terrible, wasn't it?
Well, better than talking about my chinos. But we're going to have a look back at Marcus Trescothick's illustrious career. There are probably going to be about 150 cover drives in there for 4, which have peppered the boards here over the centuries in which he's been playing. Sorry, Marcus, about that one. But let's take a look back.
Lovely strokes by Trescothick.
And there's 4 more. Much in the same fashion that Trescothick has peppered that cover boundary all morning.
Oh, that's a terrific hit. Goodness me.
Brings up a very nice half-century for the Somerset man. Beautiful stroke, the best of the lot.
He's gone straight through Justin Langer at cover and he's filthy with himself. A little outside edge on 9, he walks.
That's a very positive innings by Marcus Trescothick. 164 for 2.
You still wish I could have carried on playing for England, because I'd love to have played for 10 years or 12 years or whatever it would have been. And that's obviously then been explained in many other areas. People talk about the anxiety, depression and things that you do. I guess that's part of your makeup, that, you know, they talk about the curse of the strong in the depression sort of side of things. Well, I don't know whether I'm strong enough to be warranted that sort of statement, but you know, you want perfection all the time. I think looking back on it, that's what probably I'll be remembered for more than anything else, because it affects everybody, isn't it? The wider community who struggle with mental health is massive. During my time obviously playing cricket, you know, I've had to use various things that Benevolent Fund can put on. They funded all the counselling and therapy that I needed to take back in sort of 2006 when I first came back. So they invested the time in me to try and get me back well again. Of course, they're everything, aren't they? They are the pivotal part in everything that has happened for me. Obviously, tough times along the way, and their support and them being there with me is part of the process of making me better, because you know, they're just there to help me, there to guide me, there to love me and to make everything okay. You know, that's the beauty of them being around, and you know, that's the only place I ever want to be, especially when I'm poorly. I sort of grew up with a family that were very close to cricket. So, you know, every week, every day in the summer would be cricket. So we were very close in the fact that we spent a lot of time together at cricket clubs, either watching Dad play or watching me play. I've been blessed with that fact that I still want that feeling. You know, practice today, preparation, everything you do. You know, it's part of my life. That club is part of my life. And I don't see it changing even once I'm finishing, because it's just such a special, easy place for me to be around. So that my kids are the same thing. I want them to feel special when they go down there and appreciate the history that I've put into the club, so that they've experienced when they were kids from the inside, and just know what a great place it's been, because it's been so brilliant for me. It would be so special for them as well.
He's a county treasure, for sure. Yeah, of course he is. Treasure is somebody that you regard as precious, unique, something that you cherish, and I think that's how a good supporter should feel about having Marcus as our opening bat and all the things he is for Somerset.
Playing for 26 years, I guess so. Yeah, I think you see most people that get an opportunity to play for a long period of time. Not many go on to make 2 testimonials. I go down there every day and do my job and practice, and blood, sweat and tears as you do, but nice to think that it'd be remembered in certain ways.
Good control by Marcus Trescothick.
They've strayed onto the leg side, they've been punished. Well, there's confidence for you.
Well, Trescothick is in marvellous form.
Wow, my first proper game of cricket would have been when I was 7. I sort of played junior cricket for my local club, Keynsham Cricket Club that was at the time. Playing an under-11s game, just various different friends and people that you knew at the club. But it all went from there very quickly after that. My first experience of playing a higher level or professional level was probably around, I think it was about 15, that I sort of came down here a couple of times and they used to invite you down for a few nets with the pros, which is like, in this day and age, is just totally alien because obviously all the batsmen want to prepare and get ready for the game. My first team debut was a dramatic game against Lancashire. I think I got 3-1, but a short, sharp game. I remember it being very entertaining and it was all over and it was just like, wow, is this what professional sport's really all about? The innings against Glamorgan was the pivotal moment probably in my international career. Everything came off, everything I tried to do worked. 167 and we ended up winning the game and it was just like, that was the catapult really for me going forward.
Marcus Trescothick, who's making his debut for England.
The young man has played a tremendous hand.
It was really the big moment, really sort of, I guess, sort of kicking forward to want to become an established player. I think any time that you get your hundreds, it gives you that milestone almost, just to try and move on from. I don't think you ever realise you've ever made it at any point because you're always striving for bigger and better things all the time.
And it's 200 to Marcus Trescothick.
I think that was just a stepping stone to what you wanted to try and achieve. You wanted to try and get bigger and better things all the time. And that was just a kick-start to see how it went on. Has my batting evolved? I think it has to. Undoubtedly. If I look back at some of the videos now, my stance is similar-ish, but my movements are far different. People used to always give me a lot of grief about not moving my feet, and I can sort of understand why now. When I look back on videos, I didn't move my feet a great deal, and I think I really sort of developed a bit more foot movements when I came back to county cricket because I had to change the style of play that I wanted to be. Other things evolved as well, playing against spin. Muralitharan was where it really started for me. Talked about the areas to hit, the angles to try and hit because of the ball spinning so much.
Trescothick's response to a couple of LBW appeals.
Lap sweep, one of his favourite shots against the spinners.
You can't hit in certain positions where you would do against normal spinners, playing on maybe English conditions, in that environment, so you have to adjust it completely. But the biggest part of it was obviously giving you the game plan of how to adjust to it. The next part of that, when you're facing Shane Warne, we were doing a lot of defensive work at the time, and there was that great delivery that he bowled against Andrew Strauss, wasn't it, Edgbaston in the 05 Ashes. Where it was like it spun massively out of the rough, and the angles that Andrew Strauss created almost allowed that ball to spin in the fashion what he did. And that was then, we all then tried to work at a different area in a different game of what we were trying to do. I have to work really hard on my slip catching because when you're in the county grind, you lose a bit of concentration now and again, but I think you're always trying to find new things to try and invent games to play. The one on the knees was something that we'd worked at pretty good. We sort of played along with that and tried to suddenly thought, well, this is a great idea because pitches were, as they would not spin as much or not carry as much as what they used to, the ball never used to get to you. The one round the corner is just, I guess, it's just a bit of anticipation. You see it quite often that as soon as somebody goes down to sweep, that the slip will try and run round, and it comes off once in a blue moon, and it just happens this perfect day.
Involved. Is the jumper coming off? Is he getting in the action one final time?
There we go. Brilliant. What a moment for Marcus Trescothick. The expected adulation around the ground as Marcus Trescothick in front of his home crowd for the very final time. A distinguished career both here at Somerset, a one-club man, and internationally with England as well. Looks like he's layered up as well, as his name gets spoken across the public address system. I wonder if the opposition, I know you're not allowed to, but the opposition and the umpires just say, go on, give him an over. and he finishes his career on his knees.
Well, isn't that lovely looking back over Marcus Trescothick, Mr. Somerset's career, his rise from the early 90s right through until last year, where he was still playing for Somerset, came on in the last game of the season. Very good news to bring you from Taunton here is that the covers are being taken off by the groundsman. Slowly but surely the rain has stopped, so looking now, the covers being taken off, which is great news. Here come the groundsmen, as we can see, moving on the screen there, coming to remove another part of the covers. Excellent news. Steve Snell is alongside me. We've been having a look through Twitter during that video, taking a look through at some of your great tweets coming in. We wanted to see your setup, Steve. You've been looking through some of the best ones.
Yeah, there's been some brilliant ones that have come in, some very kind of creative I get imagery from all sorts of different people, and I actually start thinking, do you know what? 1 or 2 prizes isn't enough. So what Charlie and I have been, and we're on to the guys at Trade Nation who have been extremely generous already in terms of their charity donations. I thought, you know what, let's do something for the Somerset fans. So Trade Nation have very generously agreed to donate 10 Somerset shirts to those of you that are watching and engaging in the streaming style. So rather than £150 cash prize, which still exists for the best one, and 1 shirt, now there's 10. So Charlie and myself have been going through. So what we've done, we've actually designated 6 prize winners for the shirts, and then I think we thought we'll keep you coming for a little bit more. We'll keep you coming and just seeing if you can add a few more in, and we still haven't picked the winner for the cash. So in no particular order, we've got the Moonshine blog and Bigwood Tom. I love the fact that his son was with the Lego and watching the stream as well. I love the fact keeping the kids quiet while watching the cricket. Gemma Harrington, who was out for dinner with her friends with her phone at the table, doing whatever it takes to follow Somerset. And that's what we want to see, what this live stream is all about, isn't it? Just doing what it takes to watch Somerset cricket.
Friends are important, that's great, but so is cricket. You can't miss it, so get it on your phone, put it on the table while you're out for dinner. We love that one.
Yeah, so cricket is live, so that's a Somerset shirt winging its way towards you. Abby Slade as well, absolutely loving what you're offering in terms of streaming and styling. We saw you engaging with us on Tuesday as well. Hassan, I didn't write your surname down, I beg your pardon, but Hassan with a broken laptop, I think in Pakistan, somewhere with his headphones on, DJing as well. So absolutely loving your style as well, Hassan. We've got Steve Steer, the Somerset fruitcake, making chicken fajitas for dinner. I will make a confession, Charlie. Chicken fajitas are my favourite food, so I was slightly swayed by that one.
Dropping a big hint there. There's going to be a chicken fajitas company turn up later.
Steve, I'm not on Deliveroo. I'm not cool enough, but if you want to Deliveroo some chicken fajitas to the ground, we need to get onto Trade Nation about this, actually. They're giving away everything else to everyone and sundry. So, but Steve Steer, great effort. And lastly, Sean Burton. So Sean Burton is the 6th recipient of a Somerset shirt.
We asked for some exotic pets. He's managed to get his goldfish watching the cricket with him, which I thought was great. It was alongside all the cats and dogs that we've had too. So thank you to all of those. Somerset shirt, we'll sort that out for you.
Yeah, if you're at home and you're wondering what on earth we're talking about, we've got streaming style on social media. So show us your view, get as creative as you can with your view. And what Trade Nation are doing, they're donating pretty much whatever they can. So 10 Somerset shirts up for grab. 6 have already been won. Plus, we've got a cash prize of 150 quid in any currency around the world. So tweet your mates. We've had a great picture of somebody in a hot tub somewhere as well with their mates and a cricket bat. Don't get that cricket bat wet. I know to my detriment, I left mine out in the rain the other day. It's certainly not the way to maintain it. But here, 4 Somerset shirts still to be won, plus 150 quid. Plus, depending on what happens here, the covers are being peeled back, which is great. We've still got a flat screen TV and a pizza and some Thatchers to give away. But just by means of a quick recap, I know we're going through all these competitions and these giveaways, which are absolutely fantastic. We've been off for a wane for a little while here. The Bears 85 for 4. And we're just hearing in my ear, it's a 9 p.m. restart. It's 12 overs per side. So that means the Bears are going to come out for 1 more over. So making use of the times. That's a 35 or 32 minutes, my watch is telling me, before we restart again. And that really is good news.
Yeah, fantastic news. Great to know we've got some cricket on the way and the cover's being taken off too, which is that's what you really want to see, the pitch being revealed here. And in the rain break, not wasting time. We've been giving away Somerset shirts. You've still got that chance to win all the money, 150 quid for the best streaming style. So get in touch with us. Send us your pictures of what you're doing and how you're watching. Hashtag streaming style. Make sure you tag at Somerset CC and at It's Trade Nation.
Just while we're on that note, Charlie, we've got one over, haven't we, of the Bears innings at 9 o'clock. If you do happen to call somebody during the break, you need to pick up the phone to Charlie. It will be a private number. Pick up the phone. Maybe you can wait for Charlie's voice just to check that it isn't your mother-in-law just checking up on whereabouts you are at this time of night on a Friday, and mention down the phone to Charlie, how's that, Trade Nation? That's how's that, Trade Nation. Just those 3 simple words will win you a 50-inch TV, some pizza and some Thatchers. What more could you want?
As simple as that. Make sure it's the first thing you say when you pick up the phone. So, yep, I'll be calling someone. We'll have 9 p.m. start, 1 over, so it'll only be just after 9 p.m. Keep an eye on your phone. If it's a withheld number, don't ignore it. It's, as you said earlier, it's not someone trying to sell you something. It's not, PPI or anything like that. It could well be me giving you a ring. Pick up the phone, say, how's that, Trade Nation? And the 50-inch TV, the Thatchers and the pizza will be yours. I mean, that's so easy. If you've entered in there, just get on it.
We've already given away 6 cricket shirts tonight. We're looking to give away £150. We've got 4 more cricket shirts to give away. So looking forward to going through your tweets. As we said, send it through, send it to your mates. But the good news from the middle, as the covers are starting to come off, there is a little bit of rain in the air as we speak. But we've got half an hour until the resumption. At least we've got a bit of a time frame on what that might look like. So 9 o'clock start would mean 1 more over for the Birmingham Bears, followed by a Somerset run chase. Fingers crossed we get some cricket on here.
Yeah, it's looking like like we will get some. It is interesting they've decided to come out for 1 over for Birmingham, giving them an over where they now know about the DLS. We were talking about the fact that they started their innings not knowing that it was going to be a DLS-affected game. I guess they're with 6 wickets in hand, 1 over to play. We're going to see some big shots in that over, not wasting any time for Birmingham trying to up that score from 85.
Yeah, hopefully we'll see some filthy cricket in that over. You did mention, we need to come back to this actually, Charlie, because you mentioned you invented a new shot earlier, didn't you? The slog drive.
Well, I was going to say a drive, and then it turned into a slog, and I ended up saying both. It was a massive shot. For 6, it was off the free hit, wasn't it? It was this huge shot.
Maybe it sounds like a new feature we might need to bring in for our next commentary game, Charlie, isn't it? The slog drive. Maybe so this weekend, if you're in your garden playing a bit of cricket at your local cricket club, in your nets or whatever, if you want to send us your videos of hashtag slog drive, tagging Charlie Taylor, myself, Steve Snell and Somerset Cricket, maybe we might have to show the best montage of slog drives next week.
I'm sticking with it. I think it's a thing. I think it's it was just like I said, it was like a golf swing. You sort of stood there and delivered this huge golf swing and connected well with it, scored a 6 off the shot.
I'm all for it, Charlie. Yeah. I'm a big advocate of the slog drive, modelled by Ed Pollock earlier. But before we look back at some highlights from the Glamorgan game, let's just go through a few tweets. We've got Guy mentioning here, he's born in Minehead, dad was a Somerset fan, it's only natural followed suit. Thanks for regarding Soph. Yes, she's a sweetheart. She's out on her birthday weekend. Excellent. John Hayes said England would have lost by 9 o'clock, so that would be ideal. I love your positivity there, John.
A quick look at the score, just while we're mentioning that, Steve. It was 162 for 7 England made, so Australia chasing that, going very well. 89 for no loss. Warner and Finch not out, 44 and 41 respectively.
Abby Slade absolutely buzzing that she's won a Somerset shirt. Her current T20 shirt is at the personalisation shop right now, but it'll make an excellent present for her brother. That's good news. Absolutely really important to indoctrinate the spirit of Somerset cricket right the way through your family, Abby. That's absolutely superb. Superb picture also by Jack Teague of his cat. This lad told me he really wants a Somerset shirt for his 6th birthday, by the way. Hashtag streaming style at Somerset CC and It's Trade Nation. Hussain Nazir, I'm from Pakistan, waiting for Babar Azam to become the 2nd fastest batsman to reach the milestone of 5,000 runs in T20. Well, I did have it on good authority. He would be the fastest, but my information may not be correct. But enjoying all the streaming stars tweets, please keep them coming. Virat saying it's a perfect Friday evening. Well, I wouldn't quite go perfect. I'd like to see a little bit more sunshine, Virat. But there we go. But some superb pictures being floated around, particularly that Somerset skyline, Charlie. The picture that you took is getting a lot of airtime as well.
Yeah, it's a really lovely image of the sun as it was setting. It's obviously much darker now as we've moved on. There is a little bit of drizzle around. Just looked at the radar. Once we've got through this, there was a little bit of drizzle just at the tail end of that band of rain. Once that's passed through, judging just from the radar here, actually, we should be in for the rest of the game to be unaffected, which is great news. As I'm sure everyone knows, you need 5 overs aside to get a result. And if we don't get 5 overs of Somerset's innings in, then this game will be a no result. However, looking at the forecast, looking at the fact we've still got a bit of time before the cut-off point of 9:45, still an hour and 11 minutes to go until then, and just looking at the groundsman now, even though there's this bit of drizzle around, they're still removing the covers, and now they're revealing the bowlers' run-ups as well. So they're pretty confident this rain is going, Steve. The groundsmen are always the ones to watch. They know much better than any of us what's going on. They're pretty confident the rain's finishing. So we should see plenty of cricket this evening.
Yeah, absolutely. The groundsmen generally fairly reluctant to remove the covers unless the umpires are being particularly stern with them. So, yeah, it seems as though the rain has passed, which is, of course, good news. I don't think Somerset have been too disappointed about the outcome of this. The wickets, 4 wickets in the first however many overs, we've got 11 overs, will probably help the fact that DLS, meaning that we won't have to chase too many more, because those wickets really do put a dent in what could be the final score in terms of those algorithms that predict things. Let's not even go into that, by the way. That's far too heavy listening to a Friday night. If you're sat at home, maybe with a glass of wine, a G&T or a Diet Coke,
plenty of ciders
let's
going down.
keep it light for you. That being said, we've got to restart 9 o'clock. Send in your streaming style pictures. Remember to enter the competition via the Somerset website. We're going to look at some highlights from Somerset smashing Glamorgan on Tuesday night. That's what we like to see. We will join you close to the resumption of play.
Cream through the covers. We've seen plenty of that from Tom Banton this summer. What a shot that is. Minimal effort. Oh, it's short, it's wide, and he's just crashed it through the covers. Oh, that's 4 more. It's so good from Banton. Babarazam onto it in a flash, and that's another boundary.
Got him. Well done, Roman Walker. Little bit swifter. Banton trying to force it away. Thickish outside edge. And Cook does the rest, and Glamorgan have their man. Yeah, it's easy. Too easy.
What a shot. Have to run here. Have to run, direct hit, and gone. I'm sure that is gone. We're going to have a look upstairs, but he looked way short. Oh, that's more like it. Middle of the bat again. Just using the pace that was there on this occasion. Oh, brilliant. Absolutely brilliant. We haven't seen too much of that this evening.
Get it!
Gone. And that 200 was still on the cards whilst Babarazam was still there. Oh, scythed away. Brilliantly taken. Wow. Could be successful as well. Ingram. And that is as comprehensive as you like. Oh, 2 and 2. Oh, I had to try something this time. It's middle stump rather than off stump. Somerset stumbling at the final last ball. And there you go. 3 in the final over for Marcin de Lange. Somerset capitulating at the death.
And nicked and gone. First delivery for Tyrone Taylor, a huge wicket. A little bit of swing. You can see that road. It's going to be tight. He's given it up and he's hit on Tom Abel. It's a huge wicket for Somerset. Oh, he's punched away. It's going to be 4 runs. It's a lovely shot down the ground.
Good shot. Clubbed straight down the ground. That's more of what is needed. Oh, has he got enough of it? No! Picks out long off. Van der Merwe gets a wicket. Googly. Bang in front. Brilliant from Waller. Brilliant from Somerset. Bowled him. Another Glamorgan batsman done in the flight of Waller.
Huge appeal and gone. Oh, how has he picked that up? Superb. He's going to try and attack Craig Overton, and attack him he does. Straight to a half century. And he's gone for the big one. Just one too many.
Gone. Max Waller strikes back. I think he's got a good piece of that. Oh, and he slammed that. Gone. Van der Merwe takes another. Glamorgan all out for 152.
A great win in front of the home crowd on a wonderful day for cricket.
So join us back at the Cooper Associates County Ground in this live stream brought to you with Trade Nation. I'm going to just update you as what's happening here. We've got just about 13 minutes before the resumption. It's going to be a 12-over game per side. Warwickshire or Birmingham Bears, I beg your pardon, 85 for 4 off 11 overs. They've only got one more over to bat, and then Somerset going to come out and chase what would be a modified score, no doubt. We're just watching a little bit of Somerset Glamorgan there from 2019. It's great to see Babar Azam just whacking a few, I think 40 odd he got in that game. Eagle-eyed viewers and people who are watching the stream particularly closely may have spotted a youthful and exuberant looking Charlie Taylor there. I have got a little bit of an issue with this, Charlie, because we've got some good access to our production team.
Unbelievable.
And what happened in that video looked like a sneaky edit. It almost looked as though it was edited so that you'd taken a superb catch at Gimlet Hill, where in actual reality, what happened was there was a bit of a spill, and I think we've got something actually that we're gonna have a look at this in a minute.
I'll tell you what happened is the ball. I was sitting in part of the ground called Gimlet Hill, just down to our left here. Ball came right to me. I could see the six. As soon as it left his bat, I could see that the six was coming towards me. And that never happens, in the crowd. It's always near you. It's never actually you. And I thought, I'm going to go for this. I stepped forwards. The ball went right into one of the floodlights, which were new last year. And I was completely dazzled. And the ball sort of hit me. It actually hit my thumb. I got close to it. But I ended up dropping it.
So you saying you're not guilty in terms of convincing Ben there to edit that to look like you've called? Let's have a look at this on the screen here. Ball goes up. Taylor, what's going on with this edit? What's at that? I would tell you, the viewers at home, Charlie did not catch that. But I tell you what, that handsome young man in that jumper, very, very fashionable indeed. Very cardigan
Oh,
knitwear, as we say. But anyway, we digress. So just before we're going to have a look at some of these tweets, just to remind you, obviously the break is not too far away. So we will find out in that break who has won the TV, the pizza and the Thatchers. Charlie Taylor will be calling somebody. So please answer your phone with "How's that, Trade Nation?" And then we're going to find that somebody has won the prizes. Equally, we've already given away 6 Somerset shirts, which is, of course, down to the generosity of our streaming partners, Trade Nation. And also, we've raised over £400 for charity for South West Air Ambulance. We probably haven't given them nearly enough airtime tonight, so let's make a big thing about that now. Any boundaries, 4s or 6s, £25 for a 4 and £50 for a 6. But don't you worry, we'll be badgering Trade Nation to give away some more money because it has been a shortened game, so I'll be on the phone to them as soon as the game has finished. But Charlie Taylor's going to take us through a few tweets as well, what people have been saying for the streaming style.
Yeah, thank you very much, Steve, for letting everyone know about that drop catch to make sure that that was well seen. Thank you. I tell you what happened on the day. It was a TV game, which is why we've got those great highlights. And Marcus Trescothick was on commentary when it happened. And Marcus knows who I am because I've interviewed him a few times. As soon as I dropped it, he mentions on the commentary, my phone goes mad because people are watching at home. My name gets mentioned that I've dropped the catch. He name drops me and gives me the job description as well. My phone suddenly going mad with saying, "Did you drop that? Was that you on TV dropping that? Marcus just named and shamed you."
I hope there was a bit more catching practice at Axbridge Cricket Club was taking place as a result. But superb edit, Charlie. Well done for making it look like you'd caught that one.
Oh yeah, I'd like to say I edited that, but I didn't. Let's run through a few more of your tweets. Thank you so much for these. Hashtag Stream in Style. Make sure you tag in at It's Trade Nation and also at Somerset CCC as well. Thank you to Dave, who says, "I'm supposed to be working, so I had the stream on the small TV in the background, but think I need to use the work monitor instead." So he's got it on both at the moment. Dave, that's great. Thank you very much for that one. He's making sure he's using at Somerset CCC, at It's Trade Nation, hashtag Stream in Style. Thank you to Steve, who was one of our winners of the shirt. Steve was the one cooking chicken. Thoroughly enjoyed watching the history of Banger during the rain delay tonight. It's Marcus Trescothick's nickname. And then to hear that I've won a Somerset shirt as well. The only way this evening can get better is a win for Somerset when play resumes. Yeah, we're not too far away, just a quarter of an hour. We've got, you might be able to see some of the players doing some practice out on the field while the groundsmen try and dry it out as much as possible.
If I may, the not glamorous, but enjoying the cricket amongst the toys and watching while the family watch Britain's Got Talent. Zzz. My birthday Monday, and I've been promised a big TV for the next game. Matt, we've all been there, haven't we, where the family are watching something horrific in the background and you just want to watch the sport and you can't get it on. So I'm pleased you've got the resources to be able to watch that and just see a little bit of Ollie Sale just warming up as the groundsman just takes the rope round the outfield there. Why he's doing that is just to bring up a bit of the surface water just to try and remove it. It's one of those myths in cricket. Nobody really knows if it actually does anything whatsoever, but what it does look like for people at home that the groundsmen are being proactive.
Yeah, it keeps them busy. That's the thing. They've got the chief exec out there making sure they're not slacking. I don't know if the chief exec's here or not.
Bigwood Thomas, big thank you. Over the moon. So much. Thanks so much, guys. Hashtag stream in style. Also steam in style as well. If you're doing the ironing, that's fine. Or
if you're at the sauna,
or you're steaming at home, or you're having some sort of steam room in a spa. That's absolutely right. Steam in style as well. We could create that hashtag as well for anyone who is steaming as well on a Friday night. I'm sure there's a fair few of you too.
Yeah.
I don't know where we are. Where with that, Charlie? Sorry, I beg your pardon.
Thanks very much, Matt. As he says, with all the toys, this is such a good. I love that shot with watching them on the small TV in the playroom. Such a great idea. And thank you to the Moonshine Biggie as well, which is just great to see the video of us there as we're working. As Steve says, hashtag Stream in Style, it's what you need, at Somerset CCC and at It's Trade Nation. So thanks, guys.
Mr. Faz, hashtag Charlie, mate, you had one job, hashtag drop catch. That's definitely my favourite tweet of the night. If anyone else wants to give tweet to Charlie of people doing things really uncoordinatedly, please send that through to Charlie Taylor at Somerset CC. We want to see that. There must be, if anyone can come up with a Charlie Taylor gif of him dropping that catch, I'm sure.
Oh, don't, because they'll do it.
That'll be interesting.
The team here will make
one. We want to see it. An Ollie Sale gif as well. But we're not too far away here. That is exciting. We're 12 minutes away from the resumption from a bit of a hit and giggle 12 over match, just one over that the Birmingham Bears will have. So Sam Hain, he's the kind of not out batsman. He'll resume on 40 not out, giving a bit of a whack. Also Burgess. I've seen him play on numerous occasions. He's a dangerous customer as well. He's also not a bad batsman too. So as the players warm up and the bad puns continue to surface from myself, Steve Snell, and with Charlie Taylor here, we've had some great news tonight. Obviously, we're mentioning Trade Nation giving more and more T-shirts away. Obviously, they want very keen for everyone to keep engaged and keep watching. Also, there's 150 quid to win too. Also, we've realised that we've reached a million people tonight, haven't we, Charlie? That's
fantastic
which
news.
is absolutely unbelievable numbers. What's even more worrying is that my face has been seen by 1 million people, but luckily those chinos haven't.
Yeah, those chinos safely back in the draw for tonight's game. But yeah, thank you so much for being part of that. I know it's been a rain-affected match, and it's always a shame. We're losing out on 8 overs aside here, which is a shame. But we are going to get some cricket. That's the good news. I've just looked at the rain radar. As far as I can tell, this is famous last words, isn't it? As far as I can tell, looking at the rain radar that I'm using, there's no more rain due to come in by 9:45, which is the cut-off point for this match. So some good news there. A reminder, we've got 1 over left of the Birmingham Bears innings when we resume at 9 o'clock. What that means is that shortly after 9 o'clock, when that over finishes, I will be giving someone a ring. Now, if you want to be that person, if you've got a chance, not just tonight, but also in the other 2 games coming up, 3 games, I should say, coming up at home for Somerset, then we'll be giving away a 50-inch TV, Thatcher's Pizza. I know we've talked about it a lot, but it's such a great prize. We just want to keep mentioning it. We want to get you that stuff. You can get involved with us. All you need to do is head to the Somerset website. That's where all the details are. You fill out a little form in there. When I ring you, just after 9 o'clock, once that 1 over that Birmingham have got left, once that's been bowled, you need to pick up the phone and say, "How's that, Trade Nation?" If you don't say that as the first thing, we move on. We'll try another caller. You don't get a second chance. It's really, really tough. So when you pick up that phone, make sure you say, "How's that, Trade Nation?" As long as you're within the UK, we will get those prizes to you. That TV on its way, the Thatchers, and the pizza as well. It's a really great prize. I'm very jealous. I wish I was at home, really. I'd want to be getting involved with this.
Yeah, absolutely. What I'm just doing, I'm going to make this so easy for people at home to remember. I'm just going to do a tweet from the Somerset Cricket tweet. Just remind you what you need to do in order to win that. So we'll get that out to you now. When Charlie rings, make sure you do not miss out on that opportunity. That would be devastating to pick up the phone and be extra polite and miss out on the chance to win.
Don't say hello. I know it's just what everyone does. Pick up the phone and say hello. Don't do that because you won't win the TV. Could not stress that enough. I'm going to run you through what's been going on today in the match. Somerset, for those just joining us or catching up after the rain delay, or maybe joining us as well after the England game. That one is still going. Australia looking like they'll win that one against England, the first T20. Somerset against Birmingham Bears. It's a home T20 for Somerset, their second T20 home game this year. Birmingham 85 for 4 after 11 overs. Ed Pollock hitting 20 from 16 balls. And Bell and Hose gone in 1 over. Both of them in a Lewis Gregory over. Both of them for a duck. So great start for Somerset. Sam Haynes still there. He's 40 not out. Will Rhodes, the captain, was bowled just before the rain break happened. And just good news now, as you'll see on your screens, the main red covers being taken off. So we can now see the match pitch again, which is great news. A bit more catching practice still going on for the Somerset players as they start to come out of their pavilion. Michael Burgess was the new man in. He's on 1. He's only faced 1 ball. So that wicket, we talked about this a little bit, Steve, that wicket will have an impact on the DLS score. Yes, Birmingham have got another over to play with, but actually that probably would have taken off maybe 10 runs, something like that. It's hard to say with the algorithms, but taking wickets reduces the amount that you'll then have to find.
You're absolutely right, and that's one of the things. Had Birmingham been maybe 15 or 20 runs further on than they currently are at the moment, if Somerset had taken less wickets, by the way, and Birmingham had been further on, say 100 odd for 1 or 2, then their score potentially would have been bumped up a little bit more. So this is going to be a really interesting equation. So I like to think actually there's not going to be too many more runs that are taking place.
Yeah, no, we'll see. We will see what goes on. Again, if wickets fall in that 1 over, that will make a difference. So we'll see how things go here. This 1 extra over for Birmingham to get through before Somerset will take on a 12-over game. What do you reckon? 12 overs, what would a good thing? You've got 10 wickets in hand. You know you've only got 12 overs to bat. What would you be looking for as a target that's achievable? But again, not too. I guess their score will be bumped up a little bit. Actually, what Birmingham will come up with will probably be increased for Somerset to chase just because of the ways the DLS works.
Well, ordinarily, these games are quite strange in the fact they're a rare occurrence. You're playing 20 over cricket. Well, actually, the other night, Birmingham had a 12 or 13 over game against Gloucestershire, which actually they were on the receiving. I think it was an organic 12 over game where it was at the outset, not like tonight where it started as 20 overs each side. But Tom Smith took 5 for not very many for Gloucestershire, which great to see him do that from a purely personal perspective. He had an unbelievably tough couple of years personally, so to see him perform so well was great. And then Ian Cobain came out and slogged it, and Birmingham lost quite convincingly. So tonight they'll have some performance reference of what it's like to play in their 12 over innings. Whether that makes anything in terms of that counts for the price of bread or not, I don't know, but I know that Somerset have got some very dangerous players. I think the whole of Pakistan will be watching for Babar Azam to come out and play his shots. So, Babar, please don't disappoint us. But, I can't wait to see how he approaches it.
Yeah, it's really interesting, actually. And the good news is that now the field is completely cleared of covers, just the groundsman. We've got a bucket there, which the groundsman will need to clear off, and a little tractor. But other than that, the game looks set to resume. We've got about 5 minutes before we get going here. So we're still waiting to work out exactly what the DLS will mean. The reason I say I expect the score will go up, that might sound a bit odd because you think, well, they've got 12 overs each, surely whatever Birmingham gets, Somerset have to chase down. The reason is because if they don't know that if it's 20 overs when you start, if you don't know it's going to be reduced, you probably start a bit more cautiously than you would do on a 12 over game. So they sort of take that into account and say, well, had you started off thinking it was 12 overs, you probably would have scored more. So that's why they do that.
Yeah, absolutely. Totally agree with that. So, good news as well. Not only are we bringing you a live broadcast and cricket is about to return in partnership with Trade Nation, we're also changing lives, Charlie. Gemma Harrington, not only has she won a Somerset shirt, not only is she out for dinner, it is her birthday today. So, a hat-trick of good news for you there, Gemma. Thanks for engaging with us, and thanks for being part of streaming in style. I know there are literally millions of people around the world seeing Stream in Style with Somerset's finest, Charlie Taylor, and myself, Steve Snell. I wouldn't want to quite give myself any moniker there. But
can you be where is it, the Isle of Wight you said you were from? The Isle of Wight's finest.
Grew up on the Isle of Wight and found myself torn. We won't mention those kind of man of the match performances in the Champions League whatsoever. Self-plug there, Charlie. But I remember watching that. When was this? 2012, 2011, 2012, something like that? 2011, just does kind of, what actually makes me think about it more than anything. As a film, actually, I think it's a Will Ferrell film, Semi-Pro, with him as a basketball player, and then they try and give away, they try and do a giveaway like we're doing tonight actually, but they're giving away a cheque for $1 million, but they don't actually own $1 million, but they're giving away a cheque that says $1 million. When I won that man of the match, I had that massive cheque as well, and I got a lot of stick from the lads for this old Semi-Pro deal with Will Ferrell. So I've got some funny pictures stashed away somewhere, but good memories, and they couldn't feel further away now as I'm fairly old and fairly rubbish, and I keep pulling my hamstrings whenever I play. So.
What was the situation? You were brought in as an emergency sort of wicket keeper, weren't you? There is that right? Am I remembering right?
Yeah, if you've got a problem and you can't solve it, and you need someone to keep, you know who to call. Was pretty much how it worked. They wrote me in from minor counties cricket. I'd been doing all right in the past for Gloucestershire. It's like one of those sliding doors moment. I was actually on a hospital bed. I got a phone call from Steve Kirby saying, "Can you come and play cricket for us?" I ended up doing it with a busted up leg, and ended up going to the Champions League. And as a result, I find myself here as the Academy Director. But let's stop talking about me, because I definitely not worthy of that. But good memories nonetheless. But the good news is umpires Ian Blackwell and Jeremy Lloyds are walking back out to the middle with purpose. Not only that, they're being followed by the Somerset team and the 2 Birmingham Bears batsmen. We are going to get cricket again, Charlie.
Oh, it's really exciting. And look at the fans out on the balconies there. They know cricket is coming too. Really great to have you back with us. Thank you if you've stayed with us throughout the rain break. Frustrating, we know, but we've actually had some really interesting stuff going on there. We've given away shirts. So. We've had, I hope so. I hope you've enjoyed it as well. I've enjoyed seeing some of the programmes we've had on. I have got something up my sleeve though. I know Steve there was ribbing me for dropping a catch on the TV screens there, but I was speaking to Stuart Barnes earlier today. And,
I'm not sure. I'm not a bit worried about where this is going, actually.
He's got some stories from your time at Gloucestershire, so don't worry. We'll come on to those in future home games.
Got a
Steve.
few more
We've
games,
got
haven't we, to go to?
Plenty of ammunition up my sleeve, so I will get my own back. But here we are. We've got cricket going on. It's 1 over here. We've got Birmingham out there for 1 over. After that, make sure you buy your phones because I'm going to be ringing someone who entered our competition and giving away, hopefully, a TV, Thatchers and pizza. All you've got to do is answer the phone with the phrase, "How's that, Trade Nation?" We'll see how that goes.
I'm so excited for that.
Me too. I really want to know how it goes.
I cannot wait.
Okay, we've got cricket going on, though. It's going to be Ollie Sale from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion. 1 over left of their innings here, Birmingham Bears. They're 85 for 4. The floodlights are on here. It is dark in Taunton, but not here at the cricket as the lights are shining down. Ollie Sale just looking around the field, as is Sam Hain. He's 40 not out for Birmingham. This could be a really interesting over. How will this go? Ollie Sale over the wicket, bowls to Hain, who flicks it onto the leg side. 2 fielders coming in to it. Oh, it's a misfield, and that will go for 4. And that's Roelof van der Merwe, not someone you see making mistakes in the field all that often. And maybe just the wetness of the grass, perhaps he dived over it a little bit there. Ollie Sale here, just watching the replay, bowling onto the leg side. Let's take a look at what happened. It looked like he slipped. It looked like he lost his footing a bit there.
Yeah, definitely. Sometimes when it's wet like that, he's attacking the ball so hard with purpose because he's trying to stop 2, and actually he just couldn't support his own body weight under his feet. So that's a really good piece of bowling by Ollie Sale as well, because Hain had set him for a pace-on ball. Sailor went slower ball first up. Hain could only work it into the leg side for what should have been 2, and Roelof missed it. And he's hit another boundary as well. Sale's gone for the Yorker. Squeezed it out wide, just a backward point, and that's 2 boundaries in 2 balls. So Hain's really doing some damage. We talked about this score could be adjusted. Certainly boundaries from Somerset's perspective won't help that.
No, 93 the score now for 4. It's a bad start for Somerset here. 4 balls left in the Birmingham Bears innings.
And that's £25 more for South West Air Ambulance, Charlie. We haven't mentioned it, as I said, too much because we've been off for rain a while, but in the splink of an eye, that's £50 more to charity, all courtesy of Trade Nation. Thank you, Sam Hain.
Takes it over 400 quid now, which is great news. Ollie Sale, 82 on his back, flowing blonde hair. He's in over the wicket. It's a full ball, bowled quite slowly into the batsman, Sam Hain, and that one comes back in, and then just the single. It's a better delivery there from Ollie Sale compared to the last ball. That one just taking the pace off it.
Yeah, Roelof van der Merwe would have been a bit nervous after that one, having just dived past the one before. But, I think a single at this stage, the innings is a good result. It's almost akin to being in the last over of a T20, what with 9 wickets in hand. You've got absolute carte blanche just to swing through. So it could be in a bit of danger here. Maybe those Trade Nation boards, £250 for charity, could be brought in. Ollie Sale, he's got some rather dark sweatbands on that beyond ball flowing locks of his as he steams in from the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. It's coming up near us. You're going to hear this clatter as that 6 into the Somerset or the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion, and what a shot that was. It was a length ball by Ollie Sale. I don't know whether Anthony Gibson next to us managed to get a hand on that one.
Oh yeah, I certainly would have done, going on my previous experience. Here we go, look at that, straight into the pavilion, and that camera shot actually not too far away from where we're sitting now. So a 6 there. This is going well for Birmingham. They bring up the 100. I think 100 for 4 with 2 balls left. We've seen 3 boundaries, 2 falls and a 6. That's another 50 quid as well. That's 6 for the Southwest Air Ambulances. Sailing again. This one is a shorter ball, drop low, and there's a run out. And I think Steve Davies has got his man there. He took the ball nice and cleanly. They ran anyway, and he managed to hit the stumps, throwing the ball towards them. They're just taking a look. Looks like he's...
it's a close one, that, Charlie.
They started to celebrate that. I'm sure the Somerset players thinking that they'd got him. Let's take a look here. Oh, no, he was well up. He was clearly backing up quite a long way there. So Steve Davies getting his aim correct. Somerset celebrating as if they'd managed to get him, but in the end, no wicket. Just the 1 run from it. 101 for 4. This is the last ball in the Birmingham Bears innings. Get ready. If you've entered our competition, stay by your phones. Keep an eye out for the withheld number I'll be ringing from, and we'll be giving away a TV, pizza and Thatchers.
Who wouldn't want a phone call from Charlie Taylor on our Friday night, says the people of Somerset, as Ollie Sale is in again. And that's going to go for 6 over the head of Tom Lammerby at long off. 6 more. What an over from the Birmingham Bears. Oh my goodness, Ollie Sale won't want to revisit that one. A couple of sixes there from Sam Hain to finish. Burgess, I beg your pardon, 7 not out. Sam Hain, 55 not out. The Birmingham Bears are running off with a spring in their step. 107 for 4. Oh my goodness me. But that brings up £525 so far for charity, with another 50 quid to the Southwest Air Ambulance. But Ollie Sale won't thank them for their charity, as he is the person on the raw end of that. But Somerset have got some work to do. We're going to find out the adjusted target as soon as we can. But we've got some fun to be had ASAP. So Charlie Taylor, very shortly, this is going to be an extremely short break. Charlie Taylor will be ringing somebody. You know what you need to do. We've been talking about it all night. We're not going to give you too much. This is going to be the last clue. You need to say, how's that, Trade Nation? Have you been watching the stream? You've got an opportunity to win the pizza, to win the TV, to win the Thatchers. Let's see what Charlie's got for us.
Okay, I've been given a list of 3 names here. The first person has to say it. If they don't say, how's that, Trade Nation, we'll move on to number 2. And if they don't say it, we'll move on to number 3. And if they don't say it, we'll roll it over. We'll give away 2 TVs in another game. But let's see how this goes. We're now calling our first, hopefully, lucky winner. Let's see whether they pick up with the right phrase. Tense moments.
Hello?
Ah, Sam, we needed you to say a certain phrase. Sam. It's Charlie here, calling Sam from the cricket. We needed you to say a certain phrase for us, but we've got to be strict. Oh, it's a shame. It's a shame. We've got more cricket going on here, Sam. You'll have to join us. Watch the second innings.
They are back on, are they?
Yeah, we've just had 1 over of Birmingham Bears innings.
Sam, we're going to move on. Sam, you haven't been watching the stream, unfortunately. We're going to have to hang up. Sam, move on to the next one as Charlie Taylor gets the next call ready. It's a ruthless business, this. How's that, Trade Nation? If you haven't been watching the stream, you need to pick up the phone to Charlie Taylor if you want that pizza, if you want that Thatchers, and if you want that flat screen TV. So we're going to make another call. Unfortunately, Sam got it badly wrong. We're going to move on.
It's exciting stuff here. Let's find out whether our second caller can work it out and get the phrase right. We need them to say, how's that, Trade Nation, when they pick up. Trying number 2 now.
Hello?
Oh, no. Jesse, we needed a certain phrase from you. You could have won the TV, the pizza and the Thatchers, but we needed you to say a certain phrase when you answered the phone. It's Charlie here at Somerset. Are you watching the live stream?
Yeah, I watched it a bit earlier before you had the rain break. Yeah.
Okay, well, I'm afraid we needed a certain phrase from you. Not to worry. Enjoy the rest of the innings. We'll have to move on, I'm afraid, Jesse.
Just as Charlie puts that next number in, we've had 2 people there.
Let's
see. Saying, if this next person doesn't open it, we're going to roll over to next week. It'll be a double prize as we see the Birmingham Bears just warming up in the middle. We're not too far away from the resumption. We're going to find out what is required to win. At the moment, it looks like it's 108 runs to win, but we will confirm that. Charlie, the phone is ringing.
Here we go. What do you reckon? We're going to get a winner here, Steve?
I think I'm being optimistic. Absolutely.
Okay, right. Last time. They've got to pick up with how's that, Trade Nation. If they say hello, we're rolling it over to another game. Here we go.
If your phone is ringing, please say, how's that, Trade Nation?
Tense. I'm so nervous. Oh, they're not going to pick up. We're not going to give her the TV away.
Welcome to the test.
Oh, no! No TV giveaway today!
You can't give away pizza, Thatchers and TV. How disappointing.
I mean, it's not a tricky thing we're asking people to do. Just pick up the phone with that phrase. Well, we roll it over. More TV's chance for next game.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know what's Trade Nation have got in store, whether they can you can win a double TV, but we will update. But that's the number 1 lesson, Charlie. If you're called by Charlie Taylor on a Friday night, you've got to pick up the phone and say, how's that, Trade Nation?
Well, I tell you what, we're probably going to change the phrase next time. You have to watch the stream to find out. That's what you need. We need to keep an ear on what we're doing. So the TV, the Thatchers, the pizza. Where is it? Is it all back here in the rig? Can we go and crack into it ourselves, maybe?
That sounds like an absolute plan, to be honest. I don't know. We'll have to have a chat with James from Trade Nation.
I cycled here today. I don't know how I'm going to get that TV on my bike on the way back. Oh dear!
For Sam as well. He realised straight away, Sam, didn't he?
Yeah,
realised straight away.
He knew it. He knew it, and he got it. Ah, never mind. Polly, the scorer here, just giving us the updated DLS scores. So we will now know for you that the score is 124. That's the par score. So 125 to win tonight. That is Somerset's total. 125 is what we're looking for. Right then, we are getting ready for what's going to be an exciting 12 overs of cricket here. It's a shame we haven't been able to give away that, but we've got loads still to do, and there's still a chance to win some money, Steve.
Yeah, £150 streaming style. We're going to be doing that nearer the end of the Somerset innings, so still a chance to win £150 plus 4 Somerset shirts up for grab. We're going to go through some of your tweets in a minute, but before that, we've got some inspirational video to show you. We'll be back.
What a way to go to your first 100 in T20 cricket. Tell me, are you with me now? Ready to put it down? Start at the bottom, already forgot them, but they won't forgive me now. You really ain't ready now. You haters just in the crowd, but till I just look around. Are you with me now? Are you with me now? Are you with me now? Said, are you with me now? Ain't felt this good in a while. They want us to simmer down.
Somerset are back. We're looking forward to seeing how they get on here. 2 wins in a row the last couple of games. Birmingham Bears have got an exciting squad to look out for as well. It's certainly not going to be a walk in the park. It was a big last over there. Do you have any thoughts on how that was bowled? Obviously, the fielding wasn't great in the first ball. A bit unlucky with the wet weather here, maybe making the grass a bit greasy. What do you think, Steve?
Yeah, I think we talk about momentum earlier. That first ball with just Rulef van der Merwe running past it, that gives the batter confidence, almost takes the batter into his comfort zone. 4 off the first ball, and then he can just relax and breathe and swing through the ball with a bit more confidence. Like any batter who's played at any level gets some sort of anxiety, definitely, and then when you relax at the crease you become more dangerous. There's no doubt about that. But equally, Ollie Sale, the second ball just was squeezed out. There was a little bit width on it, and then the third and fourth, there was just a little bit that managed of length that the Hayne and Burgess managed to get underneath it. So absolutely, it was disappointing from Sale. But there was some good batting. Credit where credit is due. But I'm looking at the score now. 125 off 12. We don't know yet in terms of how many overs in that power play. I suggest potentially it might be 2 or 3.
Mm-hmm.
So that's going to be a huge part of the game. If there's wickets in those first 2 or 3 overs, or if Babar Azam gets going, which there's a few thousand people who are keen to watch him bat, a few million people even. If he gets going, then of course, that shortens the target. But in any cricket, even with 10 wickets, 125 off 12 overs, that's a tough ask.
Yeah, well, it's looking at over 10 and over. That's, like as you say, it's pressure on Somerset here. This will be a well-earned win should they do it. Let's not count chickens before they hatch, obviously, but it's going to have to be a good chase here by Somerset. This isn't a small total. With that Glamorgan game we watched, we pretty much expected Somerset to be able to get there fairly easily, and they did. This is a different kettle of fish here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think Somerset are under pressure here. I think if you're Birmingham with 125 on the board, which is a DLS adjusted target, then I think you're going to be fairly happy. So yeah. I think watch this space. What Somerset do with a batting order, we might see Lewis Gregory just come in a little earlier. Certainly from a captain's perspective, you'd like to think he'd be backing himself, and potentially with Eddie Barham with the left-handed right-handed combination as well with that short boundary, and Tom Lammerby, we could see some flexibility from Lewis Gregory and Jason Kerr. But there's no doubt the power play, however many overs, is huge in this.
Yeah, early wickets for Birmingham, and Somerset will find themselves massively under pressure because that DLS rockets up pretty quickly as wickets fall. However, the benefit for Somerset is they'll have a pass score on the scoreboards here, so they'll be given a pretty good indication of where they ought to be at certain stages of the game. I do like that about the DLS here at Taunton. It gives you that pass score at the end of the over, so they sort of know incrementally how and where they should be. So 125 to win for Somerset. You can see Somerset's opening batsman there, Babar Azam and Steve Davies, ready to start the innings. There's a come out of the pavilion, just waiting, warming up a little bit. It's a chilly night in Taunton. It's not been a warm day, really. I must admit, I did a tiny bit of cycling up around the Quantocks today, and there was a chill coming off there. So it's not going to be a warm day. It's certainly not at this time of night as well. Now the rain's fallen as well. It usually brings the temperature down a little bit. So it is going to be chilly. It's going to be wet out there as well. Conditions aren't perfect here for either side, really.
My sources tell me it's 3.4 overs for the power play. So in
Good to
terms
know.
of from a how many 2 men only outside the circle for the first 3.4 overs. So as mentioned earlier, I think that's going to be absolutely critical in terms of this run chase. And Babar Azam, he is going to be at the forefront of it. He is walking out to bat now with Steve Davis. We can see him just coming in front of this Ian Botham stand end. He's on your screen now to your left-hand side. Very excited to watch him play. His return to the county ground. He was absolutely superb for Somerset last year in all sorts of different ways. And yes, absolutely brilliant to have him. Steve Davis, he was in fine touch the other night against Worcestershire as well at Edgbaston. It seems weird to talk about Worcestershire playing Somerset at Edgbaston. And of course we've got the Birmingham Bears in yellow out there as well, which looks very good under the floodlights. What a scene here at the county ground.
I tell you what, it was 2 hours ago, just about 2 hours ago, that the rain started and Somerset and Birmingham Bears went off. We've had 1 over since then we have another break. Cricket's a funny old game, isn't it? But we're here now. 12 overs for Somerset to reach 125 or for Birmingham to stop them. And we're going to be keeping you updated on every single ball here. You can watch it all unfold, and we will be seeing the #1 ranked T20 player in the world, Babar Azam, will face the first ball, which will come from Tim Bresnan.
Yeah, we've been saying about your streaming style. If you're watching in Pakistan, it must be quite late there now, or is it early in terms of my time difference? Not quite au fait, but yeah, send us your pictures from where you're watching Babar Azam. We can't wait to see as he's going to face his first ball. It's Azam on strike, and he whacks a ball. It might hit one of the Trade Nation targets just to the left of it. Oh my goodness. 6 first ball from Babar Azam. He is stamping his authority on this game just to the left of that Trade Nation target. It was nearly £250 to South West Air Ambulance. What a shot. Have a look on screen. It was a back of a length ball, and Azam dispatched it like it was a 35-mile-an-hour underarm. Such is the quality of Azam. That was a stupendous shot. The flick of the wrists, the impetuousness of the shot. What a player this guy is.
What a start for Somerset. Already 6 runs on the board, just 1 ball gone. Babar going at a 600 strike rate at the moment.
Tim Bresnan, what a shot that was. Babar Azam on strike again. This time a backward defensive, a far more, typical cricket stroke for the second ball of an innings. But not too many batters have dispatched the first ball of an innings for 6. And Babar Azam did that as though it was something that he would just walk down the stairs and have like his breakfast, like his porridge. It's something he does every day of the week. What a superb talent this man is. Just 14 more runs he needs to bring up 5,000 T20 runs. As Bresnan's in again, this time Azam flails one outside, he's gone. The big celebration from the Birmingham Bears. It was a big nick for Azam. The ball goes through to the wicketkeeper, Burgess. Azam has gone for 6 off 3 balls. What a blow that is for the Birmingham Bears, and a huge disappointment for Somerset and for Azam.
Yeah, absolutely crucial wicket. We said early wickets will put pressure on. They couldn't have got a bigger wicket early on here. Birmingham Bears, the number one ranked T20 player in the world, is walking off with just 6 to his name there, which came off the first ball. Azam has gone here. So Somerset with it all to do. They've got 9 wickets to go. They've got 11.5 overs to score another 119 runs, and they're not going to be able to rely on Babar Azam, the Pakistani international. So an uphill struggle here for Somerset. They've got plenty of other high-quality players. It'll be James Hildreth who walks to the crease to replace Babar. We'll see how he goes, but huge disappointment for Somerset and the overseas player Babar Azam.
Yeah, absolutely. What a shame, and for a psychological boost there for the Birmingham Bears. That's absolutely massive. He's such a player of intense quality and ability. Bresnan, though, he's not had such a bad career himself, so no shame nicking off to a former international cricketer who is in the twilight of his career now, but still a very decent performer. As Bresnan is in again, Hildreth is down the track, back of a length ball from Tim Bresnan, and there's no run. Just a couple of balls left in this over. Somerset have to look to be positive in this 3.4 over power play. What a event this has turned out to be. The shortest forms of the game sometimes can be the most exciting. Not always. I do like the twist and turn of a 4-day saga myself as well. But yes, Hildreth this time he faces up to Tim Bresnan, who is in. And this time Hildreth whacks one away over mid-wicket. That's going to go for 4. What a shot. £25 more to the South West Air Ambulance, courtesy of Trade Nation. Takes Somerset on to 10 for 1. They've got to keep looking to be positive here, Charlie.
Absolutely. The par score after the first over with 1 wicket down will be 11. So they're there or thereabouts at the moment, but they've just got to keep in this power play peppering that shorter boundary there. Only the 2 fielders outside, and Bresnan in again over the wicket. Hildreth coming down the wicket. That's a nice shot. Really nicely played through mid-wicket, and Hildreth moves the score nicely on to 14 for 1, and it's another £25 to the air ambulances.
One of the things I love about COVID cricket, I guess, and there's not too much to love about no fans being allowed in the stadium, is you can hear the reactions of the players. So during the Birmingham, the last over of that innings where Hayne and Burgess were teeing it up, you could hear the Birmingham balcony going nuts. You could hear the reaction of the players as they removed Babar Azam there. Equally, you can hear the Somerset balcony as Hildreth dispatched those last 2 balls for 4. And it was great to hear. You can hear the genuine passion and engagement in the game. And I guess almost for the team, the guys who are batting, I guess that means almost more the reaction and the enthusiasm of your teammates. Ollie Stone this time, he's another exciting English cricketer. He's going to open the bowling from the Marcus Trescothick stand end. And Davis is on the back foot. It's going to be a chance to mid-on. It's well caught. Oh my goodness, Davis has gone first ball. A superb catch by the captain, Will Rhodes, at wide mid-on. Davis has gone for 0. It's 14 for 2. Somerset in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah, having played so well in the game at Edgbaston yesterday, Steve Davies goes here in just his first ball that he's faced, and that is the end of Davies. It's the end of both openers, 14 for 2, and we said early wickets. There is this pressure in a shorter game, especially with a target like that, 10 and over they needed to start off with. That pressure already telling for Somerset here.
I'm going to take an extreme positive from a huge negative. He didn't waste any balls. He's out first ball, but he's looking to take the game forward. So
that is the ultra positive,
It's
isn't
ridiculous as it sounds. He didn't chew up 5 balls for a horrible duck. It wasn't his day, somebody else's turn. But yeah, absolutely. Somerset in a little bit of trouble here. But you remember Lewis Gregory took 2 wickets in 2 balls as well. All is not lost here, Charlie, as Tom Abel comes to the crease. We saw on Tuesday night against Glamorgan, it wasn't just an innings of class, it wasn't just an innings of composure, it was an innings of elegance, of complete control and of match influencing perspective, and he's got to do something similar tonight.
Well, it's these two again, isn't it? Hildreth and Abel, as Stone comes in, and Hildreth trying to flick it over the wicket keeper, and it's 1 for the over as the umpire signals there. Hildreth not quite getting his angles right there as he brought the bat over for the scoop shot, but Ollie Stone, one of England's greatest future prospects, you'd say. He's in and around that England squad, bowls very quickly as well.
That was rapid, Charlie, that ball. That was absolutely grease lightning. That's one of the quickest balls I've seen this season. Not that there's been a huge amount of cricket. Genuine pace from Stone, as this time he's knocked away by Hildreth. Again, the composure of somebody who's played so many T20 matches, so many big matches for Somerset. This time he stood still, allowed the ball to come near him, and then just stroked it effortlessly just towards the Thatcher's boards away to our left. There'll be plenty of Thatchers being drunk in Somerset tonight, I am sure. There was a chance actually to win some on our competition. Sam, you just got to pick up the phone and say, how's that, Trade Nation? Oh, absolutely devastating that we couldn't give the TV and the pizza and the Thatchers away. I'm not sure I'll be able to get over that. As Stone again, this time the ball is hit down towards third man. It's just going to miss the Trade Nation sign. As somebody actually watching from behind the floodlights, the only kind of illegal spectator who's seen, and it just missed the Trade Nation ball, but it's gone for 6. As my iWatch said, can you try again? He didn't quite get that as I sat on it. Thanks, Siri.
He's talking to Hildreth there, telling him to try again, hitting the Trade Nation board. That's what he's going for.
That's 6 more runs, though, to James Hildreth, and that ball absolutely flew. It could be in the river, that one.
Yeah, that was huge. A lovely shot. And actually, it was a shot that he tried to play. It wasn't, even though it went behind him off what looked a bit edgy, it was a shot that he meant to play. It was really nicely played from Hildreth, who is a world-class player, even though he hasn't got that international that side to him. But playing some fantastic cricket. He really has been a fantastic performer. Just a quick look at that one. The ball being changed here. It's gone out the ground, probably into the river, actually. That is about as close as the river as it gets. Let's watch some slow-mo Babar Azam shots here as we Wait for that new ball to be delivered into the middle. That's the 6.
What a shot
that he
was.
scored. It was a lovely shot. Sadly, the only shot we'll see him score runs off tonight.
Yeah, we certainly would like to see a bit more eat, sleep, play, repeat of Baba. That was very disappointing for him to nick out third ball, but that's T20 cricket, as this time Hildreth lost one up onto the onside, one bounce for just into near where the Ondarchi stand is. Super shot from Hildreth. We talked earlier on about how important it is to keep momentum and keep taking the game forward. Hildreth doesn't seem perturbed at all by the wickets that have been lost at the other end. In fact, he seems rather motivated by it, and he's played some superb cricket since then. He's gone 4, 6, 4, 28 for 1. We're in the last ball of the second over, and it feels like an absolute catalogue of cricket has happened, but in the space of 12 balls or 11 balls.
It's been really good to watch so far. It'll be Ollie Stone facing up to Hildreth, who's got a 6 and 4s already in this over. Let's see what he does here, and this time makes room for himself, and it's well bowled there, I think, from Ollie Stone, who just noticed that, pushed it wide, and Hildreth not able to reach it. So a dot ball to finish. The score is 28 for 2. Now, after 2 wickets were down, that would mean that Somerset should be around 21. So they're ahead of the rate at the moment, the par score on DLS. If they can keep at that, then they'll be pretty pleased as they head towards 125. A lot of cricket still to come.
Yeah, there is. Well, hopefully so. It's one of those evenings. It gets so dark, you don't know whether it's just the pitch black of night, or it's the worst clouds from Never Never Land steam rolling in. Hopefully it's just dark. But I'm really excited actually to see some of the matchups on show tonight. So Henry Brooks, who's got the ball in his hand now, he's a very exciting young cricketer indeed. Actually comes from a family full of exciting young talent. Brother Ethan, I think he's got a brother Ben who bowls steady left arm seam, as well as Tom Abel is hit on the pad and typically enthusiastically scampers through for a leg bye.
Interesting there, because the game we watched on Tuesday night, Abel was taking the strike, hitting a lot of 4s, really lovely 4s, and the 6 as well. Here, I wonder whether Abel's thinking, well, Hildreth's seeing it okay, he's hit a few boundaries already, I'm just happy to get off strike, and just to get off strike and give Hildreth the dominance in this one. We'll have to see if that is a tactic they go with.
Yeah, I don't think he'll be thinking too much as Hildreth swats one away on the leg side. It's a throw at the stumps, and he gets in fairly comfortably. But I think it'll be far more organic than that, Charlie. I think it's particularly on Tuesday night, we saw exactly as you described. Hildreth played second fiddle and understood. I beg your pardon. Tactically, it was the right thing to do. He just got himself off strike as Tom Abel was finding the boundary with ease. I think tonight they don't have the luxury of that time. I think both of them have got to go fairly hard. They need just under 100 runs in 10 overs as Tom Abel is on strike again to Brooks. Oh my goodness me, he's lofted that one away on the offside. It could plug due to the wetness of the ground, but it does skid on, and that's a boundary to Tom Abel. It was a short and wide delivery from Brooks. That fairly decent lick as well. He's a big tall goober, isn't he? We've got a few tall goobers in the Somerset side, so certainly not being kind of I say defamatory to Henry at all, but he bowls with good pace from a tall height, and Tom Abel used the pace of that ball and smashed it away on the offside. But talked about those matchups in the game today. We've got Ian Bell, we've got Abel, Hildreth, Brooks, Bresnan, as this time Abel works one away on the onside for no run. Azam, we've already seen come and go. We've got Jake Lintop, who's one from the Somerset Academy, as we see James Hildreth 6 just missing this Trade Nation sign to the right hand side of. You probably can't see the bloke who stood next to the floodlights. I think he needs to be watching the live stream rather than trying to peek through the ground. Well, maybe we'll have to send Kelsey round to remove him. If you're listening, give us a wave over there. As Brooks again, it reminds me a bit of Boyd Rankin in his size and stature, as this time hits the top of the bat with steep pace and bounce, and there's no run. But 34-4-2 here. We've had all sorts going on here tonight. We've had competitions, hashtag streaming style. Actually, that reminds me, we need to pick 4 more winners of the shirt. So maybe we'll get on to James from Trade Nation. You can actually have a bit of a look and just see if there's anyone we need to start giving away some shirts to. We've still got 4 to give, plus that £150. So send your hashtag streaming style pictures with a chance to win £150 in any currency. So that's 4. No, it's not. That's gone. That's caught. Tom Abel, I thought it pierced the field, but it's gone straight across. Caught at short cover by Ollie Stone. Tom Abel received a short and wide delivery. He's made the cardinal sin of not placing it, what he did exceedingly well on Tuesday, straight to Ollie Stone.
Yeah, so not a great start this by Somerset. The DLS par total will jump up again as another wicket falls already. 3 gone. We're still in the power play here. Hildreth looking nice on 23, but other than that, no one able to get going. Who can support Hildreth? Who can stay there with him as this match continues? We've got 9 overs for Somerset to reach another 91 runs. So it's 10 and over, which is what it has been. In fact, they've managed to bring the rate down a little, but it's those wickets falling. It'll worry Somerset. Someone needs to hang around.
Yeah, absolutely. Just going to go through a few tweets. Hassan, oh my God, I can't believe. Thank you so much, Trade Nation and Somerset CC. I've won a Somerset shirt. Thank you so much. I'm so happy. Good luck for the game, especially Babar Azam. Love from Pakistan. Hassan, it is absolutely our pleasure to give you a Somerset shirt. Not a problem at all. We've still got 4 more to give away. As I said, we're going to go through those fairly soon. But what's going on there out in the middle? It looks like Jeetan Patel, the wizardry of spin, almost to spin what Gandalf the Grey was in Lord of the Rings to Frodo. That's almost mystical figure who kind of does what he wants with the ball. He's in this time. And he hits, or it could be a run-out chance. Eddie Barham was nearly scampered down what would have been a death alleyway, as they call it in the game. There's no chance of a single there. And Patel already creating havoc with his mystic and his magic.
We spoke a bit about body language on Tuesday night, about how Glamorgan's body language slumped in it. Birmingham's complete opposite here. They are totally up for this. That was an attempted reverse sweep there from James Hildreth. Got it all wrong, waited for it, but in the end just missing the line of the ball, and nothing comes from it. 2 dot balls, and you'll see the run rate creep up quicker and quicker, actually, as those dot balls come together. James Hildreth here getting all of that one, but as he picked out the fielder, no. The fielder does well to keep it in. They'll think about a second. They do come back for it. There's a bit of a fumble in the deep, and the score moves on to 36 for 3. Hildreth there, risky shot. There's a fielder out on the deep backward square leg boundary that he's managed to avoid there, but the score moves up 36 for 3. Hildreth remains on strike. Jeetan Patel, the bowler.
Last ball of the power play as well, this, Charlie. This 3.3, so last ball of the power play, just 3.4 overs. This time Hildreth could reverse sweep. Barham is going to come through. Big chance for a run out if he hits. Hildreth could be out, and he's given out by Jeremy Lloyds, and it also looks like James Hildreth has pulled a hamstring as well. That does not look good news for Somerset, having been unfortunate enough to have some of the world's worst hamstrings. It looks like that call from Barham, which was an incredibly poor call from Eddie Barham. It was a call that he was panicked and under pressure, and James Hildreth had to scamper to the non-striker's end. He was running for his life, and as far as Little's legs would carry them. Unfortunately, they didn't carry him that far, and Jamie Thorpe, the physio, is running on, and it looks like James Hildreth has got in the hamster.
Well, this is really bad news for Somerset. Insult to injury. There was never a single there. There wasn't a single there, and Eddie Barham's called Hildreth through. Hildreth, who was already hesitating because I think he'd looked at the ball and thought, well, we're clearly not running on that one. Hildreth then having to speed up, and well, he is, mate. He's a very sorry picture. You can see him hobbling, clutching that right hamstring, and that is a sign that no Somerset fan will want to see. James Hildreth hobbling off the pitch, and Somerset are, they're staring down the barrel. 36 for 4. It's the end of the power play. They still need 89. Those 4 wickets down. It's a long old way back for Somerset from here.
Yeah, for small mercies, at least Somerset have scored. At least during that power play, they've got up and going. So even though 4 wickets down, they're still in the game, albeit a slim chance. Lewis Gregory and Eddie Barham are going to have to play exceedingly well here, but they've done that in the past. They are capable of doing that, but on a more kind of a disappointing note, that looks like a season ender for James Hildreth. Somerset have got some big games to play. They're playing Worcestershire in the Bob Willis Trophy starting on Sunday. Hildreth is not going to play a part in that, judging on how he's walking off here, and equally for the rest of the T20 campaign as well. It looks like Somerset are going to have to go into some of their younger resources. But Eddie Barham can't think about that now, as emotionally distraught as he'll be with a terrible call and injuring one of his teammates, which sounds
not only
absolutely horrific.
Getting them out and injuring them. I mean, it was bad. It was bad all round there. Hildreth only just has reached the boundary now. That gives you an idea of how slowly he was hobbling off. So
he could still get naught as well, Charlie, couldn't he? Unfortunately, but luckily he's off strike.
He's managed to hit a single there. So Barham, who will want to forget all about that. That was pretty horrible viewing for Somerset fans. Not just the run out, but the injury as well to Hildreth, hard to see from him hobbling off there, hard to see him taking, well, much further part probably in the season. I mean, there's less than a month to go of the season. Hamstrings are not quick healers, particularly Hildreth, who's in the older part of his career, I guess, getting towards the end of it. They're not going to heal up quickly.
Well, I know from personal experience, actually pulled my hamstring a month ago, and I'm actually playing tomorrow, Charlie, so I'm back in action, and it's taken me that long to get fit, so I think he's struggling as Patel is in again. This first ball is defended by Lewis Gregory, who joked earlier he was to be concentrating on finding the middle of the bat rather than the Trade Nation targets, but a lot rests on the Somerset T20 skipper here, not only on his own performance to try and get Somerset close to this target. They're chasing a revised, I think, to getting 125 to win from the Bears, who scored 107 earlier. If you're living in a polar universe and you've never experienced DLS cricket before, it is extraordinarily confusing. Yes, it is. But in short, Warwickshire or Birmingham have been given 18 more runs than they scored, just to adjust for the fact they didn't know it was a 12-over game when it started. So that's pretty much as simply as I can explain it. And if you want to ask any more questions on it, please direct to Charlie Taylor.
I cannot promise any good answers. I'll make them up. What this needs is a partnership, isn't it? You need one big partnership. There's 88 runs. If you can have a 60, 70 run partnership that goes quickly, that works well, if Byram and Gregory can get something going here, it's certainly not over. But 37 for 4, Somerset have really got to play sensibly. That's the thing as well. As this new over starts, it's Byram pushing forwards here on the...
So it's Jacob Lintott who's in. And actually there's a great story behind Jacob Lintott behind this. So Jake, a local lad, he's actually director of cricket at Queen's School. As this time he's drags one down and Eddie Byram knocks it out onto the onside. So Jake was on the Somerset Academy, has found himself, he's played in T20 cricket for Hampshire and for Gloucestershire. He's director of cricket at a local independent school, Queen's. He does some work with our spinners on the Somerset Academy. He plays local cricket for Clevedon. And here he is, playing for the Birmingham Bears at Taunton against Somerset. It's a shame that there's no one here from his family who are local to come and see him, but his level of resilience to play in this game, he 100% deserves his opportunity. And I think from a purely cricket perspective, it is great to see him getting his chance.
Lewis Gregory facing up to him, tapping it into the leg side. There'll just be a single here. Singles aren't enough for Somerset, but if they can start to build a partnership together, if both of them can just get a little bit settled, they don't want to lose more wickets now. And it's really hard to see a way back. These two need to get something going together. Gregory and Byram. Gregory, the captain here, who want to make a big impression. It's Lintott and Byram slashing through that one. They'll get a single for it. There's a man at point who will pick that one up on the boundary. Just another single. So Lintott going well here. If we sort of see him as a Somerset man. And you can see there, just as we're looking down at the screens, this is how the field is spread, to give you that idea. I know quite often we're watching close up on the pitch. So to give you an idea of how the field is spread for Birmingham, Lewis Gregory with half an over to go here. In the 2 more balls left in this Lintott over. In he comes over the wicket, and Gregory trying to force this one out onto the leg side. He has done enough. He's picked the gap beautifully there, Lewis Gregory. That's 4 to him. Another £25 to the air ambulances in Somerset, Dorset and Devon. We'll see a replay of that one coming up on your screens in just a moment. 44 for 4 the score. Here we go. Let's see Gregory picking that gap nicely and bisecting the fielders. Another 4 runs.
Yeah, short ball from Lintott, but Gregory was very smart in how he operated there. He stood deep in his crease. There's not much pace on the ball from Lintott. We saw Max Waller earlier. Equally, not much pace on the ball. He hung back and then whacked that for 4 as a dead ball is called by umpire Ian Blackwell as just Jake Lintott just sneaking up on the batter.
Just a quick one. England have beaten Australia by 2 runs in the T20 there. Australia 160 for 6. Quite a comeback from England in that game.
And if you're watching that game, you better be joining us now. Where have you been? As this time Gregory's misstumped by Burgess. What a mistake that is. Lintott beat Gregory on his outside edge, coming down the wicket, looking to deposit him into the river. Burgess just was probably distracted by Gregory's movement in front. We're going to have a look at the replay here as Lintott is in again, just past the outside edge of Gregory, and he nutmegged Burgess there, straight through the legs, just up a little bit early. The wicket-keeping purists will say, you've got to stay down, keep those gloves on the floor. Burgess just a little bit panicked. The tension in his shoulders was evident. Missed opportunity for the Bears, and that could be crucial. Lewis Gregory is extremely dangerous play. You've got to take your chances with him.
You could see how much that meant to Lintott as well. He was on all fours as soon as he realised he had a chance that had been missed there, missed stumping. And Michael Burgess actually just watching him, the wicketkeeper there, kicking the ground as he's moved to the other end for this next over. But Lintott would have loved a wicket against Somerset. But not to be. 44 for 4, Byram on 3, Gregory on 5, 125 the target, a revised DLS target for Somerset. They've lost early wickets. Let's see how this goes now as the new bowler coming in is Tim Bresnan, who bowled the first over. This one played out towards a wide third man. I beg your pardon, it's Brooks bowling. It's Brooks who's taken on this new over, so just a single from that one.
Yeah, Brooks just changing ends. He's coming around the wicket to Eddie Byram, just cramped him up for a bit of room. I think we'll see Lewis Gregory look to give himself a bit of room on the offside and hit towards the groundsman's corner. It's Lewis certainly favours the leg side, but the conditions of the ground are dictating actually that mid-off area is prevalent. But the field that Brooks has set with long on out, deep mid-wicket, deep square leg out, he's probably going to target the pads of Gregory here as he's in. He goes short and Gregory hits hard. It's misfielded at short cover, and he gets through for a single. Not the best piece of fielding there by Ian Bell, who puts up his hand in apology to his fellow teammates. And Eddie Byram is on strike. I think this is an important over for Byram. He needs to get himself up and running. He's faced 5 balls, scored 4 runs, hasn't managed to find a boundary yet. It sounds brutal, but in a shortened game, finding the boundary as regularly, as often as you can, it is so important. As Brooks is in again, he's probably going to look to hit the pitch hard. It's a slower ball, and Byram fails to get this one away. It's good, smart cricket by Brooks. Not so smart from the wicket-keeper, who threw the ball back, and Brooks wasn't watching. There was a little bit of unorganised chaos out there. Birmingham players are drying the ball, just indicating there could be a little bit due, as we saw the other night. The ball just skidding on and make, it was wet earlier as well, so potentially some of that moisture has been retained on the surface. As Brooks in again, just lumbering up to the crease. Big tall unit he is. Byram has a swing, he gets an outside edge, and that coveted first boundary that Somerset and Byram so needed has been found, just rocketing into the ball. It's just in front of the Sir Ian Botham stand. We'll have a look at that. It was a back of a length ball from Brooks, just on the replay. Byram has an aerial swing at that, all over the place, but the result is as needed.
Dirty runs. It's not pretty to watch, but runs are runs. It's the 50 up as well, 75 needed, and they've got 6 overs and 2 balls to do that in. 50 for 4. Brooks is in around the wicket. Byram getting all of this one. Is it enough for a 6? And it's taken just inside the boundary. Byram goes, and it's another one gone. 50 for 5 now. Somerset losing wickets quickly. And Birmingham well on top in this game, you'd have to say, and the body language from Birmingham, they're all huddled together now enjoying another wicket going. Birmingham look like the team at the moment which will come away with a win. It's a long way back for Somerset.
Yeah, sounded a bit toey, that from Byram. Didn't quite find his timing or rhythm during that game. Just looked like it just caught the bottom end of the bat. And Adam Hose took what was a comfortable catch in front of us down here, just in front of the Marcus Trescothick Pavilion end. But yeah, big wickets for Birmingham. Just go through a few tweets. Stephen has mentioned Lintott coaching at Queen's, playing at Clevedon and for Birmingham. I hope he has got a reliable car and a great mileage and allowance. That's very, very practical of you, Stephen, just to note that. Just a reminder, we are going to give away some shirts in a bit, just awaiting James in association with Trade Nation to give us 4 competition winners. Other than that, I'll start giving them out to my friends, which I'm sure they'll be very appreciative of. And the £150 as well is up for grabs. Big thanks to the Snell family for sending all their streaming style food. Well, Mum, I will try and win that £150 for you by means of the small amount of influence I have with Trade Nation. But only kidding, it's all fair in love and war here with the competitions. As this time Brooks is in, he bowls back of a length to Gregory, who can't really afford any type of mistake here, and he just defends out on the offside for no runs. Andrew says that's a disaster for the remainder of the season. Terrible call, never a single there in relation to the James Hildreth run out. Yeah, we come back to that. James Hildreth did not look in good shape whatsoever. Simon's saying it's game over. We're not quite, Simon. As far as I can see, there are 6 overs remaining. Somerset are 50 for 5, so there's a few overs left to go. Taunton Dean, streaming style with Alfonso Thomas each side. That's 2 shirts there from Taunton Dean. They've got pictures of Jack Leach and Alfonso Thomas. Daman is watching live from India. Superb selfie, Daman, with a moustache which is very reminiscent of Ben Green. Lovely little tash you've got going on there. But as I mentioned, as Byram, or Lammerby, I beg your pardon, attempts a sweep, and it's a wide given by Ian Blackwell. As I mentioned, we are giving away some shirts, plus that £150. Put in your streaming pictures, hashtag stream in style, as Lintock is in again to Lammerby. They've got to be proactive here, the Somerset batsman. Lammerby works the ball away on the onside, he pushes hard and calls Gregory back for 2, and it was met with a very stern and firm and authoritative no from Gregory. We don't need any more run-outs.
Yeah, got to be careful with those. I guess Byram going back into the pavilion would have avoided the gaze of James Hildreth at that point. It would have been a tricky one. I imagine actually Hildreth probably is on the physio's bench at the moment receiving treatment. Very sad sight for Somerset fans seeing someone like James Hildreth in pain like that as Lintott is in. And Hildreth, this is Gregory attempting a sweep. He's been given out. The captain, Gregory, is gone. 52 for 6, and Somerset are collapsing here. It's a long way to go. They need another 73 runs, and with 6 wickets down, it's really hard to see them getting that in just 6 overs. Let's have a look at the replay. Jake Lintott has his wicket against Somerset. It's Lewis Gregory, and that looked a pretty good decision from the umpire, I think, if we're being honest. So Birmingham hugely on top here.
Yeah, absolutely. The pressure of having to find that fence found its way to Lewis Gregory, and it looked as though that was fairly straight. I was going to have a look at the stumping, which seems fairly less relevant now. Burgess missed off Gregory as Lintott has got his man, but it's good footage all the same. Thanks to the guys next door for sorting. We could just see there Burgess, that shape he creates with his upper body and his knees just flexing upwards, not staying down. Just needs to maintain his posture for longer. But that's the kind of boring bit. How are we going to give away these shirts then, Charlie? We kind of need to get on this. We've got 4 more shirts to give away, 4 Somerset shirts. We need some good news in what has been an innings of disappointment so far for Somerset. But that's, we say that in the past, that's T20 cricket. That's 12 over cricket for you.
That is how it works. We said they'd be high risk. We said they'd need to go big, and going big brings risks with it. So Jake Lintott will carry on. It's Roelof van der Merwe. Well, he can certainly hit the ball. Let's see how he does here. It's quite a full delivery, flighted in by Jake Lintott, and that one just the single there here on the game. It is 53 for 6.
Yeah, Jacob Lintott, they're just setting his field here. He's still got men. He's trying to get hit to the longer boundary, that's absolutely sure. He's got guys just sat in front of well, they're not sat down, they're actually in front of the Andrew Caddick pavilion, as we see Lintott in now. He's got 2 men short of backward point. Lamby's down the track and hits it wide of long off. They're going to push hard, but it's only going to be 1, as here we go, as Roelof van der Merwe is on strike.
Yeah, 54 for 6. We've got 5 overs and 2 balls to go. Somerset are struggling here. 6 wickets down. Let's see what Jake Lintott's got here over the wicket to Roelof van der Merwe, who tries to pierce the field. He's picked out the fielder on the point boundary, just forwards of point. And there is just a single added to the total, 55 for 6. It's Charlie Taylor and Steve Snell with you on this live feed of Somerset against Birmingham Bears. Somerset have got to do something very special. We know that van der Merwe's been part of special partnerships before. This is Lammerby coming down the wicket, playing this one into the leg side, and there is just a single added to the total. It's 56 for 6 with 7 overs in, 5 overs to go.
Yeah, so 69 to win here, just in 5 overs. Looks an extremely tall order for Somerset, but nothing is impossible. But it is looking very, very tall order indeed. But that's sometimes T20 cricket, and if you're going to go hard for a long in what is a short period of time, there is that realisation that you can lose some fairly cheap wickets, and Somerset have done that tonight. But I think that last over from Ollie Sale in particular has made that target even less attainable. One good over there means Somerset probably chasing 100. It looks at an entirely different proposition. But Jeet and Patel, the spinners, have taken a good hold on this game as Lammonby has a big swing and a miss. Obviously looking to target that short side and where the Trade Nation boards are away to our left. And yeah, Patel he's a wily old fox. He's a good customer. He knows what he's doing here.
Yeah, just 3 runs from his first over. Dot ball to start this one. He's bowling really well here, using all that experience that he's got. He's in again around the wicket to Lammonby, who reverse hits this one for 4 runs. Nicely played. Switch hit and just playing it over through what is the backward square, a leg area. But in the end, obviously once you switch that hit, it all turns your brain inside out with the fielding positions. But that was a nice shot. 4 runs added to the total. 25 more pounds given to charity by Trade Nation here. So a nice shot from Lammonby. 60 for 6 now. Lammonby on to 7. That's the first boundary that Jeet and Patel's conceded.
Got another shirt to give away, Charlie. I'm going to start giving them away. So we've got Ian Shepherd. So Ian Shep at Shep 23. Quality and quantity. It's Trade Nation. Stream in style. And has another sweep shot from Lammonby. That looks like it could be 4 runs. It was brilliantly fielded in the deep. Superb fielding. It looked like Dan Mousley out there, superb, saving a boundary. So shirt number 7 is going to Shep 23. If we can make a note of that. He's got about 7 screens going on. It's an absolute extraordinary event. I'm going to like that one on Twitter if anyone wants to have a little gander at that. That's a hell of an effort, Ian. The Somerset shirt will be winging its way towards you. Also, we're going to go... Actually, we'll just take our time a little bit on this, Charlie. There's no need just to fire them all out as Roelof van der Merwe gets set here.
In comes Patel, and this one just pushed, thinking about the single, and there is no run. Lammonby backing up a long way there, but getting back in time. Another dot ball, nearly finishing off the 8th over now. 2 balls left in it. Somerset needs something, and they need it now. Still 64 to win. 14.8 the required run rate, which is a big ask for these batsmen. Van der Merwe playing this one out onto the point area, just a single added there. And there's just 1 ball left in this, the 8th over. We are live streaming to you from Taunton here. Somerset against Birmingham Bears. Birmingham in the box seat at the moment, you would say. It would be I think it would be their first win of the Vitality Blast this season. Only on... no, it would be their second win, I beg your pardon, of the Vitality Blast this season. And it will be a big result for them. It'll be a pain for Somerset missing out on these 2 points. We'll see how it goes. There's still a long way left in this game as Lammonby walks away. Just as Jeet and Patel plays with his field, tinkers around with it. Let's see how things go here as Patel just moving the field.
I've got one more competition winner before we start getting closer to the £150 giveaway. That's a big 6 by Lammonby. That's into the flats. It almost looks like it's on the first tier. It's just dropped down, actually, just along the walk of Hall of Fame. What a shot that is from Lammonby. Last ball of the over. Superb shot. We're going to have a look at that. Lammonby getting right underneath this one. What a superb shot that is. Lammonby got all of that right in the guts. Just followed it all the way down the Hall of Fame. Somerset 68 for 6. So we're going to go for shirt winner number 8. And it's going to be Lady Lorraine Warren. My big twin and the dog watching with intent, urging big hitting from Gregory. Unfortunately, Gregory's out. Hashtag stream in star, but I'm loving the picture of your son and your dog watching the stream on the telly. So Lady Lorraine Warren, that's a shirt winging its way to you. We've got 2 left, plus £150. And also, that was £50 more to charity, the South West Air Ambulance.
Fantastic to see those boundaries being hit as the umpire Blackwell just looks at the ball, inspects it, makes sure it's not been picked up to too much damage. It'll be Tim Bresnan who will take this over from the river end. Van der Merwe, the batsman on strike. He's on 3, Lammonby on to 14. 68 for 6. They need 57 more runs here. Let's see what happens as Van der Merwe, I say, gets ready to play this one. Oh, it was a great ball from Bresnan. Kept low, I think, there as Van der Merwe tried to play it and missed out on that one. A dot ball, 68 for 6.
Yeah, just looking to give himself a little bit of room. Just went a little bit too far to the offside. I think we'll see a change attack from Van der Merwe this ball, just trying to open up that leg side boundary, no doubt. But No credit to Warwickshire's good bowling from Tim Bresman, just pounding in with those big feet. This time Van der Merwe does try and target the onside. There was a chance for a run out, which was, I guess, almost too much time. Sam Hain there, and he had one stump to aim at, running in from cover. Roelof van der Merwe had given up, gone for all money. But fortunately, from his perspective, Hain was unable to administer that final destructive throw.
Well, we know that Van der Merwe can play his shots around the field, so it's not something that will worry him about where the field is put. We know we can find the gaps in places. He hits a hard ball, does Van der Merwe. But Tom Lammonby, great young talent coming through the ranks here at Somerset. He's on strike now as Bresnan's in again over the wicket and making space for him. He tries to play it around the corner here. And he hits the ground with his bat in frustration, Lammonby. He doesn't make connection on it. And there's another dot ball in the over, 69 for 6. This is good bowling.
Yeah, just rolling his fingers over the ball, using all his experience, Tim Bresnan. You know, he's been doing this since he was 16. You know, he looked like a 25-year-old man when he was 16, you know, playing for Yorkshire, taking wickets. And, you know, it's, you know, unbelievable to be able to call of somebody of this experience and composure at this stage of the game. It's Bresnan again. This time Lammonby shuffles, swings hard but doesn't get much of it. Ball trickles out on the offside for a single. But yeah, as we mentioned, using all his experience, changing up the balls he's bowling, changing the pace of the delivery and not being predictable. And that's T20 cricket in a nutshell. Yeah,
it's really good cricket from Tim Bresnan. So you'd expect someone with a lot of England experience as well as many years at Yorkshire. Fantastic cricketer on the county scene. Someone who I think is very well respected as well across so much of the country. It's Van der Merwe on strike. He has a look around the field. You never know with Van der Merwe really what to expect. In comes Bresnan over the wicket, and it's a full toss. This one played out into the leg side through the mid-wicket area. It's fielded on the deep. They go for a second run. They'll make it as well. Oh, they do appeal. Bresnan whipping off one of the bails, but I'm pretty sure Lammonby was safely home by that point. It's 72 for 6. We've got one ball left in the 9th over. Somerset, if you're just joining us, need 125 to win from 12 overs. So they've got 3 overs and 1 ball to go. We're bringing you this live on the Somerset County Cricket Club website and on YouTube in association with Trade Nation. In comes Tim Bresnan. This one nicely clipped through the leg side for 6 runs. Again, not far away from these Trade Nation boards. And that's another 6 runs there, making the total £875 already. Raised for the Somerset and Dorset and Devon air ambulances. Let's take another look at that one. Nicely timed from Van der Merwe.
Yeah, it's the first ball that Tim Bresnan's got wrong, really. It's low full toss. And Van der Merwe, we talked about Bresnan's composure. Van der Merwe, you know, slightly more energised cricketer, I would suggest. But, you know, again, showing all his experience and just lifting the ball towards the leg side boundary for another 6 and giving Somerset hope. It's the hope that kills you. But 47 to win off 3. Just hearing in my ear, just there's some competition winners about to be announced. We've got 2 more shirts to be announced,
Very
plus
exciting.
the £150. So it's starting to get into the nub of the competition as this time Lammonby reverse sweeps. It looks like it's going to be 1. No, it's not. 2 Birmingham fielders have missed it. First ball of the over. Absolutely crucial boundary from Tom Lammonby. Takes him on to 19. Somerset on to 82 for 6. Everything's been happening here tonight. As somebody, famous commentator once said, it's the tension, the buzz, the crowd, the atmosphere. Well, there's no crowd, but there's certainly a big atmosphere here as those Lintott and Bell just dived over that delivery, but nice shot from Tom Lammonby. As I mentioned, we're going to announce the competition winners in a second. We've got a superb picture, I think, with Adam Clothier in front of the cows, which he is going to take a shirt from Trade Nations. That's 9 Somerset shirts given away. Well done to you, Adam. Superb selfie. If you want to look on Show Us Your Stream, hashtag Stream in Style. If you want to look on that superb selfie of him with the cows, you've got a shirt coming to you, Adam. Leaves 1 more shirt to give away, Charlie, as that was another reverse sweep from Tom Lammonby.
Yeah, very exciting stuff. Those shirts, 10 of them being given away. We've also got the cash prize, 150 quid to give away as well. We'll bring you more of that one here as and when we can. It's Patel over the wicket to Van der Merwe. He plays this one out onto the leg side as he picked the gap. No, not quite. The fielder's doing well on the boundary, throwing it in, and they'll come back for a second run. Somerset on to 85 for 6. They're not out of this yet. They need 40 runs to go. They've got 2.5 overs to go, and 40 runs from it means a run rate of 16 required. We will keep you up to date with it. Of course, here you can see every ball live on the live stream. Great to have you with us. We're still giving away 150 quid soon to the best setup that we've seen. Thank you to all of your messages coming in on Twitter and on other places as well. Great to hear from you. Jeetan Patel into Van der Merwe, who this time just plays it nicely out onto the leg side for a single push and run there from Van der Merwe. And the score moves up to 86-6.
Just news of the last shirt winner. I've got my names wrong in the last one, but that's fine. The names were right in terms of who'd won that. Adam Frampton is with the Cowls selfie. So Adam Frampton. Andrew Frampton, I beg your pardon. Andrew, superb selfie of you with the Cowls. Very Somerset indeed. So Andrew Frampton is the 10th winner of the Somerset shirt, and in the next over we are going to announce who is the winner as another superb reverse sweep from Tom Lammonby. That's 4 more runs, takes the score on to 90-6. Tom Lammonby is just bringing Somerset into this game, but we're going to announce who is the winner of the £150. But Andrew Frampton with the Cal selfie, that's absolutely superb. And we're getting news in our ear who has won the £150. It's all very exciting. I will tell all at the start of the next over. So if you are engaged and you want to find out if you've won the money, tune in. But more importantly, the cricket is taking place. 90-6 of 9.5 overs. Lammonby goes again. Big shot to the leg side. It's only going to be a single this time. Takes Lammonby on to 25. Van der Merwe is on 15. Somerset 91 for 6. They require 34 more runs to win for 2 overs remaining. It's a tall order, Charlie.
They could do it. 17 and over is done. You see it done. It's going to be a big finish, though. You'd say Lammonby and Van der Merwe are actually both doing pretty well. Lammonby, probably you'd want to have him on strike. We'll see now just why you want him on strike. Have a look at this. This is a 6 that Lammonby hit. Absolutely lovely shot from the young batsman, or the young all-rounder for Somerset. Puts himself in a good position. Nice big stride forward. Clears that leg. And 6 runs added to the total. 91 for 6. It's going to be an interesting couple of overs. We'll see how things turn out. It's Van der Merwe and Lammonby in the middle. It'll be Lammonby on strike as Ollie Stone comes in this one played onto the leg side. Oh, there could be a chance for a run out. I think Van der Merwe will be okay. Ollie Stone's footwork not good enough in the end. The ball was stopped dead on the crease there by Lammonby. That is what you call drop and run, really, isn't it? It couldn't have been much more dead than that, the ball after he played it, and Van der Merwe up the other end safely.
He nearly bowled him, actually, there, Lammonby. The ball was so close to the stumps. Also, it's an interesting foot race. It was like the greyhound, Ollie Stone, versus the bulldog, Van der Merwe. And certainly the greyhound, the whippet, Ollie Stone, he was, pretty keen to get it. The bulldog wasn't going anywhere. So both of those guys showing that intensity as much as they can. But it brings Van der Merwe on strike. Ollie Stone at the top of his mark, looking particularly menacing indeed. Van der Merwe, he needs to find the fence here. Somerset need 35 off 11. It's a short ball. It looks like a no ball. Surely that was well above the head of Van der Merwe. It's been given as 1 for the over, but oh my goodness me, that looked like it was extremely high. We'll have a look on the replay, but I thought the umpire was going to signal a no ball or a wide. I'm not sure what the regs are in T20 cricket, but see this ball from Stone. Oh my goodness me, that's very high indeed.
That's a very tough decision.
A tough decision that from umpire Lloyd. So that's 1 for the over. Stone in again. This time it's whacked over third man. Round back shot. Is that going to go all the way? It's gone for 6. It's gone for 6. Van der Merwe bringing Somerset back into the game. It looked like the game was ebbing away. All of a sudden, Van der Merwe uses the pace of Stone and whirls the ball over the third man boundary for 6. Takes Van der Merwe on to 21. And Lammonby on 25. Van der Merwe 21 from just 12 deliveries.
27 needed. The run rate is 18. Don't really worry about that now. We've got 9 balls left. I beg your pardon. 9 balls to come. What can Somerset do? Is there a chance of dragging victory from the jaws of defeat here? Ollie Stone in. It's Van der Merwe who edges this one. That'll be another 4. So another £25 to charity, and Somerset edging closer.
Yeah, I missed that £50 to charity for the Somerset or the South West Air Ambulance before, as Van der Merwe hit that 6 over short third man. But absolutely crucial runs that. Takes Somerset needing 23 off 8 deliveries. Just as it looks as though the game is disappearing from Somerset grasp. Something happens. We saw it the other night. The the pressure, whether it's the nerves, whether it's the conditions, something happens which just drags you back into the game. That's why we love cricket so much.
Well, this is, and in particular T20 cricket, yes, it happens in red ball as well, but not quite the same as T20. This is, just what we love about this sport. You just can't predict it, even to the dying moments of the game. You don't know who's going to win. It's 8 balls left, 23 runs needed. I mean, it's a big ask. What can Van der Merwe do here? He's bowled! It's his leg stump out of the ground. Ollie Stone gets his man. It was an attempted scoop shot, one of the roly-poly roll-off Van der Merwe shots he was trying to do, but he missed the ball, leg stump out of the ground, and it's another wicket. 102 for 7 now.
Yeah, kudos to Ollie Stone. He held his nerve there. It was a big ball in the game, that. And actually, it was a nice ball for Van der Merwe to try and attempt the shot he did. To actually look at that from a smartness of tactics perspective. He probably got that right, Van der Merwe, in terms of his plan. The pace was on. Unfortunately, he missed the ball. He lost his leg stump. And that puts Warwickshire in, they were in a strong position in the game already. They're even in a stronger position now. Somerset need 23 off 7 balls. We've been going on about it all night. I think now we've got a break in play, an opportune moment to name the winner of the Stream in Style. We've had some great and engaging content. We've had animals, we've had hot tubs, we've had cows, people milking cows, and all kinds of kind of crazy things going on. Tweets from India, Pakistan, America, etc. But we've gone for a good old-fashioned picture of a child wearing a Somerset NHS limited edition shirt. So Adam Clothier, we mentioned earlier, the Streaming Style, Harry ready to go into bat for Somerset. That caught the imagination of the executives at Trade Nation. So Adam, I think you've got to give the money to the sun, haven't you? But it will be coming towards you. So £150 for Adam Clothier. Congratulations. Super. Thank you so much for all the Streaming Style tweets. We've loved watching them. Keep them coming in as well. The game's not finished yet, but £150 for Adam and for Charlie. Well done.
Fantastic work. Well done, guys. And thanks to Trade Nation as well. Fantastic prize given away tonight.
Yeah, see what else we can get out of Trade Nation. We've had 10 shirts tonight. We've had, I don't know how much money we've raised for charity. I'll get that in my ear in a second, but it's substantial towards the Southwest Air Ambulance. What a fantastic cause. I mentioned earlier, I've never had the use for it yet, but the people have had, they've saved countless lives, which is unbelievable. As this time Stone is in again. It's a swing and a miss from new batsman Josh Davey, and that was an erratic over from Stone in terms of what happened. There was plenty going on in terms of sixes, fours, edges, money being given away to Adam and Harry.
Wicket,
stumps out the ground. But what it invariably leaves is there's 1 over left. Somerset need 23 to win. More runs have been scored off and over in the past.
Yeah, well, yesterday Somerset managed 29 off 1 over, helped a bit by some unusual bowling from Worcestershire.
Crucially, Tom Lammerby on strike, left-hander, swinging towards the short boundary. I mean, Charlie, I'm a glass half full man. My glass is overflowing, but surely not. He can't, can he?
It's a big ask. This is what we love about cricket. We don't know. We don't know what's going to happen. You don't want to take your eyes off this. 23 runs needed from the last over. Tom Lammerby on strike, and it's going to be Brooks to bowl it. Quite an amazing finish, actually, to what a game that was looking like Somerset were sort of petering out a little bit, but they've brought themselves back in. A good partnership between Roland van der Merwe and Lammerby, getting them back in this. It's Davey and Lammerby left. Brooks starts his run up, but it's a false start. He has to turn around and try again. It's Lammerby on strike. He's on 25. He's played really well here tonight, being brought into the side. Brooks over the wicket to Lammerby, attempting to take it out, pulling onto the leg side. Then they turn down the single. That shows you the intent from Lammerby here. He's going to aim for 4s and 6s on that short boundary, I think.
Interesting tactics and confidence that from Lammerby. I mean, he knows he's probably got to hit 3, 4, 6s to win the game. So it turns the single down. It would need Josh Davey needing 22 off 5, hitting towards a longer boundary. So I think this is the match in the game, in the ball here, I beg your pardon. This time Lammerby goes, he gets this for 6, and he just misses the Trade Nation banner. One word, what a shot from Lammerby. He turned down the single. He said to Josh Davey, I'll take control of this. And you know what? That young man did.
17 needed, 3 6s would do it. There's 4 balls left. Oh, Steve, how are you feeling?
Well, I'm still pretty calm. He says surely not. There's a big ask that, but 1 more 6, and then Henry Brooks. That heart will start to tick. The brain will be asking him a few questions. He'd be thinking, I can defend 17 off 4, surely.
You'd think so. Just brings back memories of Ben Stokes' final over, World Cup T20. Carlos Brathwaite on strike. Will we see similar here?
Yeah, I'd have raised that, actually. Poor Ben. That was
pretty horrible,
event,
wasn't
it?
Brooks to Lammonby. And this one played out over to the offside. That's going to be 4 runs. Another boundary. Well played, Tom Lammonby, finding runs all around the field here. And the score moves to 112 for 7. Somerset need 13 runs from 3 balls. Steve, you're moving from foot to foot here. You're getting tense, aren't you?
Well, I have to say, at the start of the over, I knew that it needed to be something extraordinary to happen. And I keep saying, this is the big ball. This is the big ball. If Tom Lammonby manages to find a 6 here, then it'll be 7 off 2. Even if he hits a 4, 9 off 2, if Somerset's still in the game. So here we go. This is the game right here, Charlie.
Brooks is in. Lammonby straight back at him. Oh, it's hit him straight on the foot. That would have been a surefire 4. You'd have said that was going for 4. But Brooks has got a foot to. I don't think he knew much about it.
Reminds me of watching the Champions League semi-final when I think the ball was struck back with Butler and Keyswetter batting in Mumbai Indians, giving them Somerset a chance in the game. That would have been a cast iron boundary, but it's hit Brooks so hard on the foot. He didn't know anything about it, and it means that unless there's something even ridiculous, then Warwickshire should triumph here.
13 off 2 needed. In comes Brooks. And that is another hit from Lammonby. It's enough for a 6. It's gone for 6. It's another one. 7 needed off 1 ball. Okay, mathematically it's impossible, but scores can be tied. We could be in for a tie, Steve Snell.
Do you have super over in this? All sorts of scrambling. Next door, if you know what happens, please come and tell us.
Oh, my word.
My goodness me.
A tie is a tie. I can confirm a tie is staying as a tie.
2 ties already.
Yeah. Let's have a look at that no ball. My goodness me, what a difference that could make if it ends up being a tie here.
It was borderline to
It wasn't
high,
given
absolutely.
as a no ball, but it was so high to Roloff van der Merwe. It just seemed too high. Right, we've got...
What an innings this is by young Tom Lammonby. He hasn't played a huge amount of T20 cricket. Wasn't even the side yesterday against Worcestershire. 41 not out, 19 deliveries. He's hit 4 sixes, 3 sixes, I beg your pardon, 4 fours, and he's got Somerset within 1 strike of leaving this game with a point, which at the start of this over looked like a fairy tale. It looked like a novel that was not likely. It looked like absolute pie in the sky. And Tom Lammonby is, from what seemed like nowhere, has given Somerset a sniff here, and young Brooks is getting advice from anyone who wants to give it here, where reality what he probably needs is absolute clarity and confidence in what he's going to do. But whatever he's done so far in this over, apart from get a big size 9, which could be the difference in winning or losing the game, in front of a Tom Lammonby drive, it's been a pretty horrific over. From a result perspective, he hasn't done a huge amount wrong from skill-wise.
6 to tie. We're still playing cricket. It's 9 minutes past 10 here, way past the cut-off point. I don't know what happened to that.
What are you having for dinner tonight, Charlie?
Straight through it. Harry Brooks to bowl the final ball, 6 to tie, and Lammonby knows it. It's tense here. There's no crowd in, but you can feel the tension in the players. Brooks in. Lammonby can't get it away for 6. It'll come back potentially for 2. And that is the game. Birmingham Bears win this one. And Somerset, well, it was a noble chase, but in the end, too many wickets early on. It just put the pressure on the lower middle order, really. And in the end, Birmingham Bears coming away winners. And there are a couple of talking points there. I think, firstly, for me, that last over, when Birmingham Bears came out to bat that final over, would have added a fair old mark onto the Birmingham Bears total there. We can confirm the total for charity tonight, £1,075, which is fantastic, especially as it was only a 12-over game each way. Imagine how much that would have been actually if it had been a full 20-over match. We'd have seen much more than that, but fantastic scenes for Birmingham Bears. Not so great for Somerset. Those early wickets really cost them, Steve.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, we saw it in the Birmingham innings. Early wickets came and they managed to rebuild. I do think you're right. Having to go off for a break, I think that last over that Ollie Sale bowled, you know, 1 over to come back and bowl. It was a tough ask, but there were things that happened in that over which didn't quite go to plan, which, you know, I guess gave some momentum to Birmingham. But when Somerset came out again, first ball of the innings from Azam was hoisted over the boundary ropes for 6, getting Somerset right in the game. But there were just little things that just started to go against Somerset. Eddie Byram and that Hildreth partnership was fraught, which resulted in Hildreth's run out, and it looked like a torn hamstring. Obviously, we'll see more about that. But getting as close as Somerset did, I think, needing, you know, just losing by a couple at the end, by 5 runs. And that boundary that was stopped by Brooks off his foot in the last over was absolutely crucial, wasn't it? But Tom Lammonby, what a hand he's played there. He came in to a game that looked lost, 43 not out of just 20 deliveries. James Hildreth, 25 off 13. They're the standout scores in the scorecard. But 12 over cricket, it's harum scarum. It was a lot going on, but even though we did have a significant rain break, we've had some great entertainment tonight.
It's been really good fun. It's been a really good fun game of T20 cricket. Yes, a reduced game, but actually lots to talk about. Lots of sixes. We've seen a lot of boundaries. We've seen some wickets. That's what you want in a T20 game. Yes, the result hasn't gone Somerset's way, but actually some positives to take out of it. A lot of work to be done, I think. Actually, they'll be looking at perhaps how they came out. High risk strategy. Not great when you lose Babar Azam for just the 3rd ball of the innings. I guess heads might have slumped a little bit there, thinking there's a lot resting on his shoulders. But Somerset will take positives away from this, I think, and move on to the next game. And I guess they just need these points. It's the red ball. They can take this out of their minds for a little bit now, get onto the Bob Willis Trophy, and come back to the T20 Blast next week.
Yeah, absolutely. You've always got to look forward in T20 cricket, and that's what Somerset are going to have to do. But it was an important game for Birmingham to try and get themselves back in the competition, back in the mix, as they were lagging behind. And Somerset, I'm sure, will be particularly disappointed that they haven't managed to earn the victory tonight. But as I said, that's T20 cricket. It's worth noting, we've had some fun elsewhere. Charlie mentioned a moment ago, £1,175 is being donated to South West Ambulance, Air Ambulance, which is absolutely superb, from Trade Nation. But also we want to make sure that our competition winners, 10 people have won the shirts, and Adam, who's won the £150 tonight, we will be in touch with you, I think, via Twitter on direct message. So we'll be in touch with you as soon as we can. Ben, our social media manager, he makes sure he is in touch, and we'll let you know how to get your shirt and how to get your money. But big thanks to all of you for tuning in. As we said, we had over 1 million engagements with you tonight, which has been absolutely fantastic. Big thanks to Charlie Taylor. Charlie will be back next time here at the Cooper Associates County Ground.
In a week's time.
In a week's time.
On Friday night. Looking forward to it.
Can't wait already. We're going to go upstairs to James from Trade Nation with some final words.
There you have it. What a game of cricket that was, I have to say. Thanks to Charlie and Steve for their commentary, but what a brilliant game. You win some, you lose some. That's the nature of the game, I guess. But congratulations to the Birmingham Bears for a fantastic performance, and really well done by Somerset. I thought that was a really great effort. What a great knock by Tom Lammonby. So, yeah, you win some, you lose some. You can't win them all. It's the nature of the game, but it's been a fantastic evening here at the Cooper Associates County Ground. Really enjoyed giving some money away to charity. I think we've raised just over nearly £1,200 for the Dorset, Devon and Somerset Air Ambulance, which is fantastic. Still haven't seen one of the big TN boards hit yet, but hopefully that will happen at the next game. But we have given away some great prizes. We've given away some shirts today with the rain break that we had, and some fantastic, I've given £150 to, I think it's Adam, and for his lad going into that brilliant photo. The guys that in the office loved that photo, so congratulations to you, Adam, for winning that. We've also didn't give away the Streaming Style TV prize, but the good thing about that is we still got that available. So the next game, which is next Friday, 11th of September, against the Worcestershire Rapids, we're going to be giving away 2 prizes. We're going to give away 2 Streaming Style prizes at the halftime interval at the innings interval next week. We're going to be giving away 2 prizes for that. So make sure that you tune in next Friday evening to watch the stream. There'll be a new code word that will be given out, so you can make sure that you get the chance to enter and win the 50-inch TV, smart TV, the pizza, the Thatchers, all those goodies that we gave out to Jordan a couple of days ago. So it's been a brilliant evening, tense. I'm absolutely buzzing. I thought we were going to do it, but we didn't. And in the end of the day, we have to give credit to the Birmingham Bears for a brilliant performance. So well done to them. It's been a great game of cricket. Everyone's enjoyed themselves. Hope you've enjoyed. For thousands of you watching, which is fantastic to see. And I hope you've enjoyed the stream. Let us know your comments and thoughts on what we can do to make it even better for you. We're really keen to do that. But I hope you've enjoyed watching it. Have a little look at tradenation.com if you're interested in trading. find out a bit more about who these guys are that are sponsoring these prizes and putting all the effort and time into giving you fans the commitment you want. But I hope you've enjoyed the evening. Thanks for watching. Have a fantastic weekend and a safe time at the moment. We couldn't bring the game to you, can't get the game to you here in the stadium, but we're bringing the game to you, and you've enjoyed the stream. Look forward to sharing more streams with you next Friday night and streaming style then. Take care.